Good morning.
Oh shit! You shit me up then. I thought I'd muted everybody. I was like, "Where's that little voice coming from?" Good morning, mate.
Mic check.
All good.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So nobody talking?
It's quiet.
Oh, it is Saturday morning, that's for sure. First time I'm here, nobody talking. All right, this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, East Coast is still waking up.
East Coast over here.
Yes.
Yeah,
waking
normally
up.
it's just the Brits and the Australians right now.
Yeah,
The late nighters.
Sasha's here. What's up, Sasha? Lunatic. Good morning, Mr. Lou. What's up, Crit?
Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
Big Gat. What's up, fellas?
So, what's your view on the nature of Earth?
I'm sorry, you're talking to me, bro?
Yeah, you or anybody else want to answer?
I'm a flat earther, brother. Flat and stationary, man.
Oh, Mighty Mush. Yeah, I've seen you around.
Yes, sir. Measured flat, experienced flat, built on flat, navigated flat, and stationary.
I have a question. If we get the globe and we flatten it out, wouldn't that change the size of Antarctica and stuff like that?
Yeah,
It's
if
a
you begin with a
malformed question.
globe, sure.
It's a malformed question, bro. What do you mean if you get a globe? Can
Like
you rephrase that?
if you get a sphere and the sphere's like flattened out to a plane,
How would
with the
what sphere?
with the
What do you
North Pole being at the center, wouldn't that like stretch out like Antarctica, for example?
which sphere are you talking about? There's no sphere
A
in
a
reality.
sphere, a sphere. I'm talking about geometry, like geometry.
Yeah, but you're not talking about Earth.
Okay, well, maybe since you can't do it, anybody else?
It's a malformed question, my buddy. I'll let somebody else answer.
Yep. So Mighty Mush, we are basically the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord crew that moved over here as a forward operating base.
He knows everything on here.
Yeah, like I know what you guys doing. This is like I've been here for the last couple of weeks, maybe since the Nathan came here with the AMA the first time, and I've been here ever since, man.
Not
So I know most of you guys from 24/7, definitely.
Yep, I remember you.
Yep.
Yeah, it was great having Nathan come over, and I guess he's going on this speaking tour, visiting different platforms. I think that's good for a show.
Yeah, man. Hopefully he does it back here again. His computer crashed last week, but hopefully after that resolves, come back here because that was one of the best events, man. And you guys did an amazing job moderating the way the whole show went. It was great, man. Great
Thanks.
reviews.
Yeah, we had assistance from the server admins who own this thing. So, yep, it was well done. I agree.
Nice, man. I'd like to see
Eventually,
it.
I hope Nathan ends up at that his final tour will be at like the United Nations, delivering a speech on flat Earth to the world.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Absolutely. I'll let him represent us any day. Yeah, for sure, man.
Would we keep the AE flag as their logo?
Might
if
as
that were to
well.
happen?
Might as well. Right?
Yeah, they're already halfway there. Now, after all these years and looking into it, I think the two things that clicked for me the most were the first is how they hijacked our vision in order to render a globe, because the same calculation that they use for curvature is also the same scale you use for scaling the diffraction limit of your vision. And the second one is how in cartography they do projections.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard about Planet Peterson. He's one of the new anti-flat earthers that's making videos on YouTube.
Planet
And,
Peterson, is that Peter, the guy with the with the Enigma machine and his PFP?
No, this guy is a science teacher. He's literally just getting into the topic maybe the last few months. He had Bob the Science Guy and brought him on his live YouTube stream as one of the mentors. And he wants Bob the Science Guy to teach him flat earth arguments so he can confront flat earthers. I mean, it's hilarious, man. And the guy is one of the examples when the guy is saying why the earth is not flat. And he said, if the earth was flat, the things as they get away from you would disappear from your vision. They would get smaller and smaller. And they would go into obscurity, into the horizon. So in other words, he literally explains perspective. And he says, if the earth was flat, this would happen. That's literally what happens. And he says, that's not what happens. Therefore, earth is a globe.
Well, he specifically, I think, was mentioning, meaning, I think he was assuming, because he's a glober, that we shouldn't be seeing any bottoming out, like things like boats cut in half, cities cut in half, and that we should just literally see everything get small.
But he also said like there would be a vanishing point, right? Which there is. But he says there isn't. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Oh, no.
And
He
when
sounds like a Bryant Myers type.
And when Nathan explains to him that in your globe paradigm there's no perspective, the geometric curve of the Earth is what horizon is, what you believe is geometric curve of the Earth. And the dude literally doesn't understand what Nathan is telling him. He's like, what do you mean there's no perspective on a globe? He's literally genuinely confused and he doesn't even understand. So he explains perspective, how it happens, and he says that doesn't happen, therefore Earth is a globe. And this is the people we're dealing with. Clueless.
Yeah, so he's
Definition-
strawmanning a version of flat Earth, and then he knocks it down and declares
Exactly.
victory. We see that over and over.
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger galore, man. Like, this guy doesn't know, man. It's like, wow.
They think they know what flat Earth is, and then they don't know what the globe is.
Exactly. And to have balls to go into the arguments with people and debates. I mean,
Well, hopefully he comes here, or to 24/7, because I think
doubt
we'd
it.
love to talk to him.
I doubt it. He only calls people. I don't know what platform he's on, but he definitely does the live. And you can tell they're edited because ever after Nathan destroyed him, like literally, like he made one video in response to that. He was crying about how Nathan is yelling and all that. But now in the last few videos, he's looking for low-hanging fruit. He's looking for Globers, Christians who deny evolution. And he's a pro-evolution guy, pro-Big Bang. Like one of the things he says, dude, one of the things he says is somebody told him like about the Big Bang that George Lemaitre, right, was invented it or whatever, theorized it. And he's like, well, okay, maybe he was a priest, but he discovered Big Bang by doing science. And when the guy was like, what? How did he do that? He said, by a telescope, observing redshifts in galaxies. So the dude who teaches science, children in schools, right, says that George Lemaitre discovered Big Bang by doing science with his telescope, by observing redshifts. I think
That's
this is nuts, man.
terrible.
It's insane.
I'd like to question him on the redshift, see what he knows about, like the Parker probes and cosmic microwave background radiation, the dipole, the axis of evil, all that stuff. We could get into it if he were to come over.
Yeah, man. I can shoot him a text message or something like that, but I doubt it. I don't think he's gonna venture anywhere out of his little whatever his little platform is.
Yeah. Well, we keep growing in the meanwhile.
Mm-hmm. I see you guys get a lot of Globers here, but they're also like freshies, like green Globers, also Globers who don't know any arguments. Like zero. Is there a single Glober in the room right now who's willing to speak? Or who knows something about something, you know? Nope.
AFK.
Yeah, put a short clip and if anybody wants to check it out.
Cool, thanks. We'll check it later.
Just one question. How come you guys don't have roles here so people know, like, who's Flat Earth, who's Globe?
We are a guest in the server, and they've got limited roles.
Oh, okay.
We also have limited moderation too. So you know how in 24/7 we can send people to Cogdis for 7 days?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we can't do that here.
Yep.
We can kick someone out for like a 48-hour period, but they can come back and watch.
So you get the repeat offenders, huh?
You got it. Yeah, so we have to have lots of moderators because it's just an onslaught.
Do you guys do any events here, like the one with the Nathan? Do you do any other events?
Nothing that I know that's in the works, but we've done a couple, I guess. We'd like to do more. We're always looking for somebody who can link us up to somebody, you know, and put on a show.
Is QE still banned here, or did that get resolved? I don't know if it's my place to even ask that question, so no worries if there's no answer.
No, yeah, he's still banned.
Okay, fair enough.
He's banned at the server level. It's not our room, it's the whole server.
Gotcha. The whole politics server.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, it was for TOS violations, blatant ones.
So I'm reading this GF6 guy. What is he talking about? He's here. GF6, you don't talk, buddy? You think there's different horizontals all over the place?
Something like that. I was just
Yeah.
hashing it out with Viking. Like, I don't know if is he in here?
So doesn't the horizontal as a geometric aspect come from horizon?
We can
Define-
say that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, sure.
Okay. So horizontal, it's a zero slope, correct?
Zero deviation from 90 degrees to a vertical.
So zero slope from left to right.
Off that vertical, yes.
Okay. And curvature, by definition, the rate of change of slope, correct?
Something like, yeah.
So how can two exist at the same time?
Well, two anythings can exist at the same time. The question is, are they the
Oh.
same thing?
So the curvature, rate of change of slope, and the horizontal, 0
Mhm.
degrees, no change of slope.
Right.
They can exist at the same time.
Yes. Not in the same object, but yes,
Okay.
they can exist at the same time.
In a global believer's mind, not in reality.
What do you mean by exist at the same time?
Water
I
is
don't know
level.
why this.
All right. We just defined horizontal and we just defined curvature.
Uh-huh.
So you're telling me, like, let's say a circle and a straight line, they're the same thing?
I'm not saying they're the same
Triangle
thing.
and a
I can
sphere,
say
they're
a
the same
circle and
thing?
a straight line can exist at the same time.
Say that again?
I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm saying they can exist at the same time. You can have a circle and you can have a line. You can draw a line through a circle. The question is, are they the same thing?
Is that the question, huh?
Seems to be the question to me.
So this curvature that we're talking about, what is the rate of change? Where does it come from?
I mean, curvature is just an innate
How is it
part of
determined?
being spherical.
Exactly. So how is it determined? How did you get the numbers? How do we know about this curvature that we can't measure?
There's a couple of different ways. Greeks did it way back when. Surveyors do it today. We use satellites mostly, but it's a couple different ways you can do that.
Surveyors measure curvature.
Sorry?
You said surveyors measure curvature?
Some of them, yeah.
How do they do this, bro? Like, enlighten me, please. I've been looking for this knowledge for years.
Spherical excess.
Say what?
Spherical excess.
Go ahead, bro. Expand on that, please.
Oh,
How do they measure curvature?
so in taking azimuth angles between 3 points, those 3 angles don't add up to 180,
Okay,
but some more.
okay. You said angles, right?
I did say
Let's
angles.
break it
Yeah.
down. What are angles?
It's the amount of rotation between 2 lines that intersect.
No. Two straight lines. Two
Yeah.
straight lines meeting at a vortex.
Correct.
Okay. So before we measure any angle, what's the first thing we gotta do?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
We have to establish a flat baseline,
Sure.
no matter what the instrument you're using, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
In this case, it will be a bearing.
So in other words, we have to establish a horizontal. How do you have
No,
a
no, no.
horizontal? What?
No. So we're talking about azimuth angles, right? So with azimuth angles, you could, well, azimuth, yes, technically that would be horizontal, but any angle isn't generally required to be horizontal, right? I can measure an angle on my wall, right, vertically.
Off a curved surface.
Sorry?
Off a curved surface. You can measure an angle.
You could,
How can you even have a horizontal on a sphere?
well, you establish one.
You establish one, but there's thousands of surveyors all across the earth, and they all have to establish their horizontals.
Yes, and each one is going to have a different
How can this
horizontal.
be on a, how can this be on a sphere? Everyone establishing horizontal, dude.
Yes.
All horizontals are parallel. You do know that, right?
Not on a sphere. Not at the vertical vertical.
I'm not on a sphere. I understand that, but we don't live on a sphere. That's the whole point, and that's where the
Well, that's the
conversation ends.
That's
Right,
begging the
that's the
question.
intention. Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. You can't just proclaim that.
It's not just a claim, dude. It's just the way it is. every surveyor right now, when they take out their tool, first thing they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to drop that plumb bob and establish that horizontal baseline.
Hmm.
If you're sitting in front of a computer right now at home, you're on 0 degrees. So am I. So is everyone in this room. If they're in front of their computer right now, they're on 0 degrees.
What?
And they
0
all
degrees from what?
0 degrees is horizontal. Same
Locally.
way.
Locally, not relative to each other. I
Yeah.
could be on like the first floor of the building.
Yeah, sure, you can be on different elevation,
Yeah, exactly.
but we're on the same horizontal. Or
No, it's not the same.
horizontal
It's-
parallel.
Well, that's what's in contention.
Carry on with spherical excess anyway, Manu.
So the angles I was talking about are azimuth angles, right? They're left to right. So they're going to be on the same plane regardless.
All right, bro, go ahead, man.
Right. So at these three locations, we
Mhm.
take a left to right angle, right?
Mhm.
Staying on the vertical, not deviating up or down.
Mm.
And when we add those angles up, they sum to greater than 180 degrees. That's called
man.
spherical excess.
Oh, wow. Oh, I don't think you and I can talk anymore because you're talking about triangles with the sum over 180.
I never once said
Yeah.
triangle.
We are geometrically illiterate over here, and
I didn't say triangle once.
Nope, you said angles.
angles with curved lines. Mm-hmm. All right. And we established the definition for an angle before we even started, right? Okie dokie. Cog this. No problem.
Mighty Mush, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here. I was just about to go get a cup of coffee, but I'm still here. Yeah.
Would you like to show me where you've read Celestial Navigation takes a right angle triangle in the way that you're showing me in that image?
Would I what?
But you know how Celestial Navigation, right? I mean, you posted the meme. Yeah.
What about it? What about it?
Yeah. Can you show me where in Celestial Navigation they use that kind of the right angle triangles at the base?
You can look at any manual.
Oh.
Any manual. Elevation angle is a right angle triangle.
Post one. Yeah, post where they say the right angle triangles at the ground position of the
Oh,
star.
no thanks. No thanks.
Because you know you don't
Yeah.
have proof.
I don't jump
just
when you
made
say
it up.
that.
You're
I
a
made
you're
it
a
up.
meme. You get your
Okay.
information from
Okay.
memes.
Yeah, maybe you can say that. That's okay.
Yeah, or like we truthers over here, we research our claims.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Is that all you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, get mugged, you know.
Cool. Thanks, bro. Take care, man.
All too easy.
You're just too smart, bro. I can't handle it.
I mean, if only he could have provided a source, you know. I'm sure
Let me
sure
go
that
get
he's
my bro. I can't, bro. You're just too smart. The truth. You call yourself a truther?
yeah, we're the truthers, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotta go make a cup of coffee, bro.
What kind of geometry you guys use for that celestial navigation? Yui, you got any guesses? Is that the kind where all parallels remain parallel?
Yeah, Glow.
Weird.
I had an issue. You know when I really hate Discord sometimes. So I had my photo album pulled up and I was trying to close it down so I could unmute my mic and it just wouldn't close down. If anyone else is having similar experiences. What was your question?
What kind of geometry do they use for that celestial navigation?
What geometry? Are you just saying Euclidean geometry? Is that what you want to get to?
Well, I'm wondering if you are.
Urban Survival, add me on Discord. Oh shit, sorry, I'm in the wrong channel.
It's just embarrassing, Jerry, like how people can post memes and not understand what's going on in the meme and just think, yep, that sounds right to me.
Yeah, it's like when people go back and forth between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry and act like they have some kind of consistent model. Pretty funny.
When you say consistent, do you mean that in the colloquial sense or do you mean that actually contradictory?
Well, what do you think?
No, I wouldn't have answered the question if I knew what you were thinking.
Right. No, it's okay.
Why is everyone so quiet?
No one's talking.
Wait for something to happen. Why is Manufactotum muted?
I didn't feel like listening to him was usual rhetoric. Oh, we can't know. How do you know if it's fuck off? Same old bullshit. Acting like he knows what surveyors do.
Hello?
Hello, Coitus Semanticus.
Hey, what's up? Is there a conversation going on, or
No.
so many people, so little conversation? Or are you watching something? No.
Are you
So,
the famous
I'm sorry?
semantics person? Are you the
I'm sorry,
famous
what'd you say?
semantics person? Are you the famous
The
semantics
famous.
person?
I would never agree to that. I mean, that's self-flattery.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I'll be interested to hear you speak to a flat earther.
a flat earther? Look, the conversations I like are like the chill ones where people take turns. I don't want any like, oh, you fucking retarded, and like interrupting each other, because that's just immature to me. So if we can do that, then I'm down.
I'll pick which one you want to speak to then. You got Jerry, Get Beget.
What is
Get
what is
Beget
it
won't
like?
interrupt you.
What is this like? Pick a retard? Like,
Yeah, what's up with these insults, bro?
Yeah, it's funny how you said you don't want a conversation where everyone gets called retards, but
yeah,
he's called people retards.
yeah. Is there any possibility that I was actually aware of that?
Aware of what?
Aware of that? What you're pointing out there?
Wow.
Wow.
How many
That's
drinks
your
have you
answer?
had this
Wow.
morning?
Your answer is wow.
How many drinks have you had this morning?
You mean like just any kind of drink?
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Why are you here if you think we're all retards, dude? Why would you bring yourself into that, down to that level? Did he leave?
No, he's
No.
muted.
Yeah, I muted him.
Might as well leave him on mute. He can go up in the chat like a retard.
Hello?
Can't stay away from this channel, can you?
Should it be illegal to sell globes, you know? Like a globus.
Wow.
I see, Jerry. You still have like a dildo up your ass. I'm sorry for that, man. But I have nothing to do with that.
Turquoise, you're unmuted. It's
Oh,
time for you to
sure.
explain your spherical triangles to us.
It's Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, talking about the surface of the Earth. So it would be the shortest path, wouldn't it? 'Cause you're not digging through the Earth. That's kind of what we're talking about.
And how exactly does that prove that we lived on a curved surface?
So do you want me to run you through the spherical excess argument thing? Because that's kind of how it does it. So
Yeah, let's
essentially we're
learn how
testing-
triangles can have more than 180 degrees in it.
Right. Well, you know it's conceptual, and it does actually. We can show you a triangle that has that angle, right, on a sphere.
Can you define a triangle? What's the
Well, I'm going to
definition of a
change the word.
triangle?
Yeah, I'm going to change the word.
Oh, so you're going to change the
triangle.
definition, is what you're saying?
No, change the word triangle because you've got a definition for it and it doesn't match mine.
Oh, so you have some higher information that we've never learned, and you
Well, yeah,
can
if I
teach
call it
us.
triangle, you're going to fit it with the 2D version of a triangle in a way like
Triangles
the
are
rules that
two-dimensional. That's correct.
Correct. Yeah, not in 3D space though. Anyway, so you've got a location with an elevation that you know, and you've got a distance across the surface with a distance that you know. There's two parts of the triangle, or two parts of the measurement, so to speak. And then you've got an angle to an object in the sky, and there's your triangle. And what's going to happen is the spherical excess. We kind of run it through two models. We can kind of run it through the flat Earth model, where the same elevation would match up on the other side as well. So like you can look across a great distance and observe another theodolite or something, or whatever. The same elevation as you, and you can ensure that this shares the same plane of elevation, But the spherical triangle, essentially, or the excess, sorry, not the spherical, it's nothing to do with that really, but it's the excess, shows you that the angle would be higher, even if they share the same elevation, meaning we're on the surface of a curve or an arc. That's kind of how you measure the curvature by.
You know, that would
being an angle
also work on
difference.
a topographical plane, right?
No, it doesn't though, because this is why we run it through both models, because if it shared the same elevation, and we can assume that that's the same plane that they share, but then when we prove it's not, then we're proving we're not on a plane. So there's no
What is
logic.
this elevation measured in reference to? What is the 0 point of elevation?
Well, it's the datum. It's a standard vertical datum, which is mostly sea level, depending where you're measuring from. But we use sea level, right?
And does the sea curve?
It's level, yeah.
So it
Conforms
does
with the
not
surface.
curve.
No, it conforms with the surface, which
So
would be
it curves.
curved. Indeed.
All right, measure that curve, and come back with the results when you measure that curve.
So if I travel 70 miles on the surface, there's a degree difference in the sky. Do you agree?
What do you mean by that?
Essentially, all the longitude and latitude lines are a projection from the sky. Therefore, 60 miles surface equals 1 degree of like declination of the star or something. So, like Polaris, for example, if you're directly below Polaris,
Why
would
do you
be
need to talk about the sky when we're really talking about the surface of the Earth? We're not talking about
Let
stars,
me
buddy.
get
We're
to my
talking about the
point,
Earth.
man. Let me get to my point.
Well, you
So
can't just measure the surface? Is it too hard?
Well, how big's this tape measure, and how straight is this
You
level?
don't need
You know,
tape measures. You can use lasers, buddy.
lasers that bend.
Lasers do not bend.
I find they do over distance. You know, dude. So that's why I'd rather look at the sky where there's less refraction. You know, directly up at the zenith point.
I mean, is it worth continuing conversation with the fella who says the level is curved?
Probably
The
not.
level? What do you mean
I
the
don't think so,
level?
bro. And he doesn't even get the point that he's begging the question when he calls on spherical axis.
No.
You don't get it, bro. When I'm asking you what sphere, you keep on jumping. Like, what sphere are you talking about? Where's the radius value of this sphere? And how did you derive that? What are you
Okay,
talking
Machine,
about, dude?
you're getting the term level mixed up with the instrument that we use to measure level.
So level is curved. You just said level is curved.
Level conforms with the same elevation.
Is level
across
curved?
the surface?
Is level
Depends on the
curved?
surface.
Depends on the surface.
Yes, because level. What the word level means
Definition
is
of
an
level
equal
is having
elevation
no
from
end
the
higher
surface.
or lower than the other. So what are you talking about, dude?
Right. It wouldn't be if it's the same elevation, wouldn't it? So if I'm on like 10 meters
So
above
same
sea level, and
elevation,
then
so not curved then.
no, listen. If I'm on 10 meters above elevation from the surface or whatever, and my friend's in
Elevation,
another
you say.
country,
Elevation, you say, right?
elevation from
What's
the
required
term
to
of
describe the
Europe.
elevation?
Let him just listen to him.
Yeah. What do you want to know, man? You're assuming the whole thing's a plane, and I'm telling you that
And
the
you're telling me
excess
it's not.
shows otherwise.
And you're telling me it's not, right?
So if I get a square, if I get a triangle and try and stick it on a globe, right, there's going to be a little bit that's not touching the surface, okay? Do you agree? That's the confusion. You think the triangle can't curve, right?
What globe? You're not even getting what I'm asking you. If you put a triangle on a globe and I'm asking you what globe? What
Well, the
globe?
measurements show, the measurements at the end and the outcome of the experiments show that it is, the surface is a globe. Indirectly by measuring angles, simply. So if it's this, right, let me just run back to this theory, right?
So you
So you
started
don't like the
everything with
idea?
if. Everything you start to say it starts with if.
Yeah,
What
because like
sphere?
you
What
don't take
globe?
it as
He's trying to put doubt in your head. That's all these people do.
oh no. I'm trying to verify your doubt because you
Jumping from one thing to another, dude. Like, dude, what spherical axis when you can't even tell me what sphere are you talking about? How did you get this
can you
sphere
change the topic,
that you're
man?
implying?
Spherical axis is a geometric
You're begging the question. You don't even get the
thing,
point
dude.
what I'm telling you, dude.
So there's an outcome of an experiment, and we hypothesized this had happened if the Earth was a sphere, and it came out that the Earth was a sphere, and that's how we measured the curve. We put it against the flat model, where equal elevation would share the same horizontal plane.
There's no
If you did a
flat
straight line,
model.
if you did a
There
straight
is no
line, the
flat
same
model.
elevation. What?
You're just rambling nonsense, dude.
Oh, dude, I've been in this like 10 years, man. This
You've been,
concept
you've been
changed
into
my
what 10
mind.
years? You've been into what
Because
10 years?
I've been researching. I've been in the communities of flat Earth for several years.
10 years, huh? Now it's
Yeah.
several. Thought it was 10.
Several plus. I don't know what you'd call 10. A
Oh.
handful. 2 handfuls. That's 10, right?
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it came to the conclusion that I can't verify
You
it.
came to the conclusion.
Yeah. I can't. I've not got the ultimate test would be like an 8-mile long spirit level, and then you check on either side which one's higher, and you'd be like, oh, there we go, the F's flat, right? Because they're on the same level. Well, we can kind of do that with the like observations, right? So the spherical axis is basically a way of explaining it.
What sphere? You're talking about spherical axis. I'm asking you, what sphere are you talking about?
The surface?
Which surface? What surface of
The
what?
sphere of the globe, the one that they lie to you about. That one.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
one.
I'm asking for. How'd you get that sphere? What sphere are you talking about?
Well, you assume there's
The
no
one that
sphere,
exists
and you
in your
assume
mind?
you assume there's no sphere, and you assume there's no flat Earth, and you're just
I
measuring
don't have to assume
lines.
anything.
Yeah,
If
so you don't
if
assume
you're gonna
anything.
use
You
the
don't have
word
any
sphere,
bias to
I'm
begin
asking
with.
you which sphere. Where's the radius value? How did you get it? Which sphere are you talking about? You're the one that's assuming. I'm not assuming anything.
Okay, well, we'll get off the sphere topic, but you want to talk about spherical triangles, so I'm trying to explain it.
You're trying to explain to me spherical triangles.
Or like if spheres and triangles can interact, and the excess is what I'm talking about, the
Oh,
spherical
okay.
excess.
Go ahead, keep talking, man.
So let me just put this concept in your mind, and this might get the idea around. So you don't like the fact that triangles on a curve have to curve, like the lines have to. So they don't, right? We're not using a curved line. We're using a straight triangle. But then we realize there's an elevation change over distance with this triangle, and that's the excess. So if you were to get like a globe, little model of a globe, and you had like a straight edge or whatever, and you put it flush with the surface, you'd notice there'd be a point where it dips, or like a drop or whatever. So the end of the triangle wouldn't be touching the surface because it's a curved surface, right? And that excess is what gives us a clue that it's a sphere we're on. Otherwise, they'd be on the same elevation, and the angles wouldn't change over distance. If you've got a horizontal plane from one location observing another location with known distance and known elevation, if you say you share the same elevation height above the surface, and you're assuming that's a plane, but then the plane doesn't line up at the target and the observer's shooting a horizontal line, then there's a problem. That's called excess, and that proves sphere. It's only 1 degree over 70 miles, dude, but it's measurable.
Damn, bro, you just proved the sphere. I think it's time to pack and go home.
Or at least look into it, man. You know, geometry
I'm
is like
looking
a
for
stepping
people like
stone
you
into
all
this, and
these
then
years,
terrestrial
man. I'm looking.
navigation is the next one.
Yeah, all right.
You proved the sphere with an if.
Yeah, man. Shit.
It's like
Should
a
have came here
statement,
first.
modest Tolan statement, isn't it? The conclusion's at the end, you know?
Wow, genius, bro.
If the Earth was flat, then there'd be no spherical excess. Right? Can I if that or what? Is that correct?
Whatever you say, correct, bro. Just keep talking, dude. You make a lot of sense, man. I'm here to learn, dude. I'm just listening, man. All ears.
Well, you better record this before I get muted. I don't know, I thought it'd be enough for some people. People like agree that all the angles to things make a difference, but then when you try and show the angles make a difference to show the globe, they kind of ignore you and mute you. So but at a museum, I just say to plant seeds, man. You can look at it yourself. I'm not to change your belief, push anything. Not trying to switch a model for another model. Not trying to tell you we're spinning around a fucking 93 million mile distant sun, and not telling you any of that. I'm just talking about the surface of the Earth and the relationship with the stars, at which we can assume are pretty constant, and we measure from and we navigate from, and it relates to the Earth somehow for some reason. So I would like to look at the sky and the stars to observe the cosmos and the rest of the universe, not just the Earth, and find out what kind of place we stand in it. There's so many unanswered questions on the flat Earth side, I'll tell you that. And all the weaknesses. Or the weak arguments, should I say, which they haven't developed yet. I tried for years to conceptualize the model and mechanics of the flat Earth. I was making clocks and diagrams of this and that, and measuring angles and degrees and time. And it kind of works like an AE map, right? AE map, azimuthal equidistant map. The sun kind of like goes around like that, and you can describe the seasons with its distance away from the equator or its fluctuation between the tropics, and that can all be explained, and you can show somebody and be like, oh, that's how you get it, that's a flat earth, that's how it works. But then there's a lot of missing pieces to that, like angles to things don't add up, and in the south it's a bit iffy, you know. So it's for answers, man. That's why I'm here. Just if people are talking about spherical things, just go look at spherical excess for a moment, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Unless you want me to go and paint and draw something, could do that. But essentially, it's a theory that a straight triangle cannot conform on the surface of a sphere. Therefore, there'll be excess, and that's measurable. Therefore, not a plane. Otherwise, it'd match the surface and conform to the surface, and there would be no excess. We can verify all these angles with the stars and the declination of the Polaris up until like the equatorial point, which would be 90 degrees. So kind of anywhere below that's kind of mostly impossible to see Polaris without refraction or such. So same in the south. All the southern stars decline to the south as you get close. As you get further away from them. Vice versa. So there's two axial poles of rotation of the stars, which kind of is hard to explain on a flat Earth. And that's one of the weaknesses. You can just ignore the south all your life and be a flat earther if you want, but there is the south. Any comments, questions? No? Sorry. Jerry, do you want to butt in about triangles or anything? Okay. It's all good. Oh yeah, and another thing, I thought I'd add this. I've noticed a big change in the communities over the last couple of years, and it started off everybody like asserting what the Earth was, and it works like this, and the sun goes like this, and the stars are this and that. And then over the past couple of years, everyone's denying any knowledge of anything and claiming nothing. Yet the Earth is flat. That's a claim. Measured flat. That's another claim.
Measures flat, yeah. Observes. You observe it as flat. You measure flat. Practically used as flat.
Oh, I like that last bit. Practically used. That's good. That works. Because no one's building like 70-mile plus buildings that need to be exactly perfectly.
Or superstructures like the St. Lawrence Seaway, Panama Canal, Suez Canal.
Well, they're water based. So it's a bit different. You want to talk about LIGO? I was looking at this crate, trying to figure out what's the longest, straightest man-made things on Earth. And LIGO is one of them, and that's a good one to look at.
Yeah, that's another topic that was raised by, I think, a guy called Rakia. These globalists had never even heard of it before. No clue. No clue that the place even exists. Two places, mind you. No clue they even existed. Rakia raises a topic about how concrete would be poured and how the footings were made. And suddenly every single globalist is an expert on LIGO. They're experts. And then you say, would you know there's two of them? and they're like,
Yeah.
"What?"
What?
You know?
Yeah. There's one near Jesse, I think, and Peter. I think they're both near one, wherever that is, up there.
Yeah, the best part is there's a pool that runs alongside the concrete like bunker. So is a pool curved now, or is it just the concrete that's curved?
Well, I think the trick with that one is to look at the schematics of like how the foundations were built and how they accommodated for a curvature if there is one. And all signs point to that they did account for curvature in the
No,
foundations.
you know what the best part is, Crit? Is that the mirrors on either end are hanging plumb.
Yeah, that's even
Yeah, it would
better.
be. Wherever you put a plumb bob, it's plumb with the surface, dude.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just not accepting that
Practical use.
I'm not
That's the
accepting
same thing
they're
like
all
where you
parallel.
can shine a mirror across the lake and like signal people. Practical demonstration of the flatness of the water and earth.
Yeah, so LIGO would have to be perpendicular to those plumbs at the same time. Straightest thing in the universe, as Zanuck says.
Like I said, every point on the surface is plumb to the surface and is its own
We're talking
reference
about
point.
LIGO. No, we're talking about LIGO.
Yeah. So the plumb bob at either end, there's going to be a plumb bob in the middle, which is also plumb. And every plumb bob you attach on that length of LIGO is going to be plumb to the surface. We all agree that. We just don't agree that they're parallel with each other.
They're perpendicular to the same straight line.
Perpendicular to each relative straight line to that point on the surface.
No,
There's no correlation to the other ones.
LIGO is horizontal, and they're both perpendicular to that one horizontal. You know that, right?
Say that again, because I hear this way too often, like the whole mixing of words, but go on.
No, it's okay. Forget
Are you on about planes or just horizontal lines? Or what
Yeah,
horizontal?
you don't have a clue what I'm talking about. So,
do they all share the same horizontal plane? Would you say that? Same elevation? Would that be the same one? I don't know. I just recommend people to look at the schematics for the largest, straightest building ever made by humans and use your discernment and figure it out. I agree. It's not by much, right? It's only 1 degree difference or divergence in them plumb bobs over 70 miles. So we need some accurate devices to measure it on a smaller scale, wouldn't we? Over like 100 meters, you won't see much. You need like a crazy sensitive device to see that variance, but there is. I like all these perspective drawings. Cheers, man. There's some old ones. The dinosaur one's like fucking 8 years old, man.
Yeah, they'd have to demonstrate this on a curved surface. What they say is that area is just locally flat to get these effects. It's just a locally flat area, but then you're like, what about that mountain range and back? And you're like, oh, spaghetti-o.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and stick with the old adage of we're too small and the earth's too big for you to think you know what you're doing and talking about with.
So there's your observation of what flat
Yeah, that's
is.
why we don't look at the horizon, because we've got tons of refraction, man.
Because
That's why
remember,
I'm
you
always
were
going to the
all
sky.
confused about, how someone could say the Earth is observed. It's right there, your own observation inside your own observer dependency, inside your
Observed
own
flat.
worldview says,
I agree.
it appears flat.
It does.
Okay, so how are you hung up on observation then?
Because I tried measuring it, and it showed excess of plumb bobs diverging, essentially.
Well, you fucked up then.
No, because the plumb bobs diverged, man. That shows we're not on the same horizontal
Because,
plane.
you measure it, or you observe it as flat, then you measure it, you get some odd result, and then you practically use it, and it's back to flat again. This is like, you ever heard someone who tries to swat a fly, and their hand just flings back and forth wildly, and the fly's like laughing their ass off?
I can imagine that, yeah.
That's kind of what you're doing, homie.
Right. I don't know. I just see people still on like level 2 of flat Earth at the moment, and especially like people who've come back from for a while are still in like 2018 flat Earth debates. You know, pretty interesting. How it's all evolved, basically. Because at the very start, it was all like, "Oh, let's go test it. Let's go see this, view this. We can see too far," and all these like results were coming in. And now it's just, yeah, somebody took a picture of this black swan. We're just going to use this one now. And you think you're done with it all, and think that's proof. Oh. Horizon's an iffy one for me, man. I don't even get paid for changing your guys' minds. Do you know what I mean? I'm just kind of spreading what I learned, so you don't all get trapped in the same thought. Even though, it's interesting to be in these communities.
The whole thing about being paid is a joke, dude. That's like a
I'm
thing to
joking,
get
man.
people to get freaking out. There's enough useful idiots in the world that will sit there and advocate for something because they think it does something for them. You don't need to have anyone. The paid ones are even dumber than you guys are. Like Michelle Thaler, I'm a rock.
I don't know that.
You know,
one.
like this Oscar. She has a video about how to prove the Earth is a globe. She goes, Oscar on Twitter. She's like the social media person, Michelle Thaler, outreach. She gets a question. She's like, Oscar from Twitter. Hey, Michelle Thaler, I've been talking to some of my friends who think the Earth is flat. What are the 3 best proofs for the globe? And she says, the first thing, well, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. That's her number 1 best proof. Is it's not okay. The next thing she says is that boats go over the horizon. She has friends in space. And she doesn't get where this conspiracy theory is coming from. That were her 3 best proofs.
Last one's pretty good.
NASA, really? That's good? It's not okay? So this is also filmed on Big Think. On the TV. I can link the video for it if you want. On the YouTube channel Big Think, her first proof that the Earth is a globe is it's not okay to think.
Yeah, it's a bad one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pretty.
It's like
that's what I'm saying.
the
That's why
consequent kind of thing.
Yeah, they don't need you guys, right? They've got shills out there who get paid to respond on social media who are even dumber. Okay, like even dumber.
I was just running on the idea that like in the early days it was like anybody against the flat Earth or disrupting it all was a shill, and there was a shill alert everywhere, and anybody that had a following that was growing decently, you'd be like, oh, he's shilling, or he's got some links, connections, or something. Everyone was like super suspicious of everybody at the start.
Well, the interesting part about the anti-flat earther is that at some point they're going to have to convince themselves. And then that's when I want to see what happens next. What do they do next? What is their next step? Okay, after that you're going to make another video about flat Earth. Huh. That's quite the amazing feat you just did. Okay, so like this one guy's like my father, Craig McNegan or something like that, or like I don't know, it's hard. They all blend together. He's like, my final proof that the Earth is not flat, and then all of a sudden his next video, my final proof that the Earth is not a flat. Are you ever going to talk about the globe? If globe, then what? Globe or flat? If globe, then not flat. If globe, Or if globe, then globe if globe. So you've
Right?
got if
Affirming the
globe.
consequent, man.
Yeah, if
It's like one of
globe.
the
Do you have
biggest things
globe
at the
or now
moment.
now the globe? If globe.
One of the biggest things I'm having problems with is people assuming or affirming the consequent in a way like that. Like, we measure from horizontal flat. Okay, I agree. But then you're assuming that horizontal is the same horizontal for somebody else. And you're assuming that's the same orientation, which is affirming the consequent.
Dude, you're assuming horizontal changes.
Yeah, with
Because
evidence.
of flawed measurement. Like your measurements are fucked up, homie.
I don't know, there's more evidence to show that the surface or in the sky are curved, in a way. We look at it from a curved perspective.
Ground, not the sky. Remember, the ground.
Yeah, they're related. They're related. That's why I had an issue with the flat Earth and the sky. It doesn't kind of fit.
He said, if you look at it from curved perspective.
Yeah, because you
Brilliant.
don't look at it from curves perspective. That's why I'm saying if.
Brilliant, dude.
Because you don't.
I love how they trade everything in for an if.
Yeah, it's like some logical statement or something, you know? Who knows? Yeah, there's just fundamental axioms that people believe, and the flat earthers have got one, and globe earthers have got others, and the tests we need to do are trying to prove them. That's what we need to be doing to
Big
measure.
G or little G?
I'm talking about gravity at all. No gravity at all.
No, I know. I'm just asking what your favorite G is. Is it the big or the little? Or both?
The one that I can observe and kind of measure. You know, like the constant speed of
little G,
things falling and stuff. Yeah. The destination and the origin and the source and the cause of all that is speculation, essentially, right?
I appreciate that answer. I tend to have a worldview that's more imaginary, and so I like to go big G most of the time. I like to live in a land of fairy tales.
Like the new big G, like the
big
bending.
G. Oh
the
yeah,
bending
big
one.
G,
Yeah,
capital
yeah.
G, all caps. Yep.
I do like that idea. It makes sense a little bit. Like an orbit can be a straight line, but it's just on a curved surface. That's
Sure.
a cool one. Yeah,
Pretty
yeah.
kinky. Yeah.
So like all orbits are technically linear movements, but because of the bending of the surface it's on, it appears curved, almost like a Coriolis, like trickery effect thing, like reference plane relationship. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm speculating. Space is a speculation. All I've got to see is what I see, and I see stars and Earth, and I'm using those right now.
Yep. That's cool.
I don't even add motion into it because it's not relevant. Orbits and whatever you want to believe, or reasons for orbits, but there is some cycles in the sky, and we can measure it. We can map it out. I feel bad for shutting the chat down for 20 minutes, but I guess nobody's got anything to talk about or
No, go ahead, man.
put down.
I
No,
know
I'm
you
gonna
just
leave it.
spent like
No,
a
I think
week.
we're gonna call it a day here, and let's wrap this thing up and head on out.
You're just like a week on mute. It's like I figured you have a lot to say.
Right. It doesn't bother me, man. I've got
Hey, Crit.
many outlets.
Hey,
Hey,
Jake.
Crit.
Hey,
Hi.
Jake.
Yeah.
Hi.
So, what gives, man? You stopped sending me newsletters and DMs.
Oh yeah, if I don't get any engagement, I kind of take the person off the list.
Can I be put back on the list?
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, it just kind of happens like where I interact with somebody and maybe I think, hey, maybe they'll be interested in the news, and if they don't show any interest, I think you get a couple of episodes for free. You know, a couple newsletters.
Yeah, I'm very engaged, man. Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
You're all good. You can go ahead.
Yeah,
and
I
put
can
me back.
add you back on, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
It's just that I get like just so many. There's like now I got like 180 servers I post on in like
Jesus.
Yeah, and also there's a limit of how many people appear in your DMs. So if I try to pick who I want to, because if you DM so many people, it starts the last couple people fall off the list. You don't see them in your DMs anymore.
Mm.
So I try to have exactly perfect, like a full DM list of everyone in my DMs that are good. I'm going to send the news to, and then with servers, it's like I even got to start dropping because I want some fun servers too that are just not all sort of debate and science and stuff. I got some other topics I do too.
Very good.
Dzień dobry. Halo. A narzekam, kurde.
Cuckoo baby.
I find it funny people come in here to get 40-minute server muted. They could do that anywhere, but they choose our room.
Yeah, it's nice. Rich Evans been like days now melted down in my DMs. I'm like, dude, just open your mic. I'll let you back in. All you gotta do is get out of text chat and talk. Nope, can't do it. Can't figure it out. Well, it kind of proves my point, doesn't it? You're just too dumb for this conversation.
Just a curious question. Like me myself, I didn't really like the AE model, but why use it to compare against the globe if you don't use it? That's my contention with it. Because I wouldn't use it if I don't agree with it. As a demonstration of the flat Earth, you know what I mean? It's like you put yourself shooting yourself in the foot when you use the AE map, to be honest.
That's supposed to be some kind of a model of a globe.
No, I'm talking when you say, like, you look at the AE map and try and relate things that happen on a globe to that map, then like you don't believe in both of them, so why are you using them?
Why do you use them? They can't be measured.
Well, they're both projections of maps, right?
Projections of maps that were never measured, you mean?
No, of course they were measured. That's why the
So the
projections.
Earth curve was measured?
Why are you stuck on this, man?
You seem to be stuck on that the Earth is a ball because nobody measured it to be a ball.
In the southern hemisphere, people are taking boats everywhere, flying everywhere, and wherever they're going, point A to point B, they need to get there on time. The southern hemisphere on the globe, as you go further and further south of the equator, the circle around the ball gets smaller and smaller. This is a real distance, real measurable distance. On the flat Earth, the circle south of the equator gets bigger and bigger. This is a bigger distance. This is the complete opposite of the globe. The globe uses the globe distances to get from point A to point B south of the southern hemisphere. So
what's that mean?
What does that mean to you?
It doesn't mean shit to me.
Okay. You know, it's just a common thing everyone says is, oh, the globe is just the this of a flat, and they're like, it's just a mathematical projection, there's actually real world differences if the world were one or the other. One being the southern hemisphere.
So go ahead and tell me how you measured the Earth curve. And then
I'm not making any claims. I'm just pointing out the geometric differences between the two.
So to go ahead and to say that you're not calling the ball a sphere, are you? You're not calling the Earth a sphere, are you?
You don't have anything intelligent to add to the conversation?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what kind of sphere you're talking about. Is the Earth supposed to be a sphere?
You're not able to assume what kind of sphere I'm talking about?
Well, you have the celestial sphere.
Okay, it seems like you're not very smart then. Seems like you're not very smart then.
So you're not going to let me talk or what?
I'm not. I'm out.
All right, goodbye.
Go on.
That was quick.
So you claim that a victory for the AE map, or?
I have no idea what he's claiming victory for.
No, you.
I don't use maps for anything.
Didn't you post one referring to like temperature or something a moment ago?
Oh, those are tides.
Oh, tides, yeah. But why use the AE map then? Is that just?
I didn't make that.
The flat Earth relevance. That's what we're touching at, and that's one of the most valid reasons why I leant on the other side of the wall of the conversation, because of that. Essentially, the South is a problem for the FE.
If there's a North Pole in the center, and there's an ice wall anywhere around that, you run into that issue. Is eventually you have an equator, and beyond that equator are the lands called, the globers called the southern hemisphere. Call it the southern hemisplane. These lands are getting bigger and bigger as you go further away from the circle. The globers. How?
Yeah, how?
Okay, if you imagine an AE map, okay, first imagine a globe. Okay, we have to explain a circle of latitude. Are you aware of what a latitude is by any chance?
Yeah, it's an imaginary line.
Yeah, the horizontal ones, right? So like the
I put the scale up
on
for you.
a globe, hold on a globe, the equator would be technically the biggest circle of latitude. And if you go higher and higher from the equator, it's going to start getting like if it's a belt around the ball, it'll get tighter and tighter and tighter as you go up. Eventually you'll be at the North Pole where it'll be a point. Likewise, south of the equator on the globe, it gets tighter and tighter and tighter the more down south you go. Well, on the AE map, the north works fine. So on the AE map, north of the equator, the circles of latitude, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you're at a point which matches the globe. South of the equator, these are bigger and bigger circles of latitude. This is real distance. And it's not a claim or someone has to make that claim. It's by design. It has to be this way. This is real distance. And this is a polar opposite to what the globe has. The globe has it going smaller south of the equator. Real distances, real flight paths, real boats, real measurable. They have it going smaller. So like let's say like you're around right before the Antarctic on the globe. If you go on a circle around it, that circle is going to be a smaller circle than the equator on the globe, right? Well, on the AE map, right prior to Antarctica, that circle, that's going to be bigger than the equator. This is real distance. This is real point A to point B. And it doesn't matter what version of the map or how it has to be this way. If there's the center of the world's in the center and Polaris is over it, or however way you want to do it.
Can you prove concave Earth?
This is not about concave Earth. You wait your turn.
Yeah, okay,
And
don't
and
hold
there's
on
an
real quick.
ice ring.
Glory, just give me a second. You guys, okay. If you're triggered by concave Earth right now, just step out of the conversation. All right? Control your mic and I won't have to.
Yeah, so that's all. Just food for thought for anybody. So technically, we should be able to definitively eliminate either A or B.
Do you see
Either
that?
it's go ahead.
Oh, do you see that map I sent you, like in DMs?
Yeah. So
what do you think of that one?
That it still wouldn't solve the issue, because the issue is inherently this: the actual distance traveled around this big fucking thing, the real distance traveling it. That's not actually how theoretically. I mean, this is you yourself would have to. You don't know if the globe is right or not. We don't know if the globe's measurements are right or not.
That map would work though, right?
But every measurement for anything with the distance, currently, if you were to research it, would align with the globe, which is smaller circles of latitude as you go more and more down south and north.
That one demonstrates, isn't it?
That's what you got to find out.
The one with the four corners of the Earth. Did you see what I'm talking about?
But yeah, I'm looking at that map. That's not gonna that effect in the picture is not gonna solve the inherent issue of the southern hemisphere. The circle is bigger than it actually is.
Like how big?
I don't know how I can explain. So
Yeah, I think. Let me see if I can try. Okay. Well, if I told you it's like 9 times bigger, or not 9. Here, let me show. Let me grab the image here.
I can.
This is one of my big proofs for flat Earth. Is how they would hide the truth in plain sight.
Post it in the
Yeah,
chat.
I'm getting it.
Crit, that was horrible evidence.
What's wrong with it? According to NASA, what is the coastline of Antarctica?
You see this that picture I posted in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the top image, there's two circles created. There's the inner circle and then there's the outer circle, okay?
Yep, I see it.
To
Yeah,
show
there's
you
the red ones, right?
Yeah. To
Okay.
show you if all of this is true, okay? To show you how fucked up the South Hemisphere is on the AE model, particularly around the Antarctica region, it's the size difference between these two circles. In reality, if this theory is true, if one were to go around Antarctica, the actual measurable distance would be that circle. Would be imagine the North Pole there. So it'd be like you're going between Alaska, the top part of Russia, through fucking Ireland, through Greenland, and over top of America, and you'll be right back where you started. Okay,
Can you prove that?
This is actual distance. Look how much bigger the other circle is. This is like so much more bigger than the other one.
Yeah, for all we know, they could have, the compasses don't work. You don't have any GPS. For all we know, they could be making magnetic declinations in the south that just put you in a little circle, right off the peninsula that we all know in Antarctica, and not really going around in a bigger circle at all. I mean, who knows?
So for example, this same image that I posted, these are the jet stream patterns. Are you looking at it real quick? The bottom part of the am I talking to anyone or not?
No,
Okay,
everything
it's
you
all
just
good.
posted is made up. Okay,
It's all good.
you just drew it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I get it all makes sense. I mean, that's why some flat earthers will propose that there's a wall or something, because it makes sense that large bodies of water and you contain it, right? So that makes sense. Check box one, right? The sun would melt out ice, obviously, if it went in a circle, right? Check off box two. So it makes sense. I get it, but it's not. I can't confirm it. Yeah.
It's not about confirming, buddy. Does it make sense? Yes or no?
I literally just said it makes sense. Can I confirm it? No.
So that means it's true, buddy.
No. No, you got a lot of people who can make sense of something, and it's completely batshit crazy. It's totally in the realm of batshittery.
Yeah, I agree.
Occam's razor, buddy.
If it was Occam's razor,
still can fail.
Learn a thing or two, pal.
Occam's
if it
razor
was
is not like
Occam's
a proof
razor,
of
man,
anything.
we'd all still believe in Santa Claus. If it was Occam's razor,
Santa
a lot
Claus
of these
doesn't make
things
sense, though. Santa
Yeah, it
Claus
does.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, did you know the ISS astronauts hung up their stockings for Santa Claus? NORAD tracks Santa Claus every year, and they've been doing it since like the 1930s. So
That
all these things,
doesn't prove Santa.
yeah, it proves too many people.
Where's the actual proof?
Yeah, too many people have to be on it.
The
Crit, I have a
peer-reviewed
question.
study.
Crit, I have a question for you. How come they had to hang them up in the ISS? Didn't they just set them in and they float?
Yep, I know. It's interesting, isn't it? That's why I posted that news article. I think I paired it with the news. I was like, here's some coal, asshole. You know?
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's funny if you do see some of the speaking of the ISS, if you see some of the video of the guys on there, they seem to position their necks and heads in a specific way for the camera that would denote a specific up and down, not that they're in zero gravity. So they seem to position themselves frequently when playing a game or speaking into the camera. You'll see that their spine will align in a certain way and their bottom in a different way, showing that there is an up and down.
They're in a zero gravity plane.
It's just you didn't even follow what I just said.
You're an idiot.
Why are flat earthers turning on flat earthers? What's this about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You guys are flat brainers.
Okay, I take my point back.
You need to prove flat Earth.
So this Glober says ISS is in a 0G plane now. That's a stretch.
It's not a stretch. It costs more money to go out in space. So they're obviously going to save the money.
Why would it cost anything to go in space?
Just
Who
go in a
sells that?
studio. Yeah, just go in a studio and do it. It actually looks better.
Yeah, it's
Who
like
do you
saying it
think is-
costs money to go for a walk.
Who is selling space travel? Like low orbit? Who sells? I mean, like Jeff Bezos and Branson, with Sir Richard Branson.
Definitely the Jews.
Dude, pull yourself together.
Yeah, you're a hot mess right now, man. Like literally a hot mess. It's like somehow this
compliment?
topic has completely fucked your brain. You're not even able to think clearly about a topic you raised, like an Occam's razor. You should probably take a break, man. The internet is not a good thing for people like you. It's just not. It's supposed to open up someone's ideas, expand their horizons, get in touch with people with different points of view and different ways of life, and then understand them. You've used it to completely destroy your own worldview and are just in a freak out. Just in a flat freak out.
It reminds me of when you get new guys in here and they just you give them an answer and then they just jump. Oh, why this? Why that? Why that? Why that? What about
Yeah,
this?
like they
How does this
like
work?
suddenly nothing makes sense anymore. If the
Right.
Earth is not a globe, then like how? Like how does
Yeah.
anything work? Like holy shit.
How
you're
does the
saying-
car door open if we're on a globe? Random shit. How does
Pandora's
the
box.
kitchen door? Random
Like
shit.
like you just flung the whole Pandora's box open if the Earth is flat, just like it appears to be.
Well, yeah, it's a mad concept to imagine,
Yeah, one of the most ironic things I think in the conversation is always, up and down, right? So it's like, the Glober wants to start on the same footing as, and take from the actions of us or from just reality and say, well, listen, this is how we know things are up and down. And then the way they'll do that is to then dismiss up and down to exist at all. I think that's one of the most ironic, kind of paradoxes that's put forward in the Globe argument.
Mm-hmm. That's a big problem right now. This up and down kind of discussion. And like vertical and horizontal, that's kind of what we talk about, isn't it? But essentially it depends where you measure it. That's the only truth, right? And then when you've got another point of reference, that's the only truth. And then to relate the 2 points, that's another truth. And that truth is what shows spherical excess.
Yeah, but this is
get the fuck out of here, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, you can go to I think
The spherical excess would be the same. It would be always the same. You look at your measurements, it's never the same. It's never the same result. It's always like something more than 90. Okay, that's not good enough, dude. You'd have exactly the same. If you drew a 10-kilometer triangle, it would have exactly the same spherical excess each time. Then you make a 15-kilometer triangle. And even better, you should make it at any level. You should start picking up spherical excess. Where? Where does it start? At what size triangle does it start? There's no answer to that. No one even knows. They're like, well, I don't know. Just big ones.
I think it works out. I worked with my AI overlord for this one. And I think it works out like if you had like a 70-mile long triangle.
What's wrong with 16? Why 16? Why no curvature 16 miles?
And why
This
do
is
we
plenty.
use
That's a lot of curvature in 16 miles.
Why do all the documents say that we use the Earth as flat and horizontal for 100 square miles?
Because we don't need to ever be accurate over that distance.
So how would you? No problem.
We don't. When builders, I agree. It's all local.
Yeah, that's a good claim. That's a cool claim. But Yeah, I just think it's ironic, right? That so we use the up and down to then prove that up and down doesn't exist. So then, if that doesn't exist, how did you use up and down to prove that up and down doesn't exist? This is the paradox that you'd be stuck in.
Well, the paradox is up and down is a reference frame and orientation to a reference frame. No, it is though. Orientation to a reference frame. That's what up and down is.
What are you
And
referencing?
it depends on which reference frame you're asking the question to get the answer.
What is up on a vertical wall? A vertical wall standing up. What is the up direction? If I'm standing on the vertical wall, so I'm standing sideways.
Am I asking you? Up's up. Right? Up's not relevant. Oh my, never mind.
See, that's the paradox.
Nope. No.
You just fell in there, and you don't know how to get out.
See, the quick fix is the Earth is flat. All these paradoxes that the globe model generates, they all get fixed by simply just taking the model out of the equation and going right back to reality.
Well, where parallel verticals exist and all horizontals are all parallel and equal.
Yeah, like somehow your horizontal is someone else's vertical.
At 90 degrees, essentially, yeah. Every quarter of an Earth, it's 90 degrees curvature. That's my curvature formula.
Yeah, undetectable.
No, you can detect it in the sky. It's called declination of the stars, and why we don't see Polaris below the equator. That's essentially the 90 degrees for every quarter of the mile circumference.
So the sky, not the ground.
No, but that's in relation to the ground. That's the only measure.
You take the sky out completely, and suddenly the ground's back flat again.
There he goes. He's in the paradox. He left in there.
No.
That's right there. I just solved the paradox. Take the sky out, now the ground's flat again.
I could be in a cave and still figure out where down is, couldn't I?
Yeah, but not on the globe. You wouldn't be able to.
What do you mean down's down, dude? Remember that Downey syndrome? That's what we've got, dude.
All the downs. Yeah, you got all the downs.
Yeah, Downey in a cave is still
like
down
if
in
you
a cave.
take one step, like right now you've got a down, and you can test this by dropping an object. Take one step over, you got another down. Take another step. There's a down.
Yeah.
Take half a step back. Now you got a paradoxical down. You
the old down.
Take those away, and you just got one down.
No, but the relationships to the others is what we're talking about, not just each individual circumstance.
So each one's all related to each other. It's like each down is down to itself and others.
Each down, no, not to each other. Each down has rules, right? A down also creates a vertical at perpendicular. Horizontal at perpendicular.
Here we go, Down syndrome again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're on it.
Oh, you're talking about downs. Everything's down, down, down. You have Down syndrome.
Yeah. If all downs are the same orientation, then you're on a flat Earth. And if they all converge, it's a globe Earth. And if they diverge, it's a concave Earth.
Yeah, but there is no down on a globe Earth, right? There's only down on a flat Earth. So then you're going to use a flat Earth, right? And you're going to use down in reality to show that down doesn't exist. You're in a paradox.
I don't know what you mean. Down is the center from the surface to the center of the sphere. That's down.
Those are words.
Surface. Because remember, you got to have something relative to ask a question, and this is the surface. So down to the surface is perpendicular to the surface. 90 degrees to the surface.
Say that again, okay? And listen to yourself.
Yeah, because I'm right. It's local relativeness. We're talking about the surface. You got to ask a question to something. You got to ask a question like this guy or that guy, and then where's his down? Where's that guy's down?
The same down.
You can't ask.
Huh? One down. Up is up and down is down.
So when you say the surface, turquoise, right? So if you're at the top of the house, right, of a house on the roof, let's say, and I'm directly below you, and I'm further, but I'm not on the same spot as you. You're saying that it's different because we're on different surfaces. So down is different for both of us.
No, let me explain. So the horizontal down is different on the horizontal plane, essentially. If the horizontal plane is a relationship to a surface, because that's what it is, right? It's talking about the surface of the Earth. So people are stuck on the idea that horizontal planes, horizontal and horizon, are all linked to the Earth, but they're not.
I don't think you said anything. Are you saying that the Earth is flat in a 2D way, that from the surface down is down, but it doesn't matter what elevation you're at, down is down because the Earth is?
Oh, that's flat Earth theory.
No. There's 3D. We live a 3D reality. But you're saying it's
Exactly,
standing on
that's
the
the
surface.
problem. It's a problem with geometry in the flat Earth. Why
No.
spherical triangles exist.
Where is the surface? I'm asking you, where is the surface that denotes down? Because I was on the top of the roof where you were, and I'm and then somebody else is below it, right? You're saying the surface that tells you where down is.
Yeah.
So we're right below each other, but we have two different downs because we're on two different
No,
surfaces.
we're on the same coordinate on the surface, so we share the same coordinate and we share the same down on the surface. That's simple as that.
So there's
It's a coordinate
four coordinates on Earth.
No, it's a coordinate system in relation to the sky and the Earth, and that's how we navigate and use the Earth. And longitude and latitude lines are a projection
Oh,
onto the
really?
Earth.
You said you're 1/4 of Earth. So what?
Yeah,
show me
one quarter of
of
the
Earth.
circumference. So whatever the circumference of any sphere is, a quarter of that surface is a 90-degree declination to an object or star or whatever you're observing. That's fact.
Oh, now I get it all. I'm a globe earther now.
Okay. Well, try and understand how you can't see Polaris like too
far away,
miles below the equator or something.
Too far away.
Can't see.
far away.
Where down, yeah,
Too
that's where
far
down
away,
is.
yeah.
Wherever you can't see, that's where down is.
I was not talking about down. I'm talking about angles. But then these angles are important because they're relative to the surface you're talking about, aren't they? That's why the conflict happens, because your elevation angles
using
is
the
measured
sky
from
though,
horizontal.
not the surface. See, if you're
but you've
in
got
the
a baseline.
sky, how are you back on
Yeah.
the surface if you're in the sky?
Yeah, because you work on baseline depending where the location on Earth you are.
On the sky?
Yeah, the baseline of the measurement is on the surface, right? Of the Earth.
Baseline.
So when you go, have you ever like put carpet or flooring down? Do you measure the ceiling or the floor?
I mean, if you've got clutter and things there, you could measure the ceiling and get the area of this floor. If you're in a
there, you guys
angular.
got there. It is.
So yeah, he said the ceiling is parallel to the floor.
In a room, yeah, 100%. And usually we build like that, right? On the local level, we all agree.
I got my rooms have like ducts in them, and the room like it like goes into a ski.
I've got a vaulted
triangle.
ceiling in the room I'm in. How am I going to measure the carpet with a vaulted ceiling? What the
The
fuck?
newish, you're all in old ass buildings, then I guess, like Victorian buildings. But yeah, I understand. Yeah, you get some funny shaped walls and irregular shapes. Yeah, I mean modern buildings, obviously.
No, vaulted
Because suddenly you can't work out the perimeter anymore if the Earth is a globe. That's tough. That's tough, man.
Perimeter. Yeah, because it's not a 2D shape.
The floor is not 2D.
It's called a circumference. Yeah, it's called a circumference. It's kind of on a. No, it's not. It's kind of equates to a circumference on a sphere.
A circle.
Mm-hmm. Just like the equator equals, you can assume it's kind of the same, but all the distances don't work.
The distances to a center point don't work, so it's not a circle. Equidistant to a center point.
Well, I was kind of going down the idea of Polaris and the declination of it, depending the closer you go to the equator, it declines closer to the horizon. And then when you're on the equator, which is the 90 degrees, also known as the quarter of the Earth circumference, then there's there it is, the curve.
So your observation is that the star declines, therefore the Earth declines?
It's another reason to be on that side, yeah.
All right, but you have to imagine a baseline of the Earth being flat and the star declining.
No. You
For
measure
the
from
Earth to be a globe.
You kind of reference points vertical, and you're measuring like down from vertical, essentially. If you can imagine that. Either way, your horizontal baseline or whatever you create, basically they're all reference points, reference planes. Each observer creates two when he starts to measure something. They have no relation to the Earth apart from the zenith, which is perpendicular to it. The rest you can say is perpendicular, but only on a local scale. Just when we get to a greater scale or two observers, then there's some divergence, and that's the issue.
It's not an issue for me.
I mean, I'm happy. I'm fine with people believing in the flat Earth and that. But then when you try and
doesn't
the
matter if
stars a
you're
bit
fine
more.
with it or not fine with it. It's irrelevant. Your
Yeah.
emotional state over an idea doesn't
Oh yeah.
change anything about the idea at all. You
No,
could
no,
be
yeah.
not fine with it. It still doesn't matter. Okay, no effect. Okay, right? Like
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, you could say the rest of your life you're gonna fight the flat Earth. No effect. No effect whatsoever. Okay, you basically were pissing in the wind, and at the end, and now the best part would be: will you blame you for you, or will you blame flat Earth? I know you said you're okay with it, but these other guys are not okay. Like Michelle Thaler, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat. She basically made a shit sandwich, and now she's eating it nibble by nibble, and she's mad. She's mad about it, dude. Roll up, put a bib on, take big bites until you're okay with thinking again.
You're right. I
Yeah.
mean, you're right, Kurt. It is an emotional. You know, Michelle Fowler said that her husband died, and the reason that she believes that all these things that she claims to believe is because that her husband is stardust and she'll be stardust and they'll meet again as stardust. It's kind of sad that it's a spiritual, emotional issue for like Turquoise and Michelle Fowler.
Yeah, that's pretty cute.
Like a philosophy.
Yeah, it's like they added in some sort of cringe worldview, and Copernicus warned about that. In Copernicus' book, he said, "Do not use these these heavenly observations to divine what Earth is, earthly endeavors. If you do so, you will exit a greater fool than which you've entered." So when she hears someone think the Earth is flat, she's not hearing about geometry or logic or reason or science. She hears that person say, "Your husband's gone and you'll never see him again." And that's why they react emotionally, because they're responding to something you didn't even say at all.
Well, if the flat Earth had some cosmology that would answer it, then maybe she'd touch onto that. I don't know. See, it's this
Content
origin
she would
story.
add. She'd have to add that for herself.
Yeah, it's just an origin story, isn't it? It's like a genesis of the universe.
Like the Big Bang, yeah.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church creation myth.
Yeah, I agree.
You ask a Catholic, hey, where do we come from? The Big Bang. Ask an atheist, where do we come from? The Big Bang.
Right.
Huh.
Got him. And then
So
like
that's why I tell a lot of atheists, you follow a God-driven worldview, even if you don't believe it so. That's how powerful the ideology is. You're inside it, and you can't get away from it. And if you try to, all you do is just rope it into your worldview.
I mean, to be fair, we're very thick in theistic belief in the world. We've got days of the week named after gods. We've got the planets named after gods. It's very
Artemis, Apollo.
We're very deep in it. Yeah, exactly. Artemis,
Gemini.
especially. That's another one. That's like Apollo. That's all linked. Yeah, Gemini. Yeah, they love it.
They're just doing that to symbolize things. It's not. They don't mean anything by it. Just a way to keep track of things.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, nothing to see under the man behind the curtain.
We're going to use gods. Somebody go figure out who all the gods are. We're going to start naming things after that. That way, it's easy to keep track of because everybody knows the gods.
Yeah, I think different cultures call them different things. It just depends on who conquered everybody. It's decided what we all call it. So we've come to a conclusion now where we all agree that Mars is Mars.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into it, but like, like Mars, these Greek things. I haven't looked too much into Greek or anything like that, but they'll have certain attributes, right? Like the god Mars, he'll have certain attributes, right? And then, and then Apollo will have certain attributes, right? But these things are like attributes that describe like things in reality, right? Like so. So there's like some sort of truth and some sort of organization to what they're naming, but I haven't really studied it.
Yeah, astrotheology, that is. Pretty much that. The connection and syncretism between like Mars and Ares being like the god of war or whatever. And there's a lot of very similar stories. That's how we've done throughout our lives, man.
Yeah, like that's just too general. Like the god of love, like that. But then, like, what is love and what makes love operate? Right? Like, then what war? Like, what is the reason for war and what makes it operate? War could be like, just like the idea of differing opinions of what makes something true or not true. So what I'm saying is, there are they have reasons to symbolize in these ways.
Yeah, like men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Mars is war, Venus is like love. It's like the duality, and it's like a esoteric kind of hidden like message behind all these namings of things, like an alchemical thing.
They fucked you guys up with all that shit, huh?
Yeah, they really did. I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, now that I don't deal with that shit anymore, it means meaningless. I look
Right, it's
outside
easy.
and I go, hey, there's more of them stars.
There's more of them lights in the sky. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I feel you, man.
Yeah, I'm not really referencing Mars as in what they say is a planet. I'm saying Mars as in what they'll characterize as a attribute of reality.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I see what it's done, man. So it's done. Because from the very beginning, we've probably done that. We passed down stories of like real stories, folk stories of the village, but we've like personified it in the stars essentially, and then that's been passed on. And then a new leader comes around and changes his name, and then now it's about this guy instead, and this leader, and about this war. But it's the same kind of story replaying itself in a way, like yeah, that's the word. There's parallels between different cultures that, like you said, share the same reasonings behind these planets or these aspects of nature. Got a random question. It's like a psychological relationship advice. Do you think a flat earther could ever be married to a glober? How do you think there'll be conflict? Go.
Why? Why would there be conflict? One person's like, "Hey, I'm going to go to the store." It's like, make sure you account for curvature and rotation.
I mean, yeah.
That's what I would be saying. If I was married to a glober, I'd be saying that same shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure you're when you go out there, make sure you measure the drop over distance so we know how far down you went from me.
Yeah. You got to tell her to go like west or something, so she takes the time out, quick away. There's a shortcut to the east.
Go west in a circle. That'll blow her mind then.
Yeah.
Did you pay for the Globus to be like, did you buy that Coriolis insurance?
Oh, no,
the
dude.
The spouse is like, no, that's a ripoff, dude.
Where did you get that from, dude? You brought that back. I mentioned it like the other day, and it just brought me back as well, because we created that like in 24/7 on the YouTube like 8 years ago.
Yeah, the Coriolis insurance. I know it's one of the funniest things.
Me and Issa developed that, and Cathexis and whoever else was involved. Snacks is involved in that, selling Coriolis insurance.
It's like that joke a long time ago where it's like when you have your insurance company covers acts of God and they're an atheist.
Right? Yeah. Are they exempt? So what?
Yeah, like if you there's no God. Okay, so your insurance is voided. What?
What? But that tree fell on the fucking car. You know, like what's going to happen now? Nope. The God you don't believe in did it apparently. So you
Yeah,
void.
you voided your insurance.
That was a cheap way of getting out of paying out, wasn't it? For the insurance companies.
No, they still paid.
Yeah. But yeah, from personal, I only asked that question because from personal experience, and probably most people's personal experience, when you kind of mentioned flat Earth in the beginning, you might divide and separate your close ones a little bit.
No, it's more like people who are globalists but have some sort of attachment, some string attached to it. And if somebody else, like say you like my family, they're all in. I mean, my family's like extremely right wing. Like I live in northern Minnesota. Michelle Bachmann, if you remember who that character was, she's so it's like a Saturday Night Live skit. It's like a skit that she says some of the most dumbest shit that you ever would hear, and people here eat it up. Like God bless Michelle Bachmann. So when they hear space, as you hear me say, space is fake, right? We live on a flat stationary world. What they hear me say is, I had just joined Antifa. I'm part of a government or like a communist propaganda to tear down the greatness of America. They really think there's a Bible on the moon. God bless America. God bless Nixon. God bless NASA. So when you say that, hey, the earth is flat, what they hear you say, Christianity worldview is broken. It doesn't work. There's no Bible on the moon. That's a part where you have to break through. If you just talk about just the facts about a flat or curved earth, surely people can get along with that. But the problem is the globalist worldview is so intertwined with layers and layers of bullshit. It's almost to peel that onion can take a lot of effort, a lot of time. And if you are a significant other, you can probably go through that process. But you're just some triggered freak on Discord. No one's really going to care. They're just going to point and laugh.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you go about it, because a lot of people are really adamant about trying to convert people when they first learn about the flat Earth and trying to push it on people, and like a vegan, mention it every fucking 3 seconds, you know?
Yeah, a globalist and a vegan and an atheist, like someone who does CrossFit. How do you know those people are who they are? I mean, they'll tell you. Okay, how do you tell if someone's a vegan or not? Don't worry, they'll bring it up. Okay? How do you know someone does CrossFit? Don't worry, they'll bring it up. They'll definitely bring it up.
Yeah, it's that meme where there's some guys at some urinals and they're like, you know the other this thing he says. Yeah, I just thought I'd ask, because it ends up being like a belief clash if you don't treat it right. Or if you're really insistent on trying to change the other person, then it would become a problem.
My wife's completely a flat earther, and she doesn't even know why. She just knows that she doesn't live on a globe, and I've never had to give her any speeches. She laughs when she hears Globers in here when I have it turned up so she can hear it. She's like, I can't believe people actually still think like that. And I said, yeah, they actually do.
And that's just like not even the worst of the worst.
Who's that you're talking about? Your wife?
Yeah, because she just knows that obviously it has to be flat now that she's heard me talk about it so much. She doesn't even question it now. She thinks space shit's stupid. That's all her. I don't pick out her TV.
Just took exposure. Like that's what they talk about, how to break down bigotry. The number one way to destroy bigotry is exposure. Going into those populations and just talking to the people and understanding where they're coming from. See, on the globe model, These people who are ball heads, ball shitters, they're so deep in the globe model, they cannot see their way out. They cannot understand any other concept. And they use that lack of knowledge and lack of understanding to say they disagree with anything else. Well, how did you do that? How did you reach a level of disagreement without any level of understanding? Thought. They're not even thinking. It's just like a foregone conclusion. Yeah, the Earth is a globe. Why? Photographs from space. Did you analyze or think about these photos at all? No.
You're not wrong, though.
I think what did her in is when I said, "Do you want to watch a rocket launch?" SpaceX is launching one, and that's when they put the car in space. Well, she already figured out that Kubrick did the moon landing because she did her own investigation on that shit. So there was a point when she was looking at NASA stuff, and during that launch, they would show the speed and the altitude and all this shit, and it would say in faded print, Kubrick Control Center, right there for SpaceX. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah, the little Easter egg.
Yeah.
Like the one where they did the last lunar rover, and at the end they rickrolled it.
And she didn't know it said that, right? Because I had to go. I came on here, and I saw it. I didn't see it then. I went back and replayed it, and I said, "What the fuck?" And I zoomed in, and I said, "It sure does say that." And then I showed her, and she's like, "All right, that's it. That was it. That's all it took." After that, everything she hears from this, when she hears it, it's just that she knows everybody's lying. She knows TV's all scripted. News is all scripted. They all say... Fox and CNN had the exact same banner the other day. Same wording, same everything.
Yeah, my wife's the same way. I think maybe what helped galvanize it was when she brought the subject to some of her friends, and just watching them go into watch them go into that typical Glover mode, like, wait, no, and having no proof, but then claiming it and just watching them cog this. And she's like, oh my God, nobody even knows why they think the Earth's a globe. This is crazy.
Oh shit, I'm tipping. My side of the desk is tipping. Oh.
That's the same skit he came in with yesterday.
Is that the Xbox guy? That's the Xbox guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
He'll have a friend coming in too. He had two. There's a party of them and playing Halo or something.
Yeah, like it is really crazy when you step back and just like you look into somebody's eye, somebody that you know, like you play basketball with them or something, and you say, the Earth's flat, right? Like it's water's flat, right? And then they look you dead in your eye, and no, we're spinning. No, we are spinning as we just stand there still. It's just crazy. It's just crazy situation.
Yeah, layers of belief. Layers of belief.
Yeah, so like just look into like another human being's eyes, who is reasonable typically, and then to stand there and claim without any kind of proof that they are spinning 1,000 miles an hour, while not moving at all, while going to their car that didn't move from its position where they parked it, unlocking it, driving it on the road, but then they at the same time like, no, we're definitely spinning. And then you look at them and you're like, man, I wish I could help this insane person. And they're looking back at you saying you're insane because you claim you're standing still. It's like a tough spot. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah, we're insane because we claim what we see is what we get.
Well, back in the day, they used to believe the sun was carted off by the boat of Ra, and then he'd travel around the other side of... people believe some funny things through.
And we developed radio.
Yeah.
Really good, funny stories is that whole deal with how the invasion of Mars was happening.
Don't we own the moon? If we have a Bible on the moon, don't you own it now? And really, nobody else can go there. I want to argue with that. in Washington.
Are you talking about the UN? The UN meet. I saw this video recently. It was, I think, it was UN meeting or something. And the guy stands up and he's talking about how the people from the outside planets are disapproving of what we're doing on Earth or something like that.
No, we went to the moon and put a Bible there. Now, other people can't go there and claim the moon. That's ours. We have a flag there and everything. So that's ours. We own the moon. The U.S. owns the moon. So for you guys seeing the moon that are not in the U.S., you really should be paying us taxes on that now.
Play royalties, eh?
Yeah, every time you look at the moon, that's like $5. So
Whenever
don't
it's
look.
like in a movie set or something, you know, whenever it's
$5 a month is fair if you want to buy the package deal where you can look at it any time.
grifters everywhere.
Otherwise, it's $1 each time you look at the moon.
Pay as you go.
Or you could pay the yearly and pay $50 every year to. In fact, I can collect the money for you guys. Send it all in.
You know
Like
what, Redwin? I'll wait for the Black Friday deals and then I might do it.
Well, Black Friday might be $30 for the year.
Oh.
Well, the thing with Black Friday is that it's like, every other day it's like, say, $30. But Black Friday it's $60 and now it's 50% off.
Yeah.
Or 51% off because you're really getting.
Yeah.
Well, it's like your Dollar Generals, man. It can even do that to people. $1.25. Why don't you change its name to $1.25 General? Yeah. Have a good day, guys. I'm gonna head out. Be back later.
Yeah, go on now, get.
Okay, I'm gone. Take it easy.
Old dude is asking if it's free to look at the moon if I salute the flag every time. Yes, it's free.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. Yeah.
Actually, and if you play the Star Spangled Banner, anywhere you are at in the world, we will. It'll always be free. You don't have to salute. You just play that once a month, real loud for everybody to hear, and then we'll do that. But your whole block has to hear it.
It is so disrespectful to say it's not a globe Earth.
Well, because I thought about this, old dude, I'm going to collect the money and I'm going to give royalties, yes, to NASA for doing it. But I also have to get paid for shipping and handling and all that office shit.
Yeah, you have to be so disrespectful to say it's a flat Earth, dude.
Why? Say why.
You know why?
Oh my God!
Because my mom fucking died protecting globe Earth. You fucking piece of shit.
Say it again.
Mom
Why?
died for this. She died.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh my goodness, he's having a heart attack.
The whole freak out. Yeah.
Old dude's going to go ahead. He's doing the monthly package. It looks like. So pay me, or else you have to play the Star Spangled Banner. That's the choices, and after that, I'm just going to start sending the bills out. So, or don't look up. You can look on the Weather Channel. They'll say if the moon is out, what it looks like. If you see that, then don't go outside at that time. That gives you, 3 days a month to do your shopping?
Did I come into moments of silence for the fictional globe? Anybody there? Is my mic working?
How's it going, Dave?
All right, my mic is working. What's up, Carl?
Yeah, seems a little bit quiet. I just stepped in myself.
It's another day on the stationary plane of existence that everybody thinks is the exact opposite of that. But whatever. If there's anyone listening, you want to come in and discuss the shape of the Earth, you think it's a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, come in and discuss. Do that. One thing to keep in mind about this globe idea, if no human had ever told you about it, would you have assumed you run a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? I don't think so. Everybody on this panel, you have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? Let's see.
That's what I find most fascinating about interrogation videos is they literally say you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can and will be held against you. And they talk anyway.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
It really is. Like they literally tell you that.
Anyone on here think you live on a spinning ball? Speak up now or speak later. Now, preferably. Seems we have no globe enthusiasts at the moment. You guys continue. This has been Dead Air Dave, killing the convo as usual.
Status. Status report number 1.
Crit, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on between you and Right to Hand?
I don't know. We're about to find out, though. This is all some really cringe shit on his server, which I'm now banned. You know, like he just kept timing me out. I would come, you know, he'd tag me over and over again, come back like 7 days later. He asked me the same questions. What is science? Why did I ban him? I go, dude, I'm not old dude. Okay, I guess old dude had kicked him off 24/7. So he thinks I'm old dude for some reason, even though I told him I'm not. He keeps asking me what science is. I tell him it's knowledge. And then post that same citation, the root word of science, denoting knowledge, or French, denoting knowing. Funny shit. Look what he posts here. It's like, I mean, this is just part of it. I've got more. Like I said, I posted on Block and Sock. Like, say something unique, or Beck unmuted. You forgot your same old script. 76-year-old brain. Science isn't knowing. Okay, what is it then? Okay, is it not that? You read a book, you sense it. I mean, it's almost like I'm not even sure what the fuck he's even on about. It's like hard to follow. I parrot terms that someone else said. All I do is ban and mute. That's what he's doing, not me. You old fucking loser who lives with his mom. So now I'm 76 and my mom, look, later down he says that my mom's 86. You watch Law and Order with your 86-year-old mother, spending all day muting better minds than, THEN, yours on Discord. What a life. You spit when I talk. Knowledge is a lie, so science is a lie. Some idiots know the earth is round because science. He's back on round again? Like, how the fuck is he brain farting the word round all of a sudden?
He kind of flipped out with Bev, like something about like you can't know anything. I think that's
nothing's knowable.
Yeah, that's his beef. Is like what a point is, what a straight line is, and you can't know anything for certain. And I don't know. He lost it, man.
Yeah, we'll see what he does because now we're in that group chat where he's got no mod perms. All he can do is type and delete his own content. He blocked me because I started sending him eggs. You know, each time he timed me out. If you can't, in his worldview, if you can't know anything, why is he asking me to tell him what I know science to be, or what I understand science as? Like you're trying to convince me of something? Like, okay, make an argument, maybe? Here, the definition from Science Council. The definition of science is the pursuit and application of knowledge or understanding of the physical, social world, following systematic methodology based on evidence. I mean, just overall, I just want to see him leave the group, taking a screen cap and just be like, Rand.
Yeah, he said, some moron embarrassed your entire voice chat when he asked you how you know something, and all you guys could say was, "We just know it," or "God let it be known." Holy shit, that was pathetic. That's why you muted him, because you couldn't even respond to it. How do you know what you know? This is why I'm the smartest person in this debate, because of the way I could just use 3 lines to crush that entire argument. How do we
Yeah.
know what we know? We sense it. Well, your senses are fallible.
Is this on in his channel?
No, this is what you posted in Trigger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for triggering, yeah.
So since our senses are fallible, we can't know anything. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, does he know that?
Yeah, where does that come from?
Right. This is bullshit.
Then he got upset. He says, I'm gonna block you. I said, I don't block trolls, trolls block me. You know, like, do you know that? Do you know you're gonna block me? How did you know that? Look at he calls me a dumbass F slur and says I'm the one who's being, like, where was this one? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, the smartest person in the debate. Because he doesn't know. So yeah, 3 lines to crush the entire argument. See, where did he even get that from? Where did I even say that?
But yeah, why can't you just know something?
So he's mad at Bev,
This is-
right? Is this the idea? He's
Oh,
mad at
yeah.
Bev and mad at old dude. So now it's my fault. I've been on his server for years, and suddenly just out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, that's why I asked you, and I asked Chad too, and he doesn't know either. Ed. It's like of
Maybe
all the people, it's like I would never expect Right to Hand to go after you. It's like, what the fuck? That's weird, man.
because I'm the only person on his server, really. Me, Chad, and that other guy called God. Or Big Daddy or whatever. He changes his name every so often. Like there's anyone else even on the server. Turquoise was in here earlier talking about, is it possible for a flat earther and a globe earther to be in a domestic relationship?
Wow. Yeah, I have him turned down.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing coming from that.
I was hoping the conversation kind of went away from that, but I was going to bring up how Newton was an incel. Basically, had dolls. Never married, never wed, played with dolls his whole life. I'm pretty sure it was Copernicus too. For Copernicus was married, or maybe it was Galileo. Yeah, it might have been Galileo had a political marriage because he was a noble, so he was married to some princess or whatever. But they never lived. They never lived in the same building or the same room or even the same area. Yeah, Copernicus never married either. He had no children, but he did say there was a live-in nurse or a home, whatever. What do you call that again? Somebody cleans your house? Not nurse. That's like a maid. There we go. A maid. And they at some point the church told them they had to kick her out. That you can't have a live-in maid. She has to go home at night. So I would be like, so Turquoise, so you've got Copernicus and Galileo and Newton, all were unable to have domestic relationships with flat earthers. So maybe the problem is there. Okay, so not Galileo. So Galileo apparently never married, but he did have, like, some woman had 3 children, which I guess he helped raise.
They were doing that back then? Raising some other man's kid?
Yeah.
Really?
So was it Kepler then? Yeah, that was Kepler. Okay. So Jonas Kepler was married. He was a noble and was married to some other noble, but they never lived together. Never had any children. So look at all these big minds in the globe heliocentric worldview. Every single one of them, either an incel or a volcel, or some kind of cell, right? Celibate.
What's a vol cell?
Voluntarily
yeah.
celibate. Yeah. So it's like involuntary or voluntary celibate. Like a monk. Like people would say, oh, a monk's an incel. No, a monk would be a volcel. Like same thing with a Catholic priest. They're voluntarily, they purposely do not engage in sexual activity. So I can't wait. Yeah, when Turquoise comes back, I'm be like, okay, hey, remember that other day when you said you're not sure if globalists and flat earthers can be in the domestic relationship? Maybe you're onto something there. What's wrong with the globe model that causes you to not be able to function domestically?
Yeah, I can't imagine why that'd be so important to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, like a big talking point. It's like, hey guys, it's Valentine's Day is coming up, and I just want to wonder, like, what all you flat earthers do without any families? Dude, do you know how many marriages have been found? Because of through flat Earth, like we're on like 8 or something. Like babies have been born, and You know, like I think what they picture is that they see the whole Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent fiasco, and that's what every sort of man-woman relationship is like in Flat Earth.
You know what I don't understand is the person who went back to the globe. Why are they still in the conversation? Like, didn't you figure it out? Like, you're all done. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, you see some really cringe results in those people, like Callie, or like Sean G. You know, like
Yeah.
Trouble, right? That Trouble About.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Turquoise Dragon is like the male version of her. You know,
Yeah.
I could just see him getting more and more toxic. You know, I already see it in the text chat. Sometimes they'll say some rude shit. You know.
The first time I ever talked to Trouble, she said, "You just told me that my homeland is fake." I did?
Yeah. Yeah, she
When did
said that
I
to me too.
when did I say that? When did I say it? Goes, well, you said the earth is flat. So you're saying that you live on Earth and it's fake because it's flat? And you think flat Earth is fake? She's like, "No, I'm from Australia." Okay, I hadn't talked about Australia at all. I didn't even mention Australia. I talked about the surface of the Earth. But sure, I go. So is Australia flat? And she was like, I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exact blow by blow, you know. But she said no. So I like linked an article about how flat Australia is. So is it? I would say it's not fake. It's flat. You know. But you're telling me my homeland isn't real. Yeah, I got it. You just said that. We went down that pipeline and we came out with Australia being flat, which is real. It's really flat. So here's one for you. Dogs sent me a message on mass media Hey, server
Dogs are God.
newsbot. Yeah, dogs are gods.
Yeah.
Hey, server newsbot, have you figured out anything that you can know with certainty? So I'm like, certainly. The same answer. Answers don't change by changing servers. You can write that down as a certainty. Like somehow in his worldview, if you ask a question here on one server, then ask it someplace else, that changes the answer by changing the server. Probably the highlight of the week was when Drusk tried to come here and talk about he's skeptical of flat Earth, and he's in this flat Earth skeptic society, and Cyclone just roasted the fuck out of him. Man, it was like,
Yeah, he's such a bore.
Hey! Don't say that right there!
Same shtick.
it's like how many people are in your society? Oh, it's invite only. Okay, how many people are in your society? You have to get an invite. Okay, you have to get an invite. So people got invited. How many people were invited to your server? Foolish again. Oh, it's a closed invite only. Like, what the fuck, dude? How can you be this dumb? Really, how can you be that dumb? You know how many people? Say 1, 5, 50, 100, 300, 1,000, 10,000. There's a number. There's a number to how many people. Okay, Cyclone predict. I've said like Cyclone is thinking it's just him, you know, but he didn't want to say that because he knows that's pathetic as fuck. I'm in a society. How many people in your society? Just my. I don't have any friends or people who really give a shit. Okay, so why do you give a shit? Don't you want to be like in a society with more than just you?
He's the guy who said that you're going to want to make sure that your water level is calibrated.
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about that.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't listening to the conversation. He was just throwing out like buzzwords.
Yeah.
You know, so he didn't pay
Buzzword.
attention. Yeah, he didn't even pay attention.
That's pretty much what 95% people do in this discussion is throw out buzzwords. Slow day today. Where's everybody? I recognize this not Jay person.
How?
And you don't know who that is?
No, I misheard you.
This person not Jay?
The person called Not Jay?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Mark J, not Jay.
Speaking of
There,
Mark, Mark Taylor was in here earlier. Not in VC, but
yeah, he doesn't VC. He only texts. He's like his voice. It sounds like if you think about like what does someone sound like who got busted breaking into women's apartments and stealing their underwear? That's exactly what he sounds like. That's what that person would feel.
yeah. He sounds like a sleepy Englishman. Oh, so.
The one time I only heard him was when we tried to do an intervention on Science for the Pseudoscience when Rikers Forest was muting and banning flat earthers at the beck and call of triggered globalist snowflakes. And we're like, dude, you gotta quit doing this shit, right? And people were like, all the flat earthers were like, yeah, he's a horrible mod. He shuts down conversation. He just takes. They'll tell you that some flat earthers being belligerent, and he'll just mute them based on just that alone. He doesn't come in to see what's going on. Doesn't try to moderate the conversation. And then they're like, okay, then like Nathan was like, are there any people who think Righteous Force is doing a good job? Mark Taylor sounded off. He's like, yeah, he's really good. And then Nathan was like, holy fuck. So not only you can't find anyone who thinks he's doing a good job, you got Mark Taylor sounding off as like Righteous Force is a good mod.
You have a speech impediment.
Oh, here we go. Here's someone's triggered.
Yeah. It was that Rev. I was tabbed out, but it sounded like his voice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was Rev. Who else?
Yeah. Explain speech impediments on a globe, like why you care about that. So here's your globe model. There's people with speech impediments on a globe model. Explain why you care.
A globe model?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I'm a flat earther.
Wow.
Oh god. Today's just been a day of triggering, like all morning.
Yeah, I noticed Rev gets muted in other channels as well. I mean, it's weird. Almost like no one likes him. But anyway, yeah, Mark Taylor was on a lot of early Nathan Oakley shows. I remember that. Actually, like a lot of the guys from Gem's server used to be on there a lot, like Curved. Curved was like he was like one of the first people ever on the panel. Like I think,
Yeah.
I remember him on like episode 12, like way early in the beginning. And Gem, Paul Voigt, Curse with a High IQ, Louis.
Yeah, what's he been up to?
I don't know. Well, when I was in Gem, I left Gems about almost a year ago. He was still in there then, so probably in there now. But
Yeah, he
yeah,
got kind of ran off, and then he went to like another server with that Savage America guy.
Oh yeah.
And they had their
What
own
server is that?
server. I don't know what it's called, like Savage America or something. Like he just named after himself.
They have their own server? Or he has his
Yeah.
own server?
Yeah.
I'm only in like 6 servers. Like there's so many servers, and like I only talk in 2 of them. So everybody has their own server.
Yeah,
Yo, any fluffers online?
Say again?
Any fluffers online?
What is that?
That flat earthers. It's a contraction. You never heard it?
No. No, I never heard it before.
I mean, good enough. You're online.
So, what is a contraction of what two words?
Flat earther, flurper.
And you can, in following English, you can contract those two words that can be contracted.
I mean, it's a thing people do, you know. It's like how compound words, you know, you can't really legally form
They're
them
not
in
really
English. Yet
compound,
English
though.
does have compound words, because
Yeah, but
sometimes
they're not
people
really
just end up
compound,
doing
are
that.
they? Flurf
What do you
and
mean?
flat Earth.
So
Like,
that's
well,
a
one word
contraction,
ends
right?
in an F.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a compound word, it's a contraction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
how does that follow any of the laws inside
It's
English?
not in a dictionary, but, you know, it's perfectly fine, I think.
It's perfectly
being
fine
used
if
by
you're
people.
just a moron and you don't want
Oh
to
my
communicate with
god,
other
dude.
people.
Oh my god, dude. Can you get over it?
yeah, like don't is like do not, right?
Yes.
Flurf, like there's no F in the word Earth or Earther.
Yeah. It's a thing, you know, people do. It's like
Do you say glurf too? Is there any glurfs?
Blurf or glurf.
you could
Yeah,
make that a
blurf.
thing, I suppose. If you
You
wanted to.
could, not me. I'm just saying, like, how logically
Okay, dude, I'm not
consistent
the
is your
first. I'm not the
worldview?
first one doing this, right?
Okay,
And I
so
picked
monkey
this up
see,
from-
monkey do. Okay, you're in a monkey see,
That's
monkey
all-
do,
yeah.
and you don't really follow that. You can't really think it through. You don't know what it
Oh my
means or
God,
even
dude.
why you're doing it. You just saw monkey see, monkey do. So let's
Sure.
go over
That's
that.
how language
How
works.
many
That's how language
monkeys does it
works.
take for an idea to spread across a
Dude,
wide
how
population?
did you acquire language? Please
Is it
enlighten me.
100 monkeys or less than 100?
Did you acquire language from a
Is it the
grammar
100
in a
monkey
book?
effect or less than 100 monkeys?
Oh my god, can we get over this?
Yeah, we're getting over it right now. So for an idea to spread across a wide population without them really knowing, Joe Rogan actually did a really good, interesting podcast on this. They did an experiment where they had a dozen monkeys sitting in a cage. At the very top of the cage, where they had to climb up, there was a bunch of bananas. If any monkey tried to climb up to get the bananas, they sprayed them with a fire hose, just unleashed the fire hose and just drenched the shit out of them. So they couldn't until they just stopped trying. Then eventually they would put a new monkey in, take one monkey out, put a new monkey in. That new monkey would see the bananas up there and start climbing up, and then bang, they turn on the fire hose. And eventually it turned out that if any monkey tried to get the bananas, the other monkeys would tackle them because they didn't want to get hosed. And over time, they kept replacing monkeys until eventually no monkey in the cage had ever witnessed the fire hose. But yet they would still tackle monkeys if they tried to get up and get the bananas. That's you right now. That's where you're at. And so why? Why are you tackling any monkey trying to get to the banana? Oh, okay. Ran. Fucking coward.
He came in here looking for a fight and he got one, and then he ran away.
Yeah.
That was a great analogy, by the way.
It's like they think we're all saints. Like somehow we're all religious and we're all St. Peter. I am not St. Peter. I took no obligation to suffer a fool gladly. Just randomly make a new contraction because
Oh my
some other
god, you're
monkey
still
did it.
not done, dude? Oh my god. There's no way.
So you owe it to your God. What do you owe your God now?
God damn.
Do you owe something to your God? What do you owe your God?
Now it's
do you not
goddamn.
know how language works? I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, do you owe your God what? What do you owe
Okay,
your
you're still
God?
not done. Someone wake me up when he's finished.
Ran.
Gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, I know. It's like a wind-up toy. You wind them up, they spurg out for a little bit, they run out of energy, and you wind them up again. They spurg out, they run out of energy, and just keep turning that wind up toy. He'll spiral all day. Watch him go. Maybe I guess someone else take the lead next time he comes back.
Dude, as if it wasn't predictable, but Chat GPT has not been around all that long, and it's already getting to the point where these guys can't even tell you anything without asking Chat GPT and then just posting it. Run away, ask Chat GPT, come on back.
Rinse and repeat.
It was crying in the text. See that?
No, I'm tabbed out. Like, let me check.
Oh man.
I'm also DMing this dude who's confused about the plus 100 and sec. He doesn't know what 1 sec. I said, hey, give me 1 sec. Like literally 1 second went by. He's like, okay, you ready? I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
Nice.
Oh, he did do it. You're a chat GPT. He just like, is this what, like, Lunatic, did you predict this or did you see it and then comment on it?
Yeah, no, I was just commenting. It's
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I would say that'd be glorious if you predicted it like in real time.
No, I mean, it is predictable though. Like, I mean, a couple of years ago, or in the start of all this Chat GPT, everybody's like all excited for it, and to anybody with any kind of foresight, it's obvious. Like, it's going to make people dumber and lazier, and as they become more and more dependent on using it, they're just gonna have less and less to offer. It's idiocracy at its finest. We're like well on our way. Like, it's got people who don't know shit about it. Like my dad, he's like, "Oh, this AI stuff, it's gonna be awesome. The future is gonna be so good because all these people are gonna be so smart because of this Chat GPT and this AI." Like, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, old man, because it's gonna make us go backwards, and it's already readily apparent.
That's pretty glorious. It's like they don't know what plus 100 means. They don't know what 1 second means, but they know what a flurfer is.
What do you mean by that? You mean the Chat GPT?
No, I was talking to this globalist in DMs, this dude freaking out. And he keeps sending me questions, so I keep answering them. In the last question he sent me, I go, give me 1 sec, I'm busy. Then like literally 1 second went by and he's like, okay, answer. I'm like, are you just dumbfounded by what 1 sec means? So then he said, no, I don't know like terms that new kids use, a new generation. So I looked it up. When was 1 sec first used? And it was printed like 1956. People have been saying like 1 sec for like over like 70 years.
New.
Yeah, that's not new. That's not like that just came out this year. Like,
Yeah, it's not like that's cap,
Yeah, like we've got some sort of new like someone said to a pre, and be like, what do you mean by that? It's like,
the channel's pretty funny, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that where he said people asked him what does to a pre mean. He goes like, oh, like if you're too something, like too appreciative, so you just say to a pre or whatever. Like he broke down a couple, like, oh, that's too good.
That's the way I interpret it, because at the end of his videos, he'll thank them. He'll be like to a pre, and that's the name of his channel. But yeah, it's like I appreciate it, bro. Where does cap come from, though? I mean, I get the meaning. I know what it means, but where does it come from? Like, how did it become cap?
Like the dunce cap.
Is that really where it was derived from? Or
I think so. Yeah, I think it's like wearing a dunce cap. Like you got like a, like a dumb kid.
seems like that seems too smart. Like I don't like I don't think they really like think of stuff like that when they come up with these terms.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was thinking maybe CAP stood for something, or you know, like it's an anagram, or who knows what. They're still debating about the use of the word flurf. I don't mind it. Right away, as soon as they brought it out, I embraced it and freaking made that song. And I called it, instead of the Butthole Surfers, it was the Butthole Flurfers.
Yeah, it's like that's a thing to wind him up.
Yep.
That was it. He came in here to try to wind someone else up, and I just winded him up right back. Look at now he's oh my god too. Man, look, I got him, man. I got this guy good because I said, you're God. Okay.
And he's still going at it?
Yeah.
How bored can one person be?
He didn't even catch it. He said O like OWE also.
That's the thing too. Like the globe model is so boring, so stupid, so worthless that this is what they have to do with their time. They can't even ponder the bigger concepts of creation.
Flurfers are all religious nutcases.
What do you believe in, dude?
Oh, he was reading from text chat.
Oh.
Yeah. That's Lou. He's not there.
I was gonna
I'm
say
not religious though. I'm not religious. I mean, I do believe in a creator, a God.
Oh, it was Lou.
Yeah. So look at he says if all flirts weren't religion nutcase, it'd be funny. So here, Bill Nelson, and God bless you. Bill Nelson ends every time he goes on camera to give a press conference. He says, "God bless America, and God bless you."
I forget by how much, but like Me More Vet used to always bring up like some study that was done like with IQ tests.
Yeah.
And I want to say it was something like 30 points, which is a huge amount. Like the average atheist versus the average theist is like something like 30 points lower in IQ. While they go around thinking they're so freaking smart.
It was funny too. It's like one of the first questions they asked for a source. Right on the meme, it says a GSS. It's like, you need a source. You can't. You know what the GSS is? Like, holy fuck! It's an organization that works for the government that does surveys, phone surveys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't fill out or answer any survey ever.
In this survey about
IQ.
intelligence, they did like that was like a 40-year survey. It's not like just they just randomly called 10 people and one of them identifies an atheist and they dropped they skewed the whole thing to the left. This is like years and years. See, the reason why the atheist failed so bad at the IQ test is because the IQ test was based off of word understanding. Like using a word and then telling someone what does that word mean in that sentence. See, they have a very hard concept of dealing with words and what words mean. They'll take an IQ test that's designed to say, hey, if I put a word in here that's close to but not perfect definition, what happens to their comprehension? Are they able to pattern recognize? And they're not. They're just not able to. They'll try to correct the test or something like that.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ.
It's really interesting how atheists can't seem to grasp flat Earth when their logic explains flat Earth easily. Easy. It was a Canadian atheist dude. After not observing the Earth and after not studying the Earth, hanging out on not the Earth and looking at YouTube, he's determined the Earth as.
I'm more interested in his voyage that he's gonna make. It's a long way. What kind of plane you got? It's a lot of fuel you got to take.
He had the same story yesterday.
Nothing new under the sun. Right there in real time. Any day now.
But the maps work.
And so, what's with his name too? Is he Canadian, living in South Africa, or is he? It's going to be my guess if he's serious at all about going from Cape Town to Sydney.
Yeah, like in his lore, his story he's telling here. Like, has he even left Canada yet? Going to have to somehow get to Africa or leave Canada, right? Have you left Canada? Then how's your plan to get to Africa? Then get all the way to South Africa. Then get to Australia. Like, how is that going for you? Like, where are you in your journey?
Oh yeah, if he wants to, if he wants to do this without using any globe maps, like, hey, just do it from Canada to South Africa, at least for the first leg of it.
Yeah, it's like that's why the Mercator projection is so powerful. You can use all these segmented maps. I mean, you could break it down for him, Big Bird and Barney style, to his education level. Like, literally his education level. Like Boy Scouts. If you're smart enough to be, are you smart as a 5th grader? Because here's a Boy Scout that could demonstrate how to do this process. You just go from one map to the next.
Somebody trolled him earlier with about nobody can get into Cape Town. Like, he was hung up on that until now.
Yeah, Cape Town's closed. No immigration.
Oh, yeah, that's
like
actually it.
Like, is his shtick too? Like, do you have the appropriate visas? Have you contacted the appropriate government organizations? Do you have a passport? Do you know how to get a passport? Do you understand that you need a passport? See, these are all probably things he doesn't understand. Like, he thinks he can just willy-nilly just travel around the world. Like, what was that? The monk, the ninja guy who got charged with a crime. Oh, Kung Fu. Kung Fu, the legend continues. Like, he could just Kung Fu it, and the legend continues, and just go town to town and just solve people's problems. And, they throw him a couple, some bread and some butter, and he moves on to the next town. And next thing you know, he's in Africa. And he's like, well, now that I'm in Africa, I want to get to Australia, but I can't walk there, so I got to fly. So now I'm going to use nothing to do with the globe and just get there. Have at it. Do you know what the next step is? What do you got to do now? What's Matt Nuclear's new name? I can't seem to find him. I basically demonstrated. He wanted to know how to do that too. He wanted to fly from Hawaii to Japan. And I said, okay, use like this map, then go to this one, all the way across. Because he said the Mercator projection doesn't work. I'm like, well, if it doesn't work,
He's calling himself Conqueror.
oh, okay. Krang the Conqueror, like.
He's another one who's cluelessly triggered. Comes in here every night now for like the last week and just for like hours. He just talks about nothing. He's another one I got turned down. Like I got all these people.
Oh, okay,
he's
still the same name. It's still Berlin. He's just
changing nicknames.
Yeah, changed server side nicknames. Yeah, he's crazy. He's a UFC fan. This is how I think I'm able to crack the code with him. Outside the server, mind you. He's a UFC fan, and said that flat earthers are a bunch of pussies and they get their ass whooped if they ever went into the public. And I just posted Eddie Bravo. Do you know who this is? Do you?
There's at least a few flat Earth UFC guys, aren't there?
Well, Mike Tyson too. Mike Tyson's a flat earther.
Yeah.
Do you know who Mike Tyson is?
I never said that. I only heard you say that.
Just being really angry. Like somehow if flat earthers are allowed to walk around and say they think the earth is flat, it'd just be a random uprising of violence. Huh. Really? So like how people just started beating up Asian immigrants, after what happened in the past? That's what you're like? You're like that, are you? And you're some sort of man of science, logic, and reason? Huh. What's the city he wants to go to in Australia?
Said Sydney, I believe.
Okay.
What's the topic, guys? Flights or something?
But yeah, Cape Town to Sydney. I mean,
Africa.
it's all all the way across. Yeah, that's all the way across Australia, though. From
Yeah.
South Africa, like, wouldn't you just go to like Perth or something? Like,
Do I have a reference or something? Is it some flight path that you trying to?
well, no, he's talking about
Here, let's
asking
see.
flat earthers for a flight path, like, which is just basically the same thing as, well, show me your map, show me your model.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a long way over the Indian Ocean there. Like I said, I mean, I don't know about refueling. Is he planning on just going over the ocean the whole way?
Well, surprisingly, I thought that's what I'd do when I went to America. Oh, it's just across the ocean, right? But most of the time, you're like on the coast of Greenland, on the coast of Alaska or Canada or Canada, and you're like, oh, we didn't really cross the ocean, did we? We just followed the coast.
Yeah, then commercial planes, they try their best to stick close to land as possible.
Yeah. I mean, it comes down to, like, we can say the flight time might be like so many hours, but then you got to kind of figure out how fast they were going as well. So we need someone who flies them and can tell you how much speed they're going. You know, because if they go in different Gulf streams or jet streams, they're gonna not just go 500 miles an hour, are they? They're gonna go a little bit faster.
Hey, Turquoise, what do you think about all the people in the globe model who were incel or volcel? Like Newton, Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler. Was it also framed in the idea where you said that flat earthers and globe earthers can't be domestic partners?
I didn't say they can't. I was just speculating, could they, and what are the problems with it?
Yeah, but did you know that Newton was like a volcel or incel, but he had a massive doll collection? Now run that back through. Do you think what if he had met a flat, like only flat earthers at that time? He was like the very first globalist. So do you think he could find another? Was there just a lack of women who were globalists at the time, or what do you think? Why did he only play with dolls? And then why did he end up drinking mercury? Because he thought he would shit gold.
I thought it was the crucible of alchemy, did he? Yeah, that's it. They all thought different things then, didn't they? Alchemy was like less of a metaphysical thing and more of a practical, physical thing.
Who would want to shit gold? That doesn't sound pleasant.
No.
Yeah, I know. Just like drinking poop coffee.
But to be honest, if you drank that and nobody told you what it was, you'd probably never realise.
Just look up how Newton died. You basically would call it a modern day Darwin Award. Like, what would you say if someone started drinking mercury? Would that be smart or dumb?
Is that the cause of death? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, even if nobody told you like what it really is, but like you had experience, like you had some liquid mercury. You know how they used to even just put it in school kids' hands to play with. You know, like,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure those kids had enough wits about them to not put it in their fucking mouth.
Right. Yeah, it's a metal, guys. Don't eat it. Yeah, mercury is fascinating, to be honest. I understand why the alchemists use it as a base material, or at least the transitional material between states. Got some crazy properties. Very reactive. And then there's those mercury compound chemical reactions that create some like Cthulhu-like tentacle-based sea monster of foam. They're They're pretty wicked. Yeah, I wouldn't give that guy. Well, that guy does deserve a Darwin Award if he drinks mercury, I guess.
Would there be
But
a
then
Darwin
again,
Award?
it would have been okay if his shit goes, though. You wouldn't say shit about it. You'd be fine with it, wouldn't you? If
How
his shit
about
goes.
when was the first actual marriage between a globe earther and a flat earther? Because you had a
right.
bunch of globe earthers who started the model off, and none of them were married. None of them had kids. So
Yeah.
when was the first person who's like, I believe heliocentric, and they
And the
found
attraction.
and they found like a woman, and then what happened?
Well, I think they argued for a little bit, maybe. I don't know. They probably fell out. Maybe not. Maybe it was all fine. Maybe it didn't really matter to them. Maybe it was the love that mattered. Who knows, man? But I think you could, like you were all saying before, you could be jesting with your partner, like, kind of playing with the beliefs in a way. Like you could make globe jokes or flat jokes, like keep it relevant, keep it sensible. But I think it could be. Well, my phone didn't like me talking about that. It just crapped out on me. I was just talking to myself, and there we go. Start again. So it kind of reminds me of the whole moon base idea or the Mars base. Like how many male and how many female are we going to send up, and what's the maximum capacity of those two breeding with each other, where it doesn't become like a gene crisis where we're messing with like cross-contaminated, like crossing families together and whatever. It's pretty interesting that concept. They'd have to restock the women every so often, so you don't like pollute the gene pool and end up like the British royal family.
People in their turquoise. Anybody here think they live in a globe that's spinning in a vacuum of space?
I'm halfway there, Dave.
Gotta be honest, Turquoise. Online, we got to get way back together. And to me, to be honest with you, it seems like you try to muddy the waters and keep people confused. But you do you.
Well, I'm just kind of sticking it on the shape of the Earth and nothing to do with the cosmology and the extra layers of confusion that are involved, like movement or the cause of gravity or anything like that. It's just the surface of the Earth.
You know what one thing is? No confusion over? Surface curvature has not been verified and measured consistently across our Great Plain. Unless you have one, you have a surface measurement.
Surface measurement. Some
At
measurement.
least 20 miles going to 268 foot or whatever it is, drop in elevation. You got that?
Well, it kind of shows that. But like I said, it's not much variance over 70 miles.
That's all I wanted to say. In my opinion, it's just me. There should be no confusion on the fact that no one has ever measured the surface curvature. You guys continue.
It depends what you ask as evidence. After like we can see too fast statement, and there's all different mechanics that are involved when you're looking at the horizon, aren't they? You've got the optical phenomena of perception and perspective, and then you've got actual optical phenomena of like light and fiber optics, essentially. So I don't know.
Check. Okay, now I'm working. I don't know what was going on. I could hear, but I couldn't talk.
Hey.
Too late now.
So if anybody's got surface curvature measurements, now's the time to speak up. We've been waiting like 7-8 years, at least I have. Back to you guys. I'll spit it up.
Yeah, we've been waiting a long time, mate, haven't we? For any surface measurement. Yeah. Like all you have to do, flat earthers, is just prove that they don't converge, they don't diverge, vertical.
What imaginary lines?
Yeah. Well, they're not imaginary. They're like relative to the observer and the target.
The laser test.
So you can see them, can you?
The laser tests demonstrate that it's not curving. I'd call that a measurement.
The lasers can bend up, though, right?
What was that?
Lasers, they bend up at distance, man. They do some crazy things at distance, lasers.
Hey, Turquoise, we're going to clear the floor here for Rich. He's got something important to say.
Sure, man.
Good afternoon, Flarthers.
Hey.
We cleared the floor for that.
Rather. Yeah. I don't know. This is what Crit wants, so.
No, it's what you want. You have a need and a want. Not me.
Okay. But you asked me to open the mic, so. I don't really do that if you didn't want me to.
Well, we receive you in open arms and welcome to the server.
Is this the guy, Crit?
Yep. That's the one.
Huh.
Wow.
What did he do? The guy, you famous dude.
No. I'm like the kid from Spy 4.
I gave him a whole briefing.
It was yesterday, Crit. Why don't we live in today?
Nothing new under the sun.
Sure, there's something you learned today, Crit. Someone may not have known yesterday.
Is he roboting to anybody else?
Yeah. I thought me. Thanks for that.
What?
You're doing a little bit of a roboto, so
Oh,
yeah, it's fine. It's manageable.
well,
It's better than
como
others.
arigato. Now, what's Saturday? Is semantic Saturday or?
No,
That's every day.
Saturday's just Saturday. Sunday is speculation Sunday.
That's the most productive day of the week.
Isn't that the day you're supposed to do the least?
That'd be the Sabbath. That'd be today, man. That's why we're chilling.
Okay. Fuck!
Aren't you the guy who was
What does
flipping out in Chris
does
DX?
it know? Like, if God would be mad, I turned off. I could on the Sabbath. I've already turned it on. Do I have
Your
to?
mic blows. Your science has failed you.
His science has failed. He needs to get on that Starlink. Sign him up.
What's happening? Why do I sound so bad?
Windows
I said your
update.
science has failed you. Nothing new under the sun.
Your mic's fine. It just sounded like your connection was a little unstable. You might be at the edge of your Wi-Fi or something like that.
I'm Ethernet in. Maybe I had a little fire.
You got too many tabs open?
Yeah, that's probably it. I just have all of these Simon Dan tabs open.
Yeah, put down your Google and use your noodle. Just close it. You don't need it. Don't need Google. Okay.
But he's so smart.
He hasn't been able to convince himself of his own bullshit. So he's not very smart.
He seems quite convinced.
No, he's not. Because watch, he'll make another video. He said, my final debunk of flat Earth. Like, that was like 8 years ago. Dude, when are you going to convince yourself of you if you? You want me to be convinced of you?
It's apparent that he gets a lot of views from the flat Earth content. We even had in the past that that was going to be the last one. You're going to end him coming back because there's always more posting their content. It's never like that'll drop for him.
He's got a Kickstarter going on right now about how he wants to expand into the college classroom or something. More science, more videos.
Awesome.
He's a grifter, that guy, isn't
his
he?
goal. Grifter?
Yeah, he's taking advantage of flat earthers.
No, it's just review content. Are you gonna get a YouTuber whose content is like what did you say?
Is Turquoise in flat earther mode right now? What's going on?
Yeah,
I'm in don't fucking mute me mode, guys. Come on.
Well, it just changed from girlfriend sect to just normal Turquoise.
Respectfully, I will keep my my default no tag on the 24/7 just to keep Heretic happy. But for some reason, I looked on the other day and you'd all changed our tags. You'd all changed it, and I couldn't change it back. So you're making it worse for yourself. Because I was happy just not having anything on the 24/7 home base, but someone decided to mess around with us. Globe fail 6. That's what we're called.
So can you prove you're flat Earth?
That's why they're still here, man.
That's the wrong question, sir.
What does your flat Earth mean?
I mean, it's your theory, isn't it? It's your view.
Flat earthers have set out to try to find the alleged curvature that the globe claims and have been unsuccessful. That's our main claim.
It's not our fault. Your methods are insufficient.
Who's our? Who's this group that you're talking for?
The heliocentric community.
What was your method?
We've given you the methods, the blueprints.
We? Who?
No, what happened is somebody gave them the 8-inch per mile squared measurement. Up until recently, now it's the 1.22 meters, whatever. But before, basically, they just seemed to rock with that formula, didn't they? Which is just like a geometric Earth with no atmosphere. So
the only thing I gotta say about Simon Dan is just look at the top of his head.
Yeah, you know that Jimmy Neutron's really smart, right?
Look at the top of his head.
He's smarter than all the flat earthers combined.
Well, if you want to see more smarterer, you should say more smart.
Just look at the top
I said
of his
more
head.
smarter.
I know, that's smarter's just bad grammar.
Look
It's
at the
not.
top
It's
of
a
his
real
head.
word.
No, but it doesn't sound right.
Doesn't matter what you think. You think the world revolves around you, huh? You little shit.
Look at the
No, I
top of his
don't.
head.
You solipsist. I hate
Why
you, flat earther.
why would a figment of my imagination say this to me? This is I'm lost.
You flat-brained tard.
I'm not a flat earther, bro.
Why you bringing all your emotions into it about hate and stuff? What did flat earthers do to you?
Lunatic. I did not know I even had to respond to that, but you took the words out of my head. I'm like, wait a second, who's emotional?
yeah, show me where they hurt.
Can you prove your Earth, please?
How are you going to say please to people that you just said you hate?
Good point.
All right, crazy cat woman.
Oh.
Now,
That's why
let
you're
us
single.
demonstrate the proof of flat Earth.
Do all globers talk like you?
Here, use Simon Dan's lips in the top of his head.
You're focusing on Simon Dan's appearance quite a bit.
Look at the top of his head.
Is there something you need to tell us?
Look
It's
at
the
the
first-
top of his head.
It's the only time you've seen a human in that long.
I mean, his mouth's pretty flat.
Yeah, that's his smile. At least, like, with this is how he asked for money. He's smiling, asking for money,
Do
and
you have
that's
all
his.
these pictures of Simon Dan saved on your computer, Crit? Are they
No,
in,
it's
like, a
right there
different
on-
folder.
No,
under the
it's
Flat
right
Earth
there.
stuff?
It's right here. I posted it
Globe
right from
Earther?
his Kickstarter.
Yeah, he is
Right
smart like
there.
us, right, Jeffrey?
So that's why you're obsessed with him.
Exactly.
Because he's
Okay.
smarter than you.
More smart.
It's right here, Evans. Right there. That's the not on my desktop. Right there. Right link from his Kickstarter page.
You pulled that up pretty quick.
This guy's a weirdo.
Oh, that's my
What do you think is the
wallpaper.
most compelling proof that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, Jeffrey Einstein?
There's pictures.
Yeah, but there's pictures of Elvis
Bigfoot.
Presley after he apparently died. Are pictures really the best evidence you got?
No, it's been empirically proven.
How so? Wait, why am I doing the hard work of the flurf?
It's not an amateur photograph, you idiot.
No, you're right. I agree with you. I don't know why you're getting so angry and calling me an idiot. I'm just asking you to defend your position, bruh.
He just hates everybody. That's why.
He's an
Why don't you get your blackboard, set up on your little island, and write it out?
This little island.
Toby Dog, I would not admit that you know what Jeffrey Epstein's penis looks like.
Are you okay?
Who, me? Who are you asking?
How'd Cavers go on, buddy?
Hey, Jeff. Before you get muted, I want like a little conversation out of you.
You don't get much attention, do you?
Can you prove that Earth is flat?
Yeah. I'll take
Well,
that.
have you got any proof? Have you got any proof that it's not flat? That's the main question.
You don't prove a negative, you moron.
But it's like an absence
Your
proof.
The
claim
burden of proof is on you.
Actually, I don't know what Turquoise is doing, but he's been arguing for the globe for like every day.
I'm just talking to somebody, dude.
Well, only like he's only 1/3 globe because he admits the Earth is observably flat and stationary.
And also,
he admits that. Yeah, he admits that it measures curved, but is a measure stationary. And then he admits, or he confesses that the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. So really, it's like 1 out of 6. He's almost back to flat Earth. He's just got some hang-ups on that he fucked up his measurements and can't figure out how.
If the Earth is flat, which religion is true?
What the hell?
That's the globe side. If the Earth is a globe,
okay,
only
honestly,
Christianity
I was
can be
expecting
true.
like lizard people questions because they always jump from like that to that. It's like, okay, what next? What really?
The connection's easy to that because Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, the pilot, said that he brought a Bible to the moon because he wanted to make sure that if anything happens to Earth, aliens find the solar system, they'll find the Bible on the moon to know exactly what humanity was about. And Edgar Mitchell is a guy who came up with the conspiracy theory of shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
Yeah, until they read Genesis and they're like, God created heavens and... No, we did that.
That's Apollo 8, where they read from Genesis.
No, but I'm saying the aliens would read from Genesis, see that we attribute it to God when they were the actual ones who created Earth.
Yeah, that's what the Harvard professor, the astrophysicist, like he's got really hard name to pronounce, like Obel something or another. He said that the Earth was created by supernatural aliens in the laboratory.
Yeah, and the only goal they wanted from us was to create plastic. So we've done our job.
This is actually being talked about right now. I'm at a loss for real.
I'm just trying to switch it to like measuring curve or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Earth's a globe, what did I have for dinner last night?
Pancakes? Yeah, that's like look at the top of his head if it's a globe.
If the Earth is flat, what day was Jesus crucified?
What the hell is this? Where does this? What? How does a brain how does a pathway?
It was
exist?
a joke, Sydney.
Just trolling. It's clearly just
well,
trolling.
well done on the sarcasm.
This is a
I'm
bad
taking a
troll.
nap.
Well, it seems along with what I believe their name's Radwin or Dr. Flat Earth Prover or something. When we were talking about evolution in here in one day, and he said in order to have evolution, you need a globe, and I thought that was quite funny.
Right. That's interesting.
Well, I know where that's coming from. Like the evolution thing, it's all attached. Like it's all kind of
It is
one bigger story. Like all of this creation story. Like where did we come from? You guys,
but there's no contradiction in saying God created a flat, planar Earth, and then on it he put the building blocks for life to evolve. There's nothing to say that it's incoherent.
No, you're right.
There's nothing about space existing that like evolution needs.
Well, it does.
Unless you're affirming like transpermia or something, but that's just pushing abiogenesis down the line.
Yeah, abiogenesis, right. Silicon had to turn into life somehow.
Silicon? We're carbon-based, sir.
A bit of both, to be honest. Mostly carbon, though.
Mostly carbon.
It's essentially rocks. Like rocks in space from a Big Bang had to somehow turn into life.
Yep. Well, this
just seems like an argument from incredulity that you're just saying that's too crazy to believe.
That's when you start to dabble into religion, like God created the Big Bang, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's what it's about. And it's technically same as like making Adam from the clay of the earth, essentially. It's just like a different way of explaining it.
Yeah, I don't understand how theists go like preposterous. A Big Bang that made rocks into people. Yes. I much prefer an entity that changed mud into people.
You know, NASA astronaut Michelle Thaler actually says that she thinks of herself as a complicated rock because her ancestors were rocks.
No, she doesn't say that her ancestors were rocks.
Yeah, she literally says that.
No,
God, we really got to bring that up. Really, that needs to be played again. Oh God! Hold on, I think I got it clipped. We'll just drop the clip right in.
Because rocks don't reproduce, so you can't be an ancestor of them.
Well, you should tell that to NASA.
NASA, the evolution experts, yeah.
Yeah, so when he calls up... No, hold on a minute. Hold on. You know when you call up NASA, it's going to be, thank you for calling NASA. Goodbye.
Yeah, they don't answer. The government will not listen to anything you have to say. There's only one part of the government that will ever listen to you. And it's the NSA.
Yeah, the Israel. That's right.
That was hilarious, Crit. Yeah.
Crit, do they say something along the lines of? Do they go, hello, thank you for calling NASA. There will never be any topic that I need or want anything from you. Remember that. Is that what they say?
Please send your donations to...
Yeah, they roll out the donation plate. If you go to the Science and Space Museum, the NASA section at the Smithsonian, there's a huge collection plate in the shape of a Saturn V rocket. It was even more funny. There's no money in it.
So are we getting that for saying that she said she was an ancestor to or the rocks were her ancestor?
Yeah, I'll get it. I can't remember exactly where I saved it. This is like, so how about I could get a buy-in? If I need to do a fetch quest, what's going to be the reward? You take another couple days off to think about how dumb you are?
You can do that whenever you want, man.
I'm
fine with having days off.
I'll do a test real quick to see how terrible the YouTube algorithm is. Because if I type in her name and ancestors are rocks, it should pop up.
Yeah. Old dude posted a picture of a quote of E.T. dressed up like a woman saying it, and it's attributed to Dr. Michelle Thaler.
Yeah, I'll get. Hold on.
It doesn't say anything about rocks are my ancestors, and she could be wrong too. Like, I don't have to hold her on some pedestal, even if she did.
No, she is wrong, but she's definitely wrong. You were saying that she never said
what. What? No, like, if she's relating to if she's relating this to abiogenesis, then we're talking about
okay, here we go.
That has a structure that allows for these.
There it is. Shut up and listen.
Pneumonia and osteoporosis. Call your doctor for some breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling.
Oh my god.
Vision changes or eye pain.
Turn that ad off, man.
AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Can't really hear very well.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food.
Jack me up, dude.
Real veggies portioned for your dog.
That's very strangely put. Those are your cousins too.
Yeah.
Because they're not organisms, so that doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, she's also the spokesperson for NASA, scientific communicator for social media brand Wing.
Yeah,
and she tells you.
Fortunately, when you make statements from science educators at face value, they can get a bit you can interpret them in certain ways such that it makes less sense than it would if you had the full understanding. When they're just trying to relay some kind of concept that is probably above most of our pay grades.
What?
Well,
so is that quotation posted by old dude? Is it correct or incorrect? I actually think myself it's a very complicated rock.
Yeah, she did say that. That is like a word out of her mouth.
Yeah, exactly, right? So this is what you get from nassholes. You get told you're dumb as a rock. And they're laughing. They're laughing about it. They cut the camera and they're like, watch the people eat that shit up.
Okay, so we have the explanation you guys are saying is from nassholes. What's your explanation for the origin of life?
She said this multiple times too. There's one. I think I got another one here. Let's see if this might be a longer clip though.
Sorry, not hear my question.
Was your question on
You sort of
topic or
wrote
off
on it all
topic?
that I could take out
It's
take from
talk of
context.
where life came from, right? Like we heard an asshole explanation. Now I wanted to hear the Flurf explanation.
Let's not look. We're smart enough to know not to try to claim we know how it happened. Why do
So
you
you
just
don't
want
know
a
that it
story?
wasn't two rocks that
Okay, here we
vanished.
Yeah, no, I do know that. I do know that two
Well,
rocks.
well,
Didn't
no, but
bang
how do you know that if you don't have an
waves.
explanation?
Here, check this one out. Here, this is what Michelle Thaler does on her off time. She goes up and hikes in mountains, sit next to rocks, and has like a family dinner.
Oh, the ancestors, yeah.
So
TED
where
Talk
did it come from?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a TED Talk in Baltimore, TEDx. So
Wait,
listen
so
to
where did
her.
that from?
Yeah, TED Talk, TEDx Baltimore. Victor, it's 8 seconds. Just click
That's
the
where
video.
life comes from.
Okay, dude, you're just being bricked again. Just click the video, and she tells you where her family is from. Like, give the emotion, or give a react once you've listened to
it. See, she did say they were her ancestors, not just cousins, but ancestors as well.
There you go. So you get it now? You get
Okay.
how they're laughing at you?
Who's laughing at me?
NASA's laughing at you. They're telling you some of the most bullshit stuff that you could ever think of, and seeing if you believe it. Then if you believe it, they start laughing. Like, look at this idiot.
So, why is this wrong?
I got another one too. Hey, I'm looking for it. Where she's on a Montreal.
Why don't we just stick on this one?
Are you a rock?
Am I? I'm made up of some of the components of that rocks are made up.
If Michelle Thaler
Yeah.
says so, then
Yeah.
I guess so.
Just a little bit ago, he said
Not
she
what I
never
said at
said
all.
that. That's stupid. And now his
Unlike
whole
something that
worldview
Titus would
has been
say.
modified.
No, it hasn't. I've just said that didn't sound like something she would say, and I can disagree with her. There's I don't have to hold her on a pedestal.
We have at least two different clips of her at two different times saying it.
And there's more. There's more.
And you guys are all like tacitly saying she's, or even explicitly at points saying she's wrong, and I'd like to know how you know she's wrong.
You said she was wrong up until you freaking heard her say it.
Where is the logic in that? That is crazy.
What I'm asking for what the actual explanation of where life came from was, if NASA's is so wrong.
So if we're not complicated rocks, then explain creation, flat earthers.
Oh shit! I got a phone call.
I'm just
Place
asking
my
for an
fairy
explanation
tale.
of where life came from. It's I said we could be
listen.
descended from what?
Falsification is independent of replacement. Nobody owes you a story just because your story doesn't make sense.
Is Turquoise still around?
It can be.
Yeah, look at this video here. I think this will be a good. This might highlight why so many globalists can't seem to find wives. The 18-second video. This should clear it up.
Oh, there was a flat earther.
See, look at that. You got laugh, smile, agree, you're so smart. See, the 14 of 100 just get sent packing. You know, the basically like some other dude takes the girl home. See why it's so hard for globalists to find dates? Like, it's really interesting where, you know, like how atheism melted down.
Whoa.
When they had that sort of elevator gate at like atheist conventions. This is why right here. You're supposed to like smile, compliment the girl, tell her she's smart. You don't sit there and start discussing and disagreeing with her. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? You know, like.
I mean, it's like that. Yeah, that's a good one. That Crit. That's the right one.
That's it, right? Is that it?
Smile and nod your head. Yeah.
Rich Evans is now like, even though he was against it, now he's fighting for it. Look at him.
Yeah, I know. It's really the good thing is it's live streamed because later on people will be saying, "Check this guy out, this dude here. Look at the top of his head. He's a rock. He's literally dumb as a box of rocks, and he thinks so too. It's not even being insulting." I'm looking for the other one. She did like a Montreal scientific podcast about how she was so excited. This is right at the very beginning. You're like, oh, Michelle Thaler, the newest. You're like, NASA created a position for social media outreach. How happy are you to have this job? And she just talks. It's like an hour and a half long. But in one part, she breaks down how we're all rocks, and it wasn't quite as elegant. She's refined the message over the years. But I was going to clip that too. But it's like 2.5 minutes where she kind of like stumbles over trying to explain how everyone's a rock. So it's not as good as these really short ones where she just says it.
Ooh, I know what she meant by when she says she sleeps with all the wrong people. What she meant is she should be sleeping with the rocks.
Oh, right.
Oh, I remember that interview. That was a totally different interview too.
Yeah, I thought she meant she had a bunch of rocks in her bed and she could real man.
Yeah, it's like, whoa.
But that was just me, because, I mean, no offense, but which one of you guys would brave that water?
Oh, she's got the crazy eyes, man.
Yeah, I couldn't do that, Lou. No, you'd have to sedate me and put me on drugs and then lie to me and program me to make me fuck with that.
She could easily be like that other female astronaut that wore diapers while traveling across the country to go try to murder her husband or ex-husband, whatever it was.
Yeah, like using astronaut diapers. She kept gas in astronaut diapers and then drove like a ridiculous speed, and then went to kill her husband and wore some really dumb wig. And then when they caught her, they said, she goes, "Oh, it couldn't be me because I've been here on Space Force or on installation the whole weekend. I never left." And they said, "Well, there's like an 8-hour block that you were unaccounted for." She said, "Yeah, there's no way I could drive all the way to Texas and back in 8 hours." And then they found the diapers, astronaut diapers, full of shit. Like in their trunk, like containers and containers of empty gas. Yeah, you could get to Texas if you front load, and you don't, you're gonna drive nonstop and you won't stop at a gas station.
Load. Yeah. You just pile this shit up in a diaper and keep on moving, yeah.
Yeah, you just keep moving.
I gotta admit, even for Flat Earth, this is a pretty fucked up conversation, guys.
No, it just kind of tells you the lore, all the lore inside the globe model that the globalists know is fucking ridiculous, but they gotta gobble that shit up anyway. They just can't. So then they try to make Flat Earth even more ridiculous. They'd be like, "Yeah, I get it. My worldview is fucking just dumb as shit." Okay, yeah, but somehow that makes it better if Flat Earth is worse.
Yeah, look how crazy the people are that believe they're related to rocks. You don't entertain those people.
And commit murder, and wow, I had not heard that story about the diaper lady in years. Oh my god.
There's another one too where this one woman tried to hack her girlfriend's bank account from space, from the ISS. So apparently it was like, hey, whose jurisdiction is this? She hacked her girlfriend's bank account to see if she was going to clubs and stuff. Where she was spending her money because she was afraid of infidelity. And then there's the guy who does like the legal breakdown, like Regal Eagle or something on YouTube. He said, I'm not sure how this would be brought to court. He referenced to the Apollo program and how atheists
who would have jurisdiction over that. Yeah,
because that's like the main reason when the atheists took the Apollo program to court, they couldn't find a court that would listen because no court was going to take jurisdiction on the moon. So when they said they took communion, they prayed to God and everything, the atheists were mad because they said that was a state sponsored of religion. You're state sponsoring Christianity. And then they said, well, it's free speech. You get astronauts still have free speech.
Freedom of religion is my biggest civil liberty. Nobody will take that from me.
You're right, though, Craig. The Constitution doesn't stretch to the moon, does it?
That's what's interesting about it. So the court case says
it does by old Latin law. The man who owns the soil from heaven to hell. So is the moon in between heaven and hell? So the law of the land extends from heaven to hell.
Yeah, that was the atheist argument. The atheist argument was if they're outside of the United States, do they still have these constitutionally protected freedoms? And the atheist argument was no. Your God-given human right doesn't extend past, or there's no legal protection. You still have them. There's not legal protection. And the court said no. Your God-given human rights are intrinsic to you. Wherever you go, your rights stay with you. It doesn't matter if someone infringes on them or not.
I mean, you can't take away free will, and there's all the proof you need.
Yeah, it's not like you somehow find somebody infringe on their rights and then say you debunked the creator. You're going to pay for that crime either here or after here.
So now, when it does come to the, like, my understanding, what I remember hearing, like, United States airspace, right, or our, if you get too far off the coast, you're in international waters, and it's maritime law that kicks in, right? And same goes for above the Kármán line. So as soon as they're above the Kármán line, they're out of the United States jurisdiction, and they follow maritime law.
Yeah, that was the atheist argument.
Actually, I think the United States, our land and ownership extends in the Latin term of from heaven to hell. We own the soil from heaven to hell. That's America. It's part of law. It's a legal doctrine. It's the same way you own the mineral rights to your property. They can't say what's below your feet you don't own, that's our oil. No, I own the soil, so I own all the way from heaven to hell. I own as far up as you can go and as far down as you can go.
Well, if that's true, then, like, see, there's definitely, like, a ceiling, like a height at which, we have to allow, like, say, China to fly balloons over or something, just like they can't stop us from supposedly flying satellites over Russia or China or North Korea.
Yeah, here, I can't say this, but I can post it. I can't pronounce this Latin term, but it's actually part of common law. And it's ancient as it comes. It's Cujus est solum us est jus columnum et ad furnace, which means he who owns the soil owns everything above and below from heaven to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the basis of common law and land ownership.
That
all law around the world is built on.
Yep.
All law is built on papal decree, royal decree, Latin derivatives. You ever wonder why Latin is a language nobody understands, but it's also the language of law? It's because they don't want the average man to understand his legal authority.
Same with Britannics as well. Like
you're a nation among nations. You're an island among islands. A man is a nation unto himself. I'm big on that. I got that right there at the copy paste, ready to paste it.
Very good stuff, man.
But law is, everything is built. Law is the foundation stone of all society and all civil agreement. We live in a fiction which is called a civil agreement.
Which is as basic as it can be, commandment-wise. Don't harm, don't steal.
There's a really good...
I'm done.
Yes, old dude, you're correct. They wrote in free-held community property and lease-held communal property over top of that. Yeah. So you can no longer really, you can't declare that because you don't own the land. You're just renting it from your fiction, your nation, which is a fiction. I had a funny thought when I came in here. I seen old dude's name. I thought, man, somebody should, as a joke, change it to old douche, but that's just a joke. I read it that way when I first came in here, and I felt bad about reading it that way. But you guys were on shitty diapers and rock people, so.
Yeah. Do you remember the do you remember Outlaw Josie Wales, right?
Yeah, the Outlaw Josie Wales, yeah.
When Kevin Costner, or not Kevin Costner, with the who's it?
Clint Eastwood.
My God. There we go. Clint Eastwood, yeah. Clint Eastwood was talking to.
You ought to take a good look at a man's face before you hang him.
Yeah, well, also too when he was talking to the natives, because when they fled and they got.
Oh yeah, I bring these words of death,
or words of life,
so that you may know that my words of life are true also.
Yeah,
he entered into a social agreement with the natives right then and there. That's a civil agreement, and it maintained the peace. He honored and respected their gods and their laws. Well, he asked them to do the same for him.
Because he had said, I'm no longer able to, like the white man society, I'm an outlaw, and I need a place to live, and I want a place to live, not a place to die. And they're like, yeah, okay. Oh, I mean, not so much. The scene's really powerful. I should try to find it.
It is, Crit. That's one of the most beautiful scenes in that movie, that even two warring nations can come together and find peace together. I love that movie. I grew up on cowboy movies, and that's one of the most powerful ones. But it covers a lot of points in society about war and peace. And society is all about war and peace. If you trespass, that's what law is about. You trespass on another man, you're essentially going to war with him. And if you choose war, you shouldn't ask why there's casualties in war. Because you've chose it, rather than peace. So war is the natural state of man. If you read Thomas Hobbes, maybe Man is Leviathan, the basis of a civil agreement or social contract, you can look into the foundations of society and how societies are formed. Well, it's formed when men say, well, we're all kings and queens here. God said, be fruitful and multiply and subdue earth and have dominion over her. But for all of us to get along, we got to kind of give up, each one of us, a little bit of civil liberty so we can all have liberty. And that's the basis of a social agreement. But then they become unbalanced, where it's more beneficial to one group of people than it is to another. And by law, if it becomes beneficial to both parties, then it's no longer legal. So law is no longer needed when it's no longer beneficial to all parties involved.
Hey, Battlemod, how are them puppies doing, man? I saw you post a picture of them like a few days ago, man.
Oh yeah, they're great, man. The grandkids, they woke up. I woke up this morning to grandkids playing with puppies at 5, and I usually get up at 5:30, but they were already up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's it.
I started the day early with the grandkids, and then their mom comes out in the field like, Dad, you can't just take the kids. You got to leave a note. I'm like, fuck, I figure you're in a house with a combat veteran. Nobody came in here and left with your kids. Your first thought should be your dad's got your kids. You need a platoon of motherfuckers to get my grandchildren from me.
No, you got a lot of guard dogs as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, nobody's gonna come in here. If I wake up at 5 and the kids are up, I'm not gonna wake you up. I'm gonna let you sleep. I'm up at that time anyway, so they can just learn about life with Grandpa till breakfast. It's all good.
Just feed the mama dog.
Many hands. Yeah, and many hands make light work, Yeah. They're so fucking cute, though, man. I gotta get rid of them, dude, or I'm gonna end up keeping every one of them.
Yeah, we've got a lot of them. that's the hard part, isn't it?
How big was the
It
litter?
is 9 puppies, 6 females, Lou. 6. 3 males. I've never had that many females in a litter.
A lot of bitches.
Yeah, it's like that bloodline said, we're gonna populate the future.
Right.
I mean, that's just unnatural. That many females. Normally, you get 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
Is 9 common for that breed? Like, that seems like a big litter too.
That's 6. It is. 6 or 7 is more common for bull terriers. Yeah. So they're healthy dogs. She's a healthy dog. She popped out 9 like it's nothing. She's ready to chase horse coyotes already. Like, yeah, let's do it, Dad.
Yeah, I've been more of a cat person. So like seeing a mother cat or whatever, grandmother cat birth the whole street's cats population's been what I've been through. So you always keep one, don't you? And then the rest kind of get given away. And they're spread far and wide across the country.
That's right. They do get given away. I don't understand anybody who's ever bought a cat.
Oh yeah, you don't sell them.
Like
just
people,
come out to the
people just
dairy
buy a
farm,
cat.
dude.
Like, why would you do
We're
that?
giving
Like,
cats away free every day of the week.
yeah. That's why you never agree to watch somebody's cat, because as soon as you do, that's your cat. You're not coming back.
Oh, that's your cat, yeah.
Yeah, you feed the neighbor cat.
We just adopted that kitty. On the dairy farm, they just think these guys got milk. They love cats. Let's just drop our cats off here. And we do love cats. We'll feed your cats. That doesn't mean we want a feral community of 50,000 cats on the dairy farm, but we do love animals.
They have the use as well, don't they? Cats on farms. Things that dogs can't.
Oh yeah, they keep the rat population in the feed towers, silos, low. They keep down the rodent population. So yeah, they have a place on the farm. Those you can lose grain, feed grain to urine and feces from rodents, can become tainted, and you don't want to give it to your livestock that way. So yeah, they have a purpose.
And they used to have them in like cloisters and like not cathedrals, but like religious kind of sects as well. For spirits or something like that. They used. Yeah, they're both good at protecting you at different things, I think. Obviously, the dogs are the physical threat, and the cats are like a spiritual threat.
Oh, this guy is still defending abiogenesis after Christ.
Yeah, yeah, he is. Notice he's doing it in the text though, not in voice.
Yeah. Well, it's just hilarious because he was like, "No, that's stupid. She wouldn't say that." And then he saw 2 clips of her saying it, and now he's gonna go on forever, like prove she's wrong. Yeah.
It'd be like this in the future, not telling your kids about the birds and the bees, but the sandstone and the granite. This one time on the quarry, your ancestor, your ancestor of the granite, the granny granite.
Granny Granite.
Granny Granite granted you with life itself.
Sorry, I got a call. Did you like that? You keep going if you want. Nah, it's just like one of them far in a galaxy far, far away stories where you have to add like 1,000,000 billion years for anything to happen. Maybe she's like one of them crystal huggers or whatever. That new age kind of movement where they think like crystals are living, and she just took it too far. Yeah, there's this one time I had a Halloween, New Year's party at my friend's, and he just got this box that I could record cable television, and I'd queued up the whole entire series of Bob Ross to record on it for an entire year. So I hope they enjoyed it. It was like a nice troll of mine. It's like one of them old school trolls.
He says, "Ooh, a mistake. Don't worry about that. We can make something beautiful out of that."
The bit of Prussian blue.
Today, I love Bob. He's just so laid back.
There are no mistakes, only happy accidents.
Right. I don't think you could ever have an argument with.
Only.
Yeah, you got it, Lou.
Yeah.
Only happy accidents, and so that is what it was meant to be, and we just got to see what we can make out of it. That's beautiful.
Perfect. That's it. I agree.
Him and Dr. Ruth were my two favorite celebrity people back in the day. Dr. Ruth, because she was dropping shit that you weren't supposed to know until you were a grown man.
Wait, hi, are you guys talking about Flat Earth?
We can do, mate.
Yeah, we'd like to be.
I just want to
Well,
ask
does Bob paint on a flat Earth?
Sorry?
when Bob Ross paints a
Yes,
landscape, is he painting a flat horizon?
Huh? Wait, can I prove to you guys that the Earth is flat? I mean, the Earth is round?
Probably
Yeah, right the
not,
first
but
time.
we'd love for you to try.
Okay, so...
Yeah, you could attempt to.
Okay, fire away, guys, but give him some time. Don't jump in.
Honestly, that's a pretty dumb question, but yeah.
Can you describe your flat Earth for me?
I thought
How's
you were
that
going to
proving
prove
a
the
ball?
globe.
Right.
Can you... Is
That took a
the
hell of
flat
a turn.
Earth two-sided or one-sided? That's my question. Is it two-sided or one-sided?
Oh, the two-dimensional argument. Oh, my God. Here we go, guys. It's over.
Stop thinking of flat Earth as being a disk floating in space. We don't think that space as a vacuum exists. I think of it like the Earth is the floor of all of existence. How deep it is, no idea.
Preaching to the choir. Louis already left.
It figures he'd go straight to the two-dimensional bullshit.
Right after he said he was going to prove the globe to us.
You're right. That wasn't the line of questioning I expected.
Right, he's like, does it have two sides? I'm like, dude, flat's not a shape. It's a description of a surface or a face.
You just chicken out, like, freaking. He had a plan and just like all of a sudden got nervous. That's my guess.
He had somebody else trying to do it, and he just couldn't do it. He's like, no, they're saying, say it.
I think he knocked his confidence when he fluffed his words up and got them the wrong way around. So I think that put him off a bit. I was ready for that one then. I was waiting for him to say, explain satellites or something else, not just something else. Where's the edge? That's another one. That's an old one, that one. No one said that in a while, have they? Where's the edge?
It's still fairly common.
Yeah.
Or can you give me a sample of the dome?
Oh, that's a good one. Depends who you ask, man. There is some kind of speculation on that, but I'll save that for tomorrow. Just look up Libyan glass. That's possibly it. It kind of makes sense too, like the story of Noah and such. Like there's the gates open, or there's like an entrance from the waters above, and that's kind of where the water comes from also. And then there's like a sealing of the firmament in a way through some like thermo reactive something, and that's kind of what forms it. Something like that.
Like the 4 ice, or what's that? The new kind of ice they call it that actually is living and growing.
You're talking about what? The blue, the sky ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just.
They got a special name for that ice. Yeah, I was looking for that name.
Is it deoxy? It's like compressed ice with either loads of oxygen or no oxygen. I can't remember which one it would be. Probably loads of oxygen. Not too sure. But it's about its density, isn't it? Something like that.
I was looking into buying one of those ice cube trays for making the crystal clear ice cubes. It's an expensive fucking ice cube tray.
Some flat Earth grifter should make flat Earth ice cubes, mate. They should. It's like a silica kind of mold and get designing on a 3D printer or something. That'd be cool. Just be a little puck though, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be much of an ice cube.
No, it's the ones with the hole in the middle where it's just an ice ring.
I don't think I might have seen them. I think I've only seen like the sphere ones. Like you have 2 different sides to it. I'll have to look at them.
I don't. Battlemod, you there? Like, yeah, the crystal clear ice. You do that? I know you drink like some expensive scotch and stuff sometimes. Like,
yes, Lou, I do that.
Yeah, I figured. I figured.
It's the best for scotch too.
Or
brandy.
I've heard. I was reading up on it too, and it's most likely it's just kind of a, what do they call that? Like when you kind of trick yourself into thinking it tastes better. Like it's just a better looking presentation. That's about all.
Yeah, it's a placebo. Yeah,
placebo effect. Yeah, it's just a placebo effect, but it looks nice.
It does, and that's aesthetically pleasing. Yeah.
Do you do the like one giant cube, or do you do like? Because I know I was looking into them. They got like.
I like the big. Yeah, I like the big cubes. So, like my brother, he likes a bunch of little ones, but I prefer the one big one, and to see how long it'll last.
I was reading also, supposedly for the clearest, spring water is the best.
Yep, spring water or purified well water. Yeah, so we use purified well water.
Yeah, like a lot of people would assume like distilled or something, and actually distilled made it more cloudy. Or reverse osmosis, whatever. Like, yeah, it actually made cloudier ice.
Yeah, and you don't want to add electrolytes to it, like sodium or anything like that. make it cloudy also.
I mean, like what's funny is like from this what I saw at these tests, like the spring water did the best, and it has a lot of natural minerals and stuff in it. So it seems well, it's counterintuitive, but that's what their results were.
See, a lot of people can't even imagine what you're talking about, and what he's talking about is a almost perfectly see-through ice cube that comes out of a silicone tray. But yeah,
And there's like it opens up at the bottom, like it's a separate stage thing, and so it allows like the oxygen and stuff that's in it to somehow like drip through or something like that. I forget exactly the process of it, but it allows the bubbles to escape.
yeah, it's like so the clearer your ice is, that you want a top-down freezing. You know, you want it to freeze from the top down, and not the opposite way, or you're freezing all that stuff in the bottom into the ice. But when you freeze it from the top down, it allows the impurities to go down to the bottom, and you can just shave that if you want. Shave it off, the impurity. It just allows, when the water freezes from the top down directionally, you get, it's pure crystals of ice. We used to, when I was younger, we just do it in small coolers instead of in trays. Like kind of like distilling alcohol in the winter. You set the cooler out and you let it freeze, and the stuff that freezes on the top before the bottom is freeze, you remove that. It'll be the clearest ice you can get. I mean, for you people that live in a winter state, you can look at an icicle as it goes down your eaves trough. At the top, it'll be the most clearest ice you can see through it. But at the bottom, it starts to get cloudier and cloudier and cloudier, because that's where all the impurities.
What's winter? I don't know. We didn't have one this year. It's supposed to be right now. This is like usually the coldest time of year, and we've had record highs. Like we hit like 60 degrees the other day.
Yeah, here too, dude. Here too. A lot of people are getting sick because of it.
That just pisses me off because I wanted to get my daughter out snowboarding more, and there's no good snow out there. Even the hills can't even make it really when it's this warm. I did get out to Colorado about a month ago, though. That was fun.
You guys ever watch that the Flat Earth Fridays with Alan and Toby and Shane St. Pierre? guys are going pretty hard
So
on
what are we doing here?
relativity.
Talking about ice in winter.
There is no we, so it's a male-formed question. There's only you and then I. What are you doing here is the question.
So what are we doing here?
It seems repeating male-formed questions.
So what exactly are we tackling here? What is the...
Shut the fuck
Not
up.
trying to. Yeah, we're not trying to satiate you.
Satiate?
Yeah, we're not trying to please you. Are you a remedial man?
No, he's a little bitch.
Listen, bro.
Well, yeah. That,
You ever see a bunch of just be like just waddling around together, and they're in a pack. You ever wonder what are they doing over there?
How fat is your mom?
How hairy is your mom?
Her belt size is Van Allen.
She was a Bigfoot till we shaved her. Why do you ask?
The bitch came up with
That's
fish.
just rare species.
Funny, that's what she said.
It's evolution. Is that real? Does evolution exist?
I don't know. Do you believe?
You can't prove you believe. You have zero evidence.
I believe.
All I'm asking is evolution real? What are we doing here?
You think evolution is a religion?
It's an ideology.
A religion?
It's a
Isn't religion ideology? Isn't it an ideology? A belief system?
No. It can become it though.
Religion is a belief system. Systematically.
A religion has ideologies.
You believe that religiously?
No.
You got any proof for your evolution?
Oh yeah, we came from what was it? Homo erectus, or Homo erection, and we also believe that we came from
We also
primordial soup, and there was
You just clarified two beliefs, man, and you said proof.
So blind faith, right?
Dude, this whole thing is just cringe as shit. I mean, does it always have to go degenerate? Like, every time?
Well, Crit, I don't have mute, or I would already,
Yeah, I gotcha. I probably should have been paying more attention. I had my headset off, and I'm like...
I would have B-modded that motherfucker when he said we.
It's like the hard counter. You say, who the fuck is we? And they don't know.
There is no...
Don't know who the fuck we is. I go, why'd you say we?
We believe.
Yeah, we. Like you say, like a party of one. Like, how many people in your head right now? Like, seriously, you're talking from a collective that you can't identify, name, or even label. How did you do that? Because the concept is, I know why they do it. It's like rhetorical. They do it because it gives them a sense of in-group versus out-group. They want to identify as an in-group without actually having to be an in-group. They want to be fringe and cringe. They want to be atheists. They want to be like some sort of edgelord, troll, or whatever, and identify as the in-group at the same time. It highlights the cognitive dissonance that they're in, that they have to fix.
They're the cool kids.
Yeah, so I was making a joke about that a couple days ago. So a lot of these globe people, like who really know the model, really understand the model, and can do things with space and put up satellites or do whatever. They were the nerdy kid who got bullied, and they got a cool job that pays a lot of money, and now they kind of got the hot chick, the sports car, the nice house. Where these are the nerds who got like a D or a C in math. They still got bullied, but now they're just kind of like a drug addict. They're a video game drug addict on YouTube, and they still want to be part of the Wii. It's like there'd be a lot of. I mean, you'd have to get them like one-on-one, get them into a good exercise program, clean up their diet, get them off street drugs. Like a lot of steps just for them to understand the word flat as an adjective.
Ooh, an adjective. He even busted it down to a descriptive word. But they believe they're cousins to a rock and a chimpanzee, brother.
They're fucking smoking rocks.
Sons of the cousins.
Yeah. Smoking rocks and acting like monkeys.
It surprises me. Like you see people just in the when I go down to Minneapolis every once in a while, and you just see the state that the city's in. People just pissing on the sidewalk. It's even worse, like out west. Like in California and Seattle and whatnot. You think could those people even log into Discord? Like, do they even have the skill set to do much of anything? And you think so? These are the guys that are able to. They're smart enough to fire up a device, install an app, turn the app on, and use it. But they're not smart enough to know what the fuck flat means.
Are you saying these guys, in between they're talking, they go outside and shit in the street, and then they come back in and troll us on Discord?
Yeah, pretty much. Used to be that joke with that Captain Bullshit and Shroomy. I said they probably met in the park bench sharing a needle. And they're like, what do you like to do? I like to go on this app and yell at flat earthers. Me too.
Then they feed the pigeons bread, and bread's not even good for birds.
When that CB guy got kicked off of Gems or ran off, I said to him, hey, come to Flat Earth. It's bros before hoes.
Nice.
Damn, the atheist helpline's pumping. 29 people in there. That's a guy who really brings a crowd, Darth Dawkins. It was interesting too, is the atheists who are anti-flat, not all of them, a lot of the atheists understand flat earth. There's a very cringe, like the cringe of the cringest neckbeards that somehow are atheist and don't understand flat earth, probably don't like Darth Dawkins either. But they can use that because Darth Dawkins thinks that flat earthers are demonically possessed. So you could go, the atheists could go into that conversation and be, hey Darth, I hate flat earthers too. And then you guys can like start talking from a baseline of agreement instead of some sort of disagreement. You can talk about how you adjudicated that. You can remember his question is, how do you know one way or the other? You have to know, like, do you know or don't know? Like, you know the God world or you don't know the God world. So you can start off with saying, like, you know the God world is correct or incorrect using heliocentric. And he could go with you with the same thing, and that you know that because flat earthers are wrong. That's sort of the Dunning-Kruger effect. The more wrong you think someone is, the more right they think they are. That person's 100% wrong, so then the atheist, anti-flat earther thinks they're 100% correct. And puppies.
Oh yeah. You got to put them in a cage or they'll run the whole damn room.
Ah, dude, those are awesome.
Are they like lab and pit bull mix, or what breed is it?
No. They're full blooded.
Oh, okay.
They're Brendel and Staffordshire English Bull Terrier mix.
Yeah.
So
I used to the bull terrier.
bloodlines.
Yeah, I like saying the bull
triple
terrier.
A.
It's better than saying pit bull.
I had bull pit bull. He was Colby Red Nose, and he was pure white with a brown patch on one eye.
Colby is in their bloodline, so I mean, I'm
Dude,
waiting on the
they look
paperwork.
just like mine, man.
I'm waiting for the paperwork in the mail, but yeah, they're all paper.
Nice.
Yeah.
You got to you got to register the litter.
Yeah, the one on the
but
right
that's
there.
Mama.
Yeah. She's got that face.
Oh yeah, she don't play. She's the alpha. They're big babies. I mean,
They're
can
definitely
be
people
beasts.
dogs. Yeah, it's all the owner for sure.
It is. They love to socialize. I mean, she's more mean to her partner than she is to anybody else. She still won't let him see the puppies. I gotta literally take her out of the house to be able to let him in to see his own babies. And then he's so nervous. He keeps looking at the door like, she's not gonna come in. Is she, Dad? She'll kill me.
My dog's parents, when they bred them, they had to muzzle the female.
Yeah. I can believe it. They don't like the males around for probably the first 3 months until the pup can get away from the male. Because, in nature, the males would probably eat the pups. So, a 2-year-old female that just developed the ability to reproduce, she can take down a full-grown alpha male. And if she couldn't, then, their species wouldn't survive. And I don't like to say species. I mean, just them. There aren't no species. Kind after kind. People who believe in species, well, they're the racist. You believe there's subspecies?
I don't know. I think there's
These
different
guys
breed.
just-
But
yeah,
you're
but a
saying like
breed is a
you're saying the main species these breeds came from, kind of thing, right?
well, I'm saying a canine is a canine.
Fuck yeah.
So, and a feline is a feline. So one may be a calico, the other may be a black cat, but they're still cats. Just like one man versus another man. We're all men. It's mankind. There's one race.
The thing about them cats is, with a calico, you can always guarantee there's another calico in the litter, even if, like, you know, you won't expect to. You can always provide another calico from each calico.
Yeah.
Well, from my experience, anyway.
Yep, you can actually get a calico from almost any color cat, but yeah. I'm a dairy farmer, so I'm not the biggest cat guy, but it's kind of forced on you when you own a dairy farm because of what I said earlier. The average city folk think that, you know, dairy farmers got a bunch of milk and we just love cats. So they just dump all their cats here, you know, and yeah, well, we do take care of them. You'd have to be a monster to not. Here's these animals that are no longer in their natural state. A man took them and said, yeah, I love you, but then just threw them away in the middle of their life. It's disgusting. These domesticated animals, man, their life is entirely dependent on a human being.
Yeah, it's fucked up what they're doing to cows right now.
Yeah, there's an organization in Michigan that's starting to all natural beef. They're starting a community where people can get all natural beef and that they don't care about the regulations.
Well, there's a war on
And
cows, dude.
yeah, they got support. So I'm thinking that our food supply and our tainted food is going to lead to some type of revolution or movement. Because people are tired of not knowing what's in their food.
Yeah, and they've got everybody on this like plant-based, eco-friendly, carbon footprint diet, haven't they? It seems that's the way they're pushing it.
And the cows seem to be at the top of that, right? Of their list. The most pollution.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, well, what's healthier than a nice steak? A
No,
lot
for
of
real.
people try to tell you plants, but those people are retarded and they probably had an improper diet their whole life, and their brain probably doesn't work properly.
Well, I can be sure it's all like, for me anyway, it's environmental. So I live in Britain, right, and I can't grow, like, I've not got the space or the time to grow my own things, right, so I'm limited myself. But if I lived in, like, Florida or something, maybe I'd have a mango tree, you know, I'd have a different variety of selection of fruit or food that I could grow. It's kind of like location-based, I think, our diets, that's how they're supposed to be.
Oh, it is. It is. Whether or not it's native to an area, your fruit or vegetable, yeah.
And just
But
like a seed, seeds grow better in the first generation if they're in the area. If you buy a seed online, it's acclimatized to another area, so you need to kind of get at least one offspring of it before you can like it acclimatizes to your area. Interesting.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, and they get into agricultural, horticulture, and they don't know that they have to actually get what they're going to grow used to the environment it's growing in.
Yep.
You got to start seeding out your own plants. I have guys ask me, where do you get corn seed from? It's like, dude, the kernel, the corn itself is the seed. What do you mean? Where do you get corn? You grow corn and you keep some of it for seed. Like, where do you get tomato seed from? A fucking tomato guy? What the hell? Like, we don't go out and buy pepper seeds. We've got the seeds that stem from the very first generations that we grew right here on the farm.
Yeah.
We seed out our own vegetation. Farmers, not all farmers buy seed every year. So some production farms, they'll do that. They buy seed every year. A family farm will seed out a portion of their produce.
And most of the seeds are genetic now anyway, are genetically modified.
They are
sterile.
A lot of them. Yeah, and in five growings, you can bring them back to their natural state.
Oh,
Just let them grow on their own and plow them under every year. They'll grow back. Nature will take over. You can't beat nature. You might think you can, but you really can't. It dictates everything in the programming of that seed. And it'll reboot and reprogram.
Almost got like a self-healing mechanism in as well. Just like we have technically, like we heal.
Right. Well, I think it's funny that people think that our little insignificant asses could actually affect nature itself or Earth. If Earth gets tired of us, it'll shake us off like a bad case of the fleas.
That's the one. Yep. That's the one. Love that quote.
It's got to have natural systems called disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes.
Yeah.
This is where you start to affect stuff, and it fights back to get rid of you.
Well, especially those volcano things that destroy. They're like the most fertile lands you can ever ask for.
Think of how large the oceans are. For instance, I live right next to the Pacific Ocean. When you go out and look at it, it's amazing to think that all the way across that body of water is that much of a distance, to, let's say, Japan or the Philippines or even Hawaii. I mean, think of yourself out on a boat 2,000 miles away from your destination. Open water. So as a modifier of weather and I think the oceans have much more to do with than most people think, and I don't think there's any way to harm that system. It'd be like a drop in the bucket. We could pour every toxin we known to mankind all at once in it. I don't think it would affect the oceans.
Maybe in the local area,
now,
but
I'm picturing.
Yeah.
That's the problem with.
Right now, I'm
Go ahead, mate.
Picturing Sonny on a skiff with his guitar singing "Come Sail Away."
As he smokes on that joint.
As soon as he started talking about the ocean, all I could hear was
Suddenly
an angel appeared before my eyes, sang to me this song of hope.
Man, it's been so long I've forgotten that song. Wow.
I don't know why, just instantly it came in my head. Imagine if we could just sail away from all the stupidity of the world and just start over again.
So, like, you're kind of imagining me as I was in my earlier life, like when I was in my teens and 20s. That's what I was like. Literally, I rowed my boat to work in the morning across the harbor.
Wow. What a life, man.
Yeah, I had a good life for
Really?
9 years.
You took a boat?
9 years. I lived on
No
a
shit.
42-foot sailboat, my dad's boat.
Wow.
I sailed thousands of miles on that boat alone, but all coastal. But for instance, we used to sail to the Channel Islands. That's off of Santa Barbara there. That's where the platform I forget the Habitat, and
Yeah.
where the Black Swan was filmed.
Yeah.
We used to sail out to
Yeah.
those islands all the time, and those islands are really amazing. They have a lot of history behind them. For instance, they found an archaeological dig. They found what's called something man. What is it called?
The fake ancestor.
Can't
The
remember. It's just look it up if you're interested. But it's they found man there, and they say it's the oldest evidence of mankind on North America. And they were they're saying they were over 6 foot and had double rows of teeth.
Yeah, that's the story I've heard.
And that was on Santa Barbara Island.
Right.
The Channel Islands. And just one more thing real quick, just a little tidbit. At the same time, I believe they actually did find also around the same time as they found that Falls man. I forget what they call him. Something Falls man, but pygmy mammoths. Arlington man, that's it. Arlington Falls. Mm-hmm.
And that's Santa Rosa, right?
Santa Rosa?
Santa Rosa?
Yeah, Santa Rosa.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, Santa Rosa Islands. Those are big islands that man used to live on and that might have been connected to the mainland at some point. But they had pygmy mammoths there that were like 6 foot tall mammoths. And that's the only place that I've ever heard that they found that mammoth is on those islands.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they still to this day have freaking wild boar on that island. Me and my brother, like when we would go up there every year with my father's yacht club, would go up there. So we'd go up there and party. We had a great time, man, because you go diving for abalone like for a few hours, and you have platefuls of these gourmet fish and stuff,
You know me, I Googled that shit. I got an article up on it right now. That's what I was saying holy shit about. But
Arlington
yeah,
Falls,
I hear
man. Yeah, so that is a very interesting thing. So, but also not far from there on the coast, around Morro Bay. Where is that? My memory's not working. Anyway, they found a 14-foot giant off near Morro Bay. Where is that place? Let me look it up.
Yeah, there are definitely correlations with those type of descriptions anyway. And that's maybe my thought on it. Do you know the native Indians, how, like the hand thing? That's to show that you have 5 fingers and not 6. Because the guys with 6 were related to them giants with 2 rows of teeth and ginger hair and other kind of descriptions they had. Yeah.
Yeah, they were the cold weather people. They were from lands outside. So the northern natives like Ojibwa and Chippewa, my ancestors, they believe they come from the 5th world to the 4th to help the 4th evolve because they weren't evolving. So each world evolves and a new one, once a world evolves and a new one can be created. So when the first world was created, it evolved. It became the second world, and then a new world was created because everything was evolving.
Yeah.
All things had to evolve together. But they believe the Aurora Borealis leads to the gateway in the lands of the ice, and the gatekeepers live there.
They're like following the Mayan. That's like seriously like the Mayan and the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah.
Which ancient Egypt was in America. Let's just face it.
Yeah. It also links to the Nordic tradition or religion, where the ice giants or the fire and the ice giants are at the poles, essentially.
Yeah, so those people are following the timeline of the Baktuns, right? What you were describing, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I want to say it's good talking with you. It's been a really long time, and it's kind of nice that we have this platform and people that have left the 24/7 server come back around and are on the other servers. I know you had your own. You still do, right?
Yeah, but listen, I don't hold no ill will forever. I just move on, Sonny. You know. That
Yeah,
shit's
I figured that much, So I don't worry. I don't worry about it. Like,
hate is luggage. It's baggage, man. I don't want to carry your baggage with me anywhere I go.
yeah, thank you, not. Yeah, exactly.
you know, I mean,
Thank
so
you,
you're an
no.
asshole. Cool. I'll leave it at that. This
I
guy's
have
an
a
asshole. I
well,
love
we
everybody
all
from the server. Some people there I no longer get along with. It's really that simple.
yeah, I understand it, but I don't know. I don't allow myself to get it's
You
think of the
should
right way
just
to word it.
not comment on it and continue to steer clear of it as you have from the beginning, because that's what makes you a great person that you
Yeah,
are.
that's what
Honestly,
I
brother.
try to do. Yeah.
I appreciate those people who never asked me what was going on. They were cool with it because we were still cool, and that's all that mattered.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
I don't
really
I don't really
is.
care. I don't really care about the petty little
We're not
tassels going on. Like I
right.
don't
We're not in
like
high school no more, bro.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know.
And yeah, I may have been immature for a long, long time into adulthood, but I'm not immature anymore. That's the thing. Like
I
I
still
can
am. I can admit it.
well, listen, I am too, but what I want to say is like I don't have to be like I don't. It's not my default. I don't just automatically default into that, which I think I used to, and lost in my own head for one thing. But that's another longer story we don't have to get into today. Yeah, we had some big storms here in California. Now the sun's out, man. Freaking beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Still cool though. Cool.
I think we're gonna have that Indian summer this year. We're barely even having winter.
It's very cool here comparatively to what it usually is.
Yeah, it's normally coldest in Michigan it's going to be right now for January and February, but we're seeing 60-degree weather, man. It's like, the hell is this?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like that, San Diego actually has this one little tiny little pocket that's the most consistent area for temperatures from 67 to 72 year round. It basically, but it does get up to 100 and, at times. I haven't seen 100 degrees on the coast in a couple of years, though. For about 5 years, it was doing that every year, though. We get these big, huge clouds of puffy clouds that come in from the southeast. They would come in from like Mexico. And they would be like throw off from the Mexican hurricanes on the west coast here. And they would throw up these big clouds. And then for some reason, that heat and the humidity would all like culminate into where it was 100 degrees from the ocean all the way from the coast all the way to the deserts. Like the whole place, 100 degrees. No escape from that. Except good air conditioning. So then what happens is we get a lot of rainy weather like this in the spring and summer. The growth is just unbelievable. Everything turns so green, that because of the sun, where the sun is in this area. When it really heats up, man, it really heats up. That's why I don't even understand this cold weather. It must be coming from like the Sea of Japan or something. Comes down the current there, the Alaskan current. Enough of the weather. What about that ocean? That ocean I was talking about that is completely horizontal all the way across the entire thing as far as you can go.
Right. Wow. So when the sea rises up to your eyes, does that not mean it's concave?
No. What I say about that is that we can replicate this on a flat plane surface, and it's easily done to show the same effect on a flat plane. Why it happens, I don't know why it happens. Is that the question?
Are we?
I'm a little stoned.
When you're
Right.
out in the
I mean, are we not aware of swells, wakes, and eddies?
Yeah,
Of course, the ocean,
definitely.
right?
Let's keep that in mind. The swells, waves, and eddies, currents, tides. Yep.
when we're out in the middle, the horizon's 90 degrees all the way around, dude.
It's just weird
Yeah,
how it rises to your eye level, even though you're
On the ocean? I'd like to see you prove that in the middle of a storm front, sir.
It must be on like the calmest blue seas you've ever
But on
seen.
calm water, yeah, that water is all 90 degrees from the vertical everywhere you look, all at the same time. Yeah, the seashores are all at the same level, like
The
or that
horizontal
level's parallel. All those levels
You
are
take
parallel.
that word
to
all
each
you
other.
like. I don't know if it makes it true or not.
I just say
But,
they're parallel because tides can have different heights or elevations, you know.
Richie
That's
Evans
Let's
he
face it,
tagged
the
you
union
in
level.
text. He said that doesn't explain why we observed curved on lakes. So, what lakes is Rich saying we observed a curve on?
Yeah, where's that?
Some big
Can you
lakes.
be specific, Rich? Can you unmute your mic and say it with your voice so you can hear how stupid that sounds?
So not on the ocean, but on a lake. Is that what he's
Oh,
saying?
you never seen a lake before, I guess, right?
Yeah,
Well,
that doesn't
yeah.
explain what I asked you to be specific about.
We'd just like to
I've
know
seen
what.
plenty of lakes. I've never seen them curve.
Never ever seen them curve.
I mean, I live in Michigan with the Great Lakes. I've seen some of the biggest lakes in the world. They don't curve.
They don't have tides either. It's fucked up.
No, they do have tides. Yes, just not annual tides like the ocean.
Yeah, I think a lot of the tides are linked to like underground, like something to do with the underground. That's where
Yeah,
the
they
water
have
goes.
undercurrent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the newest studies on the tide, the hydraulic nature of the tides.
Yeah.
From underwater aquifers and supplies.
Yeah, Rich, why don't you tell us who, where, what lake was that? Who? Oh, busy.
He
He
said
drops
Lake Minnetonka.
Oh, like
Folding Ideals does a video about it. That's nice.
So just that lake is curving, and no others.
Okay, show it to
Well,
us.
I would take it that lake is curving in Folding Ideals' opinion.
Because in think about it, in lieu of any other evidence of water curving, that would be of paramount importance. I don't know why you wouldn't be on here immediately showing this information.
And preaching it, right. He must not know as much as he acts like he knows about it, or he just break it down to us like any moron could understand.
He could, yeah, he could have shown it to us or something, you know, absolutely. And explained it because what we talk about here a lot is that you have to be convinced yourself. So what convinced you? What information do you have on this lake that's supposed to be curving
Hey, Rich.
you convince yourself with, and therefore could tell someone else that information? Explain it to them.
He said, I've shown this previously. So what my question is, was I here previously when you showed it? Because I'm the guy asking the question.
Okay, so here he is on a flat lake.
Let's have a look at this.
Well, let's watch it. Whatever. I'll entertain your video, good sir.
I'm watching it now.
We're all here to learn, aren't we? Let's go.
Let's see. Let's go up to 9 minutes. Yeah, that looks flat as fuck. Look at that. Even. Good job. Some wind chop and then some clear area. What? I'll have to watch it myself so I can listen to the dude. I'm just watching it, not listening. Well, in 5 miles, he would have to show that exactly 15, 16 feet are obstructed. And you can see just from the naked eye of the video that there is not 16 feet. You can see the shoreline on the other side, the little white part of sand. That goes right down to the water.
I'm still stuck on the fact it's Lake Minnewanka, and he said it was Lake Minnetonka, which have two different meanings in Algonquin. So I don't know if I'm at the place of the crossing or the place of the end.
No, he said Minnetonka.
So
yeah,
what does
but it's
what
not.
is
It's Minnewanka.
Oh, the real name is Minnewanka.
One means the place of the crossing. The other one means the place where it ends, Earth.
Oh.
So battle mod, what does Sota mean then, as in Minnesota?
The place of the peoples.
Related to the word
or the place of the gathering.
Right.
So it's Potawatomi, but the language is Algonquin.
I like that word.
Yeah, I like the languages. I'm learning a lot about the Hebrew, the Proto-Hebrew. Actually, what they found is it's ancient Egyptian here in America that the Native Americans have been using.
Yeah. It's like Michigan. It's Potawatomi. It means the land of great waters.
Okay. Right. That makes sense.
What I wonder is this: is there in the native
Ojibwe, they're not.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Tony.
I was going to say, in the native language, is there tales or stories of where Chicago is, that there's no lake? Is there any, or the lake has always been there in the Indians' eyes, right? Because there's maps, right?
Yeah.
But there's older maps that show
Chicago is a native name.
Yeah.
Right.
Just tons of them.
Yeah, Chicago was a swamp. You know that? We had to raise it up. We had to raise the elevation of it so it stopped flooding. But
I
Chicago was
getcha.
all swampland.
Wow. I was born there. I didn't even know that.
Born in
Yeah,
the
they
swamp.
But I didn't even live
North
there.
of
I only lived there a year, but I used to visit there quite a bit as a youth.
They raised it up like 15 foot. Yeah.
They did the same thing
In a
with
place that was
Seattle.
once a swamp, you know, it's hard to get the wildlife to realize that it's not a swamp anymore.
Yeah.
Notice that? You still get a lot of swamp sort of wildlife hanging around.
Mm-hmm. They're waiting for it to come back. Because they know as soon as man quits fucking with it, it'll be back. Nature dictates all. That's why there's
I
always
wasn't
two
sure if it,
paths.
I wasn't sure if he was talking about the 4-legged variety or the 2-legged variety of swamp vermin.
Well, that's why there's always two paths. So you have the path of man and the path of nature, which always don't follow each other.
Yeah.
I like the way they call it Gitchagumi. So Lake Gitchagumi, or the Great Waters. Always like that word, Gitchagumi.
So
for Lake Superior?
Go ahead.
Yeah, any one of the Great Lakes could be Gitchagumi, but not just the greatest of lakes. But Gitchagumi just means big water, great water. You know.
So did I show you my latest project, Mike? I built a bass guitar. Did you see it?
Okay. Can you do that Metallica bass solo? Doom doo 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 doom doom. Wow.
I would have to go get the music for
the pedal.
it and practice it. I'm not that good I'm pretty good at the bass still. I've taught several people how to play the bass in my years of playing.
Yeah, I'm sure you could play it. You just have to hear it. Yeah. Why do these guys that argue there's a hump on water always stay in text and never actually come and defend their premise?
And it's been like a week, dude. He won't come on, man. He always, I gotta work and blah, blah, blah.
He was on this morning and he spurred out pretty quick.
Dude, I've been in the middle of building a race car motor that I've had $15,000, $20,000 into, and I'll stop and debate. What the hell's this guy's problem? Any process you could do, you should be able to stop in that process, and if you're an intelligent man, know your place or keep it. You can even write it down if you need to. This is where I was. I guess that takes being smarter than the process.
In social science, they call that trained incapacity. They just don't know how to do something other than exactly step A, B, C, D. You see this a lot of times in government work where like you'll have to like say stand in line and you give them your paper, the stamp, and then you show them your ID. But if you show them your ID first, they don't know how to do. They're stumped. They freeze like a deer in the headlight look. You gotta show me the paper first, and then show me you got your stamp, and then the ID to verify who you are. If you verify who you are first, they don't know what to do. They just don't understand the process anymore. They can't work through their job.
Kids are like, yeah, I think I remember hearing about writing things down in history class. Saw a notepad in a museum once. Like that now? It's like open your laptop to page. What?
Here. Okay.
That's right. Yeah, Siri, find page. Come on, Globies. Stop chat skanking. Open up your mic.
Can't find it.
Rich Evans has been giving it a workout in chat. Step in here, you bastard.
That's been going on a good half an hour at least. That old man's fingers are getting tired.
The funny part about it, there was a guy in here the other day pushing that exact same video, and FE Jedi slapped the shiznay clean out of him. From what I saw of the video, this guy was accusing flat earthers of doctoring their footage. And that's what I said to this idiot. If you're accusing some of these guys that are doing laser tests of doctoring their footage, you'd want to be fucking careful because I'll smack you stupid just for practice.
I like this guy.
Me too.
But no,
Yeah,
Amish is getting involved, so you
I
what?
do
That's not.
too. I like that. I like that Aussie charm. That's.
Oh, you mean Myth?
Yeah, I
Myth.
think you should just
That's
slap
pretty-
the shit out of a guy every now and then. Keep him practice, you know. You got to keep the pimp hand strong.
What have you guys been talking about today?
Oof, bit of everything. The usual suspects.
Good slapping.
Me and Jerry are on
Yeah, it's a morning ritual,
theodolites.
man, over here.
We're on the azimuth right now. For me and Jerry are at the azimuthal angle and plane right now for learning how theodolites work.
Yeah.
Figure it out yet?
Well, how
so
back when
we
you
know
get
that-
to your zenith?
Well, that's what. Oh, right. That's exactly where we are. Like, how do we know what vertical is?
I don't think you are because you're still asking questions.
Well, I mean, I'm always going to be asking questions. There's always more questions to ask. So like, where are we at? That is where we are.
You don't know how to find vertical, but you know the shape of the Earth.
Well, that's what we're discussing. We're discussing the.
So you're discussing.
Right. So like, I would say the vertical is perpendicular to the tangent on the globe.
Perpendicular to the tangent?
From the radius. Yep, the radius is
perpendicular to the radius.
Yep.
Listen,
What do
I
you
would
guys
say
think?
that's
What do you
only
guys think
true
vertical is?
in a I think that's only true in a theoretical model called a geoid. But you go ahead and keep preaching it like it's reality. Plums don't deviate in reality.
Well, why would they?
Exactly. They don't.
But that's on a globe, so it's not a model. It's the plums are acting like
Dude,
the
you
same
can't
as the
even
model.
prove the globe, though,
Well,
man.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
we're doing it right
a
now. You said that
globe,
no
a
matter where the plums
geoid,
are.
a
Yeah, on a
geoid is
geoid.
still a hypothetical model. That's why is it defined as hypothetical model if you know it to be true?
Well, what are you
I'll
standing
wait.
on, Badamon? Like, what surface? What's the shape of the surface you're on of the Earth? We're talking about the shape of the Earth,
Well,
not a hypothetical model.
well, since I don't have the perspective to look in and see what I'm standing on, I'll say I'm standing on ground. I can't get a far enough view
You
away.
can't. I mean,
We're in the reference frame. We lack the frame of reference to see the entirety of the shape.
Battlemon, you can't see your own asshole, but you know it's there.
Yeah, well, those two are not analogous.
It's all about perspective. It's about perspective, right? You'll never see your own asshole. with your own
Actually,
eyes.
in this
Impossible.
context, it's about intelligence, and you lack it.
Well, in perspective. So
Nobody
what is
said
perspective?
anything about whether or not you could see your asshole. I said I can't view the entirety of that which I stand on, and you didn't address that at all.
Yeah, we're not going to go degenerate, okay?
I
We're gonna
compared,
talk about
I
body
compared-
functions
Hold
and
on, Crit.
orifices.
Hold on, Crit. Just address what I've said. How do we lack the frame of reference to view what we stand on?
So you take what perspective you can see, and then we make calculations to determine the figure
Well,
of the
good
Earth.
for you. Your
Thank you.
computations.
That's welcome to the globe.
At least you admit you can't get a globe without computation.
Well, I have also perspective and measurements, just not the perspective that you're arbitrarily deciding
you-
is the perspective that should be decided
You
on, but
throw
we
some
don't. That's not how it
assumption
works.
in there too. So for me to say that it curves, I would have to observe some curvature to extend that curvature to an infinite rate.
So there's it's not a baseless assumption. So based on the perspective that we have,
Actually,
we can
it is.
determine actual figures of large objects, even though we can't technically see them when
We're
we're
not
like
talking
standing on the
about that.
surface of it. I mean, that's
We're
what I'm
talking about calculating the shape of a thing we can't see based on a portion of it.
So that's a misinterpretation of what we're talking about. You can see
No,
the
it's
Earth.
not.
You
It's
can see the Earth,
speculation.
right? Can you see the Earth, Battlemod?
You can see the Earth you stand on. Yes, that's the portion I
perfect.
mentioned.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what we're. So let's talk about what we can see.
It's not curved.
Well, no. I didn't ask you about whether or not something's curved.
No,
I said
I'm making a statement.
We're talking about the Earth, and we can see it, and so now we got to determine now through that perspective.
It's good to see you're still the same moron you've always been.
Okay. Well, that's
and
an
you
ad hoc.
think that you're going to get something new from the same old bullshit.
Well,
That's,
you're saying we can't see,
that's
but we
insanity.
can. Well, you have to talk about what we can see from our perspective.
No, you're taking what I say out of context. I said we lack the frame of reference to view the entirety of the shape of that which we stand on.
That is incorrect. And you admitted that that's not true because you said that you can see the Earth. So we can make determinations and measurements on the thing we see.
No, see, you're simplifying it.
You can't have it both ways. You can't say that frame of reference.
I can.
Is a reason
I can,
to not
because I'm not an idiot. Listen.
No. I'm sorry, Madeline. You have to actually. That's a negative claim. Claiming that you can't see something doesn't explain anything.
Just shut up, dumbass. You can see the ground your feet exist on. You cannot see the entirety of Earth.
That is
They're
my
two
point.
separate subjects.
That's my point. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, I'm curious. When he says that sentence, just because you can't see it doesn't exist, is that a fallacy? And if it is, I'm wondering what form of logical fallacy that is, if anybody knows.
Who said it didn't exist because you can't see it? Who said that?
You're saying that, Battlemod. You're saying you can't see something.
No, I'm not. You don't put words in my mouth. If you need to twist my words to have an argument, then you don't have an argument.
I'll go ahead and dictate your point. Please go ahead and say it in its entirety.
No, thank you. I don't do the same thing over and over again and expect different results.
So I wasn't trying to quote you. I was just basically doing the gist of what you said before.
I know that you were twisting my words. That's not a quote.
So that's a extension. That goes farther than what I'm saying. I was just giving a short summary of what you said, not twisting what you said. That's two different things.
But you haven't even addressed what I said.
The basis of fundamental point. Your fundamental point is that I can't see something. Is that correct or not?
No.
Okay, so what is the basis, fundamental part of your point that you are making?
I don't know that I had a point with you. You just interrupted a conversation and started with this diarrhea of the mouth shit.
That is also incorrect. T-Dub literally said, Globers, unmute yourself and get in the chat. So I followed what T-Dub said. Please correct yourself and
you followed what T-Dub said, and I have to correct myself? No, maybe you should talk to T-Dub then.
T-Dub, can you please correct Battlemod and tell him that you gave me permission to, and you ordered me to open the chat?
You're a fucking idiot.
Please do not.
What I said was I didn't invite you into a conversation, and you brought some other motherfucker that invited you into my conversation.
No, I started the conversation.
I swear, dude.
Based on T-Dub, you came into the conversation I started.
Your parents must be proud.
We can keep being. I can insult you too, but that's not going to be a constructive dialogue.
I don't think that you can.
Stick to the facts. We're going to stick to the facts. Like I started this conversation after T-Dub said, "Globers, open up your mic and start a conversation." And then you jumped in.
There's not a chance in the world you could insult me, kid.
Go ahead and go back and listen to the recording, and you will see that I was the one. That
I don't need your.
I'm confident in that I am correct and you are not in terms of what
this is what you call a conversation about the conversation.
I know
having the conversation.
Well, he made an incorrect statement.
So he interjected it himself into a conversation that's already happening, and then said, "I started it." Yes, you interjected. We agree.
No. I did not interject when T-Dub literally requested Globers get into the chat.
That's got nothing to do with the fact that there was already a conversation going on when you interjected yourself.
When I came into the channel, it was dead silence and the first thing I heard was T-Dub request people to open Globers to open the mic. So I whatever you guys were talking about, it was dead air for a significant amount of time until T-Dub said something.
This kid.
T-Dub had moved on.
If you just let him keep talking.
The conversation clearly ended because T-Dub started a new one.
So, Captain, if you and me were to have a conversation about these two numpties having a conversation about a conversation, what would that be? Besides fucking retarded. Now zip it.
See, I told you I like that guy.
That's cool, Bill. We can get back to the. You want to get back to the topic?
It was on and off, talk in the VC about the chat that was going on in the text chat, right? The conversation that was going on in the text chat. So I was kind of like inviting you to bring that conversation to the VC. I was, yeah. Because there was comments being made about
Rich
the conversation
Evans
happening in the text chat.
All right, cool.
Yeah, Rich Evans.
Well, let's talk
not
about
you, not Talon.
Well, that's good. He said Globers. He said Globers, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to listen.
I did say that.
Interpret it like that.
It's like being constipated, isn't it?
He didn't say Rich Evans. He said Globers.
Dude, he's wound as tight as a Swiss watch, man.
I know. Nobody really cares what he said.
I'm just being correct and reasonable based on the evidence and facts.
Oh, you're being obtuse and obnoxious, actually.
That's your opinion.
It is.
Yep, I agree.
All right, so before this gets to be even dumber of a conversation, let me ask you, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, we were talking about vertical.
I heard you say vertical. What did you say?
We were learning about using verticals and horizontal planes to determine curvature from our position on the globe.
Curvature of what?
Wait, hold on. Could you slowly say that again? You said you're using planes to determine curvature. Isn't that a contradiction of terms, technically? Or am I wrong about that?
Plane of reference. Yeah, plane of reference.
Geometry, because it's way easier to measure straight lines than it is to measure curved lines. And so even though the Earth surface is curved, we can use straight lines and then measure those and then do calculations that determine the Earth curve through those angles.
Curvature of what?
You ever consider
But it just boils down to calculation, right?
Flat is because it is.
No. I mean, again, I said measurements with using straight lines, and then from those measurements and angles, we can determine the curvature.
The straight lines don't
So you're
curve,
not.
right?
So in other words, to sum up, you're not actually measuring an arc segment. You're just assuming an arc segment, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
No,
Right.
that's correct.
Actually,
No, that's not the other words I would use. No.
it's still proper.
Like I said, it's easier to measure the curve with straight lines at on angles of the curve, because the curve, when you put straight lines
How the
onto
fuck
a
does
curve,
that make sense in your brain, dude? Like, fuck.
well, I can explain. So when you put straight lines on a curve, it creates a series of angles, and then you take those angles, and then when you measure
Like
the
fucking
difference,
gymnastics
Get angles
here,
off
man.
a curve.
Right, when you measure
straight
those,
line
yes.
intersecting does not give you an angle. So get that out of your head now.
yeah, straight
If we
straight
could
lines
see the
on
curvature,
tangents.
we wouldn't need that. So you have to assume that arc segment. You're assuming
do
it,
need that,
just
'cause-
like he said. No, you're assuming it for the purpose of computation, and you refuse to admit it.
Yeah, let's
that
not
is
assume the
incorrect.
globe, dude. Just take a bunch of straight measurements. What do you get?
Right, you get angles that create a curve.
Bzzz, wrong answer.
Correct. That is the correct answer.
When was this ever done in real life, in actuality?
It was done over the last couple hundred years.
Okay,
Wait, Sonny, why would you even ask him that? It doesn't even matter because it's nonsense.
They did it in the 1840s. They physically did it in the 1840s, and then they started using satellites in the last century. Since
I
1957.
remember
Which one of you guys is going to argue the data in the arc of the parallel with this guy?
Yeah,
not me.
No, it's just, I mean, we've gone over it lots of times. So that's
Yeah,
how you
you're
measure the
one-
curve.
You're the one with the Indian survey or whatever.
The Great Trigonometric Survey proves the Earth is a curve.
And how they
it's
measured was
physically
with,
measured, but it does.
They measured
It
with a
physically
100-foot
measures the
chain.
curve.
They measured with a 100-foot chain, an actual chain that's 100 foot long.
Here's the
That's
thing.
that was the baseline. So when you have a reference point like that baseline, you can measure the curvature over long distances.
Nobody measures a curve. They measure straight lines in reality and computate for longitudinal and latitudinal placement, wherein they now have a curvature because they've converted from planar to polar. We've covered this 1,000 times, but
right,
it's beyond
Like
your
when you
grasp.
take real measurements and then you convert them into calculations, you can get that's what trigonometry is.
Why are you
That's
fucking
literally-
converting them, man?
Listen,
so that we can know
nobody asked you about
the curvature,
trigonometric
so that we know
conversions
like
and what they
the
are.
radius and the circumference, and we can
How come
figure out
anytime
the
one of these
oblate.
ballpards comes in preaching their religion, it's always to the chalkboard, to the chalkboard, to the chalkboard. Get
No,
in
that's
the
after
real
the
world, mate.
measurements.
It is
You're-
measured, it is flown, it is sailed, navigated, fucking flat. Deal with it. Just get over it. You'll learn, mate. It won't hurt you. Just get over it.
Get over what, the curve? That's what I'm talking about. Is getting over the curve.
So go and look at the Black Swan again. Where's the fucking curve? Yet again,
I
we've
can
just
see the
slapped it for
curve.
practice.
So in the Black Swan, you can see the bottom-up occlusion on the oil rig that is further away.
fuck
So it's
off.
more
You can.
the
Yep, so
oil rig
explain why
not
is the
10 miles
horizon
away is slightly
behind
farther.
the fucking back oil rig? Why is the horizon behind it? It should be clearly in front of the front one. You should not even see the back one. What part of that don't you guys comprehend?
Put him on move.
Well, that's a
Wait for it. Refraction.
no tricks. Well, the problem is that you don't want to use a picture that's got multiple horizons on it because you can't tell which
Dude,
one is the
stop
real
whining,
one.
man. Fuck.
And so, like,
Multiple
out of the Black Swan
horizons.
pictures that I've seen,
Okay.
you would want to use the one with one clear horizon.
Can you
Put him on
can
mode.
you draw the multiple horizons? There's only one horizon. You can only see one horizon ever.
There's only one Earth to create the horizon. So it's either
how many more horizons are there than the one we all see?
just one. There's just one horizon, but if you see multiple horizons, it's a clear indication that there's
multiple horizons.
Appears. That's what you said. You said there's one in front, there's one behind. Like you're saying, there's multiple horizons.
No.
I think if you're seeing multiple horizons, you need to quit doing the drugs and maybe get some rest.
Well, I mean, there are multiple horizons. There you go. Old dude put it up for us, so you can see on the right picture.
Put the pipe down, crackhead. Go to sleep.
You can see on the picture B the clear occlusion of the bottom-up occlusion of the Earth blocking the picture. So, because you can see in
a fucking horizon,
picture,
dude.
In the A picture, you can see that the oil rigs are distorted.
I'm fucking gonna shut the fuck up. Not a horizon.
Thank you. You're a blessing from heaven. Thank you.
That'll teach you, Timbo. Right? Hey, Eddie,
I don't know how that guy's still here, man. Yeah. Oh yeah,
T-dub, but yeah, I know, right?
He seems like he's ready to crack.
I know.
any
Just
minute.
No.
it figures the only one we didn't want would show up.
Have you ever been on a watch list? I don't know.
Really?
What's that got to do with anything? And what if I have?
Yeah, I should hope
Flatless
so.
knowledge.
Any respecting human should be at this point.
Fucking oath, mate.
Well, if you've been on a watch list, chances are it's probably because of flat Earth stuff, right?
No, it's because I'm a highly trained combat veteran.
Well, I mean,
But what's that got to do with anything?
you could pretend that you're that. I think that would be on a watch list because
Yeah, son. Why don't you come over here and play pretend that I'm not that?
oh yeah, oh that's hilarious.
Why don't you do that and see how it fares, you good fella?
I know these kids are really funny, man. I'm like, ha ha ha! Oh shit!
Flat Earth is so scary, right?
Idiot.
We got to be put on watch lists.
Right. Oh my
Well, like,
gosh.
Who gives a
that's
fuck if
that's
you
what
are
that's what
on a
happens when
watch
you know
list?
what
That's the thing,
you know
man.
what
Who
the
gives a
five-
fuck?
And bring
You
your
know who
five guys
watches?
to the fight, right?
Cowards. Cowards watch.
Yeah, I think it's only when a list like that is enforced in some kind of way, then it's relevant.
So triggered when they hear the truth, man.
Dude, if you get indoctrinated, then how's that a coward, bro? You're just not told the truth yet.
You're the
I
indoctrinated.
said a coward
telling-
only does. He sits there and watches.
Yeah.
Real men
Do
actually
you know how
go
to
to
do-
action.
Do you know how to
Yeah,
do
you listening to this, Lou?
Do you know how to use celestial navigation
Yeah.
to predict
fuck me,
azimuth, Polaris, and prime meridian altitudes?
Just die.
I think you did one too many
What do you
Adderall,
call it?
kid.
Meridian passage. Yeah, I do. I mean, I
Meridian
don't need
passage.
Adderall, but
Okay, what's your premise? What are you talking about?
He's just like, yeah, I do.
Okay, what's
I
your
know,
premise?
you just snort it for the fun of it.
Okay, what's your premise? What are you talking about?
my premise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
What are you-
flat Earth. Yeah, I don't know.
you
Is that
trying to say?
real?
Huh?
Also,
Adderall makes you see a
Adderall.
curve?
Adderall makes you see a curve. So, are you a flat earther based off of that statement?
The question is, are you a
That's- oh,
Glober
no.
based off of Adderall?
No, I just have two preconceived notions that could be causing what do you call it? Cognitive dissonance.
It's called assumptions, dude, not notions or preconceived.
hold on.
fuck all.
It's just the
He
same
was
idea.
conceding some
Dude, you
shit
have
there.
yeah, you have two different opposing ideas you believe in. That's gonna cause you cognitive dissonance because you're like, which is more?
Who
real?
does?
You have a mental breakdown.
Do you have that?
He's explaining
Who does?
Globers right now.
No, I'm explaining to you there are people who believe in two opposing ideas. No, I'm not saying I haven't told you what I believe.
Right, I've heard that before.
You know, that could be any person in a moment of sudden realization.
Yes. Right. Okay. So let me ask you this, right? Regardless if you were a flat earther or globe earther, I'll ask you this. In a vacuum chamber, right? A vacuum chamber, a chamber without any air, you drop feathers, bowling ball. They fall at the same rate. How would you explain why they fall?
Who gives a fuck?
What does it prove?
And where do you view this in nature?
Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, where do you go after that step?
Why do you ask for belief if you think you just proved it?
Do you believe in pressure mediation?
Okay, so you believe in it too, then.
No, I ask a specific question. Why would belief matter if you think you just proved it?
I didn't think that I proved it. This is what the evidence is.
Oh, that's a good.
But I'm using that
So
to
you
justify
concede what you just said about a vacuum chamber doesn't prove dog shit.
Do you believe
that
that
proves
pressure?
gravity. Proves gravity.
Do you believe that pressure mediation
Listen.
within the medium?
How do you mean it proves gravity?
Buoyancy? Like buoyancy?
The rate of fall would be an effect, not the cause. So you haven't proven the cause. You've only just demonstrated the effect. And so you've proven nothing that we don't already know. What goes up must come down.
That experiment is not separate. Not separate.
Under all circumstances.
That's really.
So that's why, yeah, what goes up must come down. But what makes it fall down at the same rate, the same speed?
The fact that you put it in a
That's
vacuum.
why we don't have a known cause. So listen, hold on. You people think
I get it.
flat earthers. Listen, you guys, you think we deny all the observed effects that people call a cause. No, we know the difference between the actual cause and the observed effect. Yes, we observe all them effects, but we have no proven cause for it. So we don't deny gravity, we deny the given cause. And it would greatly belate you to understand that nobody here is denying gravity. We're denying the given cause in a relative manner or a Newtonian manner.
So you don't deny it, right? So that's where I'm asking you, right?
We all see the same effects, right? Do I see things fall just like you?
If there is a cause, if you're seeking out for a cause for this is the most likely cause. There's always been studies.
Nobody knows is a cause.
Right.
Nobody knows the cause.
Are you
Ask any
aware of
scientist what's the cause of gravity. I am aware of hypotheses. Yes, I know what they are. I know what the theories are.
In the quantum field,
I disagree with those
in the realm of
theories.
quantum physics, they use a lot of hypothesis.
They do, and the quantum realm doesn't unify with the standard model. So who really gives a shit?
Well, I'm just saying, in just regular physics that we use as like part of like the laws of physics,
we still don't know the cause.
No, there's still laws. There's still formulas. One of the
a law. You know what a law is?
Acceleration.
You know what a law is?
Gravity.
You know what a law is? It's a statement about something we observe to be true every time under the same circumstances.
It's concluded that
it makes no attempt to prove cause.
No matter
it just states that this happens. Yeah, every time.
No matter what the differential is, like no matter what type of the shit you try to put in there, like it still happens.
I know it still happens, but can you explain to me how you measure how things fall? Like, what are the empirical evidences of how things fall?
Well, I mean,
why is it so important? Why is it so important? Why is it so important that to know how it falls?
It is time.
We know the measured rate of fall.
Yeah, it's time over distance, and it's the measurement of the time over distance in the medium.
Acceleration. It's just the acceleration.
Yes, the acceleration. Well, guess what? What happens when you hit fucking water? What happens when you hit water? Solid water, or you know, liquid water? It slows down. If you fucking hit a solid medium, guess what?
Yeah.
You will still. You still will think.
Float,
but
you know what I mean?
Did you listen? Did you get the part where we said we don't deny the the observed effects, we deny the given cause. So you haven't addressed the given cause, and you went right back to the rate effect that nobody denies.
Yes, but like we can also do
So
measurements on Earth.
you understand that? Yes, we do. We measure the rate of speed. So what? We still don't know the cause. Address that.
Acceleration. I'm
Address
telling you,
the
that's
cause.
the only thing. That's the only thing we can measure. When
It's
we
the rate
use
of
the idea.
We already
rate-
know
the
that,
rate of
and we have
fall
already
through the medium.
agreed with. We've already agreed with that. So what? What are you still trying to do? Prove you're
So my point
somebody by
is-
repeating the
Right.
same
So
dumb
my
shit?
point is, right? The hypothesis of gravity could also prove the things that we can
The
measure. about how
hypothesis of gravity.
Yes.
Are
The
you
law
guys
of-
hearing this,
the
dude,
law
or is
of
it just
relativity.
me?
Oh, wow.
The theory of relativity explains gravity, right?
You know,
Newtonian-
relativity's
right.
got more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
Dog, I just told you how. it
And I'll
builds
tell
up
you
to the
what, at the
acceleration
rate of at
how
the
things
rate
fall.
that you're going, I refuse to debate relativity with you because you're not equipped for the conversation.
Okay, let me ask you. I'll give you
Period.
this situation. If you had a rock and you threw it up in the sky, right, and you had an initial velocity, how fast is that thing going to fall before it hits the ground? The same velocity, right?
Depends what
And that can
medium it's
only
in.
happen
What
if
medium
we,
is
if we
it in?
implement.
Yeah, exactly. Like, does
We
it
measure
fall
that.
through
We
the
can
same
measure
rate? Like, does it fall the same
Yes,
rate
yes.
if it hits
So
water?
let's say
You're
you throw
saying
it up
yes.
for.
You say that rock does not slow down when it hits water.
It doesn't slow down. Listen, that is
Wow.
density.
Okay.
That is described as
Jesus,
relative
man.
density when you're talking about water, but I'm talking about air. When you throw a rock in the air,
It's a fluid medium. It's a fluid medium. It's a fucking fluid medium.
It's gonna hit the ground at
It's
20
a
meters per
rate.
second. The same
No, it's
speed
not.
that
Hold
gets
on.
through it.
Can I ask one question? How is this going to prove a globe Earth?
It does not prove
not talking about
globe
globe Earth,
or flat. It does not prove either.
Well, then you're not.
It's
Right,
pointless.
yeah, exactly.
Then you're off
Dude,
topic if you're
it's an
not trying to
appeal.
prove
No,
the
it's
shape
not.
of Earth.
It's the appeal of physics, bro. The things that we can measure on Earth, right? If we assume
Nobody
that
said we
like
couldn't
talking about
measure
gravity.
it.
This guy's talking about
Right, but we
gravity,
can't
and
use that
and we
in
can disprove
small
gravity
space.
by talking about the
Well,
fluid
the
of
thing is,
the
nobody
nature of
denied
reality.
it. Yeah, nobody denied anything he's saying. Nobody denies the observed rate of fall. Nobody denies this. So what the fuck is your point?
So that's it.
It's not
That
my
is
point. It's his point.
theory of relativity.
He's the one I'm asking.
The acceleration of gravity.
I think I can translate. I think what he's trying to say is rocks fall down, thus the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
I never said anything about it being a globe.
Have you ever Googled all the problems
Dude, you wanna
that
hear a
exist
secret?
with
You wanna hear a
relativity?
secret?
Just
You
try
wanna hear a
Googling that.
secret?
Hey, Battle
You wanna
Mike, how
hear a
about we make
secret?
it easy for him? Instead of Googling relativity, why don't we just say, go and look up density and buoyancy? That might explain a few things to you, mate.
That's literally what I've been saying. But that's just the laws of physics. Do you want to hear a secret? I'm a flat earther, bro. You didn't have to be so confrontational. And second of all, I just want to talk about physics. That's it. I'm just
Then
saying
go to
some
another channel.
things that
This
we
is discussion.
hypothesize. Some theories support our laws on Earth.
Theories
Some
or
theories.
hypotheses?
The theory of relativity.
It do you good
gives
to
us-
learn the difference.
The theory of relativity, it inspired the discovery of acceleration of gravity.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
well,
What do you mean the Earth is flat? Like, what do you mean flat? We have mountains and valleys and stuff like that, Zonic. What are
Listen,
you talking about?
Little
if you
G doesn't
implement
prove
gravity
anything.
into like everything, like planes flying in the air and how they like land.
No, like when you said
like
flat,
that
you said you think the Earth is flat, right? How did you
Yeah.
measure it to be flat? I mean, what did you
Keep
do?
saying gravity, but what he means is rate of fall. If you integrate the rate of fall into all physics, which we've already done and nobody's denied,
when you navigate throughout the oceans,
do you see how that
use
makes no sense when it's put that way?
distorted charts. You use distorted charts. That's why they're so like high scale or it's zoomed in. When it's zoomed in all the way, it's like a bigger scale chart. And the closer you get, the more accurate depiction of Earth is. Because if you move down a few latitudes, those latitudes are going to distort if you have a flat chart. It's like a flat piece of paper trying to wrap around a ball. It's not going to. It's obviously not going to like.
Now you're into the difference between polar and planar. Yeah, one has converging lines, one don't. Those are just
lines of latitude, lines of longitude.
Those are
tell us which one's accurate.
Datums. Yeah. Those are just datums.
Oh, okay. When you look at a globe, right, that's a ball. But when you look at a chart, there's so many different types of charts. The one that you see of all the continents that you usually see, the lines of latitude, which go up and down, lines of latitude, right? Like what latitude.
Which one's accurate?
None of them are.
When you say up and down, up and down.
The Mercator's projection is the most accurate for navigation, and yes, it has no converging lines. That's why it's more accurate.
It really depends. It really depends on what latitude.
Yeah, so Zonic, you're saying longitude is up and down. Where do I have to stand, and then where is up and where is down to show me this longitude?
Okay, longitude is west to east, and latitude is north to south.
Yep. But also, I would like to ask you, at some point from north to south, does that measurement change?
Like the latitudes, it goes all the way up to 90. It goes all the way up to 90.
Yes, because the lines converge.
Right, assuming that there's an axis going through the.
So the distances between those lines will change. Yes. And when we have conversions and transformations from one model to the next, it doesn't matter. No one model is more accurate than the other because we can just convert.
Do you not understand? The idea of the globe Earth is based off of the path of travel of all the stars throughout time.
Yeah, I do understand that. That's why in survey, your first ground station, your first ground station is always done through a celestial observation. That will be benchmark number one.
Right, and so based off of all discoveries we've had about the stars and how they move, and how the sun moves, how the planets move around us,
every map is based on that.
Conceptualize a heliocentric model for that.
So, are you a flat earther or not? I mean,
based off of the things that I'm using my job, I'm doing as like my school and my work, it's that all that stuff takes into account the heliocentric model because
Shane and Alan all cover that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I will go ahead and tell you it doesn't because my job, I do surveying, I do concrete work, I do fucking piping, and I have to level and fucking, I have to make sure that like the grounds are leveled.
Right, but that's just like a short distance. Like,
grade differential.
It may be a short. It may be a short thing, but guess what? We don't curve our fucking concrete.
No, that grade differential.
I get that. I get that. But you're talking about a huge piece of land, right? Like it's huge. It's the what do you call it when you measure like hills, like just between hills and
topographical
altitudes?
Yeah, topographical. Taking into topographical differential.
The topographical features, yes. The elevation differentials, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were talking about, Matt. But this guy, I don't know. I think he's just here to take it way off in the left field rather than the topic. How far are we from the point? I mean, I know you say you're a flat earther, brother, but why are we so far from the point? Why are we convoluted and lacking of any direction? There is no point to this.
I was going somewhere.
That's what I'm asking. Where the fuck are you going? Because the bus is in choppy roads. You're hitting potholes and you're fucking up the suspension. I bet you do.
Like driving, yeah, like cars. Oh, I love cars. But yeah, my train of thought just got
cars too. But I don't know what the love of cars has to do with this fucking conversation.
The perception of the equinoxes. So we assume that the heliocentric model has an
There's got to be someone else who wants to talk. Is there anyone else?
Please, fucking somebody. Like, seriously. This is ridiculous.
There are so many great people here with mute power. I love it. This kid was hurting my head.
Man.
Said he was.
I gotta smoke a fucking cigarette after this. Jesus.
I was looking for that bottle of Percocet, thinking, no, I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
And he hasn't smoked in 25 years. Just kidding.
Good form.
No, I haven't smoked in 25 minutes.
Circle up, boys. I'm passing this one around. Pup, give.
Yeah. I wish I had a fucking joint on me. Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo, that guy said he was a flat earther. I'm just fucking amazed, man.
How the fuck is he a flat earther?
I don't know what the fuck he was even talking about.
You've been through school. You know what the indoctrination system's like.
Oh, fucking Australia.
It was difficult to listen to just because he went from so many different areas out of there was no string that connected any of it. It was just, I honestly didn't know if it was real or not.
That's most young kids.
Well, the funny thing is they say we build a heliocentric model based on... They say we built this model based on the celestial sphere, but the truth was that natives were navigating a long time ago without any thought about the shape of Earth, but they knew if they followed these certain stars, they could go to where they were last year or last month or the last time they traveled and followed that light in the sky. So it didn't require a heliocentric model. It's always been a light that led the way.
Well, also, it's also been the currents in the sea and the currents in the sky. Like, when you follow the currents in the sea, like, they always traveled from, like, Britain, like, up to Iceland, over to fucking Greenland, down the fucking east coast of the United States, and then they went back to Africa off of the east coast of the of South America. So they always did, like, this. They always did do a great circle route, but it was in between points.
You know, the truth is that without the stars, mankind would not know where the fuck they are on Earth, period. And this has been true since the beginning.
Yeah.
That we've always known where we were by the lights in the skies, but that don't make it a globe.
Exactly. Yeah. It was a fucking tangent point. It's like you went from this point to this point to this point to this point. It does not fucking matter.
Yeah, it's just a pre-existing known marker that's always where it was.
Exactly.
Great circle is a straight line.
I love Matrix. Little fucking middle finger.
It might as well be in the globe paradigm, you know. The circle might as well mean anything you want it to mean.
It's just a fucking circle. It doesn't mean it.
Now, apparently, you can have straight lines on a sphere, all kinds. Well, who knows what'll come next?
Well, show me a fucking circle that's a straight line.
Thing is,
like what the fuck? Like,
I know, right?
No, it can be straight. Let me get explain.
It can be straight if you're like equatorial, like fucking.
Yeah. So every
whatever,
every longitude and latitude point is a great circle.
Yeah.
The equator is a great circle. It's a straight path, meaning it doesn't deviate left and right. Technically straight on the surface, still straight.
Well, that's not technically straight, though.
Yes, I know it's got a different axis.
It would be technically equidistant. It would be technically equidistant from 2 points.
Well, it's the shortest path on the surface of the sphere.
Equidistance. That would imply more than 1 point.
Well, yeah, exactly.
More than
But
one.
it would be
More than one circle.
equidistant. It would be equidistant from 2 points, but we don't find that in nature. Or maybe we technically can, actually. We could find equidistant points between how far the sun goes out and moves back in. We could find an equidistant point, and it could be equatorial to those points. But at the same time, that doesn't fucking argue for the shape of the ground that we're standing on. Like,
Right.
it's not.
And it's funny because the equatorial plane is based on the path of the sun.
Yeah.
The relevance to the celestial
So
sphere.
what you said is actually what we did.
No, it's what they did.
Well, yeah. By we, I mean they.
Yeah.
But yeah, when
people,
they built it, it's based on the midway mark of the path of the sun throughout the season.
Yeah. Yep. I would agree with that.
That's why it's a precession of the equinox and all that, you know.
Here's another thing. So, like, the equator would be the equal time where it's 50-50 almost. And then the inclination of the angle, which would be the tropics of 23.4 degrees on either side of the equator. That's what they call the tilt. It could be other things. But it's practically just where the sun dwells between the tropics of that 40-50 degree incidence angle.
Yeah.
But also they try. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you, but no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that's what they tried to. That's the whole fucking Aristophanes argument, but it doesn't make sense because you can do that shit on a fucking flat table, or to prove the curvature of the table, or you can do it on a ball, I guess, and prove the circumference.
It's just on the planar surface. It assumes a local and small sun, and on a globe, it indicates like parallel and infinite light rays, infinite distance, practically.
Yeah.
You know the interesting thing about that though is if you tell me the lengths of those shadows on a flat surface, I can tell you exactly where that light is.
You should be able to.
Exactly. Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I can take a measurement on my little 4-foot little table over here with 2 different like say I put like 2 different like water bottles or beer bottles or whatever on there, and I could fucking put a light over the top of one of them. Of course, that one's not going to cast a shadow. The other one is. I can use A squared times B squared times C or equals C squared, and I can tell you the curvature of the fucking table, even though that son of a bitch is flat.
No, I know.
That's all based on that, and that's all based on the angle to the light source because the angle of the shadow is dictated by the angle to the light source.
But you guys aren't making the connection, though. If we can do that with your light, we can do it with the sun. And so you're saying what you're saying is if it's flat, we know the height of the sun.
Well, no, that
does follow.
Is that we don't know the fucking height of the sun. We don't know the height of the sun. No, we do not. No, we do not. Because if you can prove a flat surface is curved from the light source of a flashlight, then guess what? You cannot prove that the sun is directly fucking pointed down.
It'll show you the angle.
It makes no fucking sense at all.
It'll show you the angle to the position of the light source, but it won't say anything about distance.
No, it will do.
If you have 2, you definitely can.
Angle and a distance.
If you give me two lengths of shadows,
point and origin are not dictated by angle of incidence.
So you're going to tell me that my fucking table is curved. You're going to tell me that my fucking computer desk is curved.
Exactly wrong. No, I'm not. Your table's flat. We're starting with that, right? Your table's flat. We got that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if your table's flat and you give me the lengths of 2 shadows cast by a light source, and I know the distance between those two things that are casting the shadows, I can tell you exactly where that light is if your table's flat. So the only point I'm trying to make is if we begin with the flat table, I can tell you where the light is. If we begin with the flat Earth, I can tell you where the sun is.
So where is it?
You can calculate the intensity of the light and how far it traveled by 2 angles.
Well, not if all you see is an apparent position, though. That changes with your position.
Exactly.
There's the answer, heretic. Yeah, you have to then say the sun is not where it appears to be.
It is not
Well,
where it appears to
that
be.
is what science
I
says.
100% agree with that.
And there comes the magic back into your understanding of things. That somehow the sun is the only thing in your paradigm that is not where it should be.
Yeah, and you know why that is?
No, I don't.
It's polarized
I'm
by
going
the edge.
to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now why that is because if it's a focused beam with a specific focal distance from the source, then you would not be able to triangulate it just like we cannot triangulate the sun. Exactly like that. Because a focal point would act that way. It would act exactly that way.
That wasn't a reason.
I got a quick question. Did I make a claim of where the sun is? How far away it is? Did I make a claim of that?
You claimed that my fucking table was a goddamn circle.
No, I'm asking the other guy. I'm not asking you. Did I make a claim as to how far away the sun is? Mr. Mackey?
Did you make a claim for... No.
Oh, okay. So if I didn't make a claim, then how is it not where it should be in my paradigm? How does that make sense?
Do you believe in the globe?
No, I don't believe in the globe.
Because you guys are using...
I'm trying to see how what he said makes logical sense. It makes no damn logical sense, obviously.
But of course it does. If we assume that the table is flat...
Let's make it make sense. So, did I make a claim how far away the sun is? Did I make a claim about that? Yes or no?
I didn't say how far away the sun is. I said the height of the sun.
Okay, or where the sun is. Did I make a claim about where the sun is? Yes or no?
You didn't, but Heretic said that it's not where it's supposed to be because of some reasons.
Let's stop there and follow the logic. So since I did not make a claim about that, you're saying in my paradigm, the sun is not where it's supposed to be. How does that logically follow?
I said the sun is not where it would calculate to be.
So you're just talking nonsense.
How is that talking nonsense? If we can figure out where the light is based on the table and based on the lengths of the shadows and the distance apart of the two objects casting the shadows, if we can then use those two measurements to draw two triangles and figure out exactly where those angles intersect, and we can calculate exactly where that light is in relation to those two little sticks on the table, why can't we do that on the Earth? If the Earth were indeed flat like the table, we should be able to do the same thing, should we not?
I was not actually asking you, Quetzalcoatl. I was actually asking Scott where he was at on the spectrum. Like, are you a flat earther or a globe earther? What the fuck? Like,
what do you think? What do you think?
I know you're a globe.
Yes, you do. Very good. Very clever.
I know you're a glober because of the ridiculous shit you're bringing up. Because
what's the difference? Where's it wrong?
Why is it wrong?
Yeah, where did I get it wrong?
Why do you deny the evidence?
What evidence? I don't recall denying any evidence just now. If you can point out the evidence I denied, I'll listen to you. No problem.
The perspective of where the sun is.
What does that mean?
The perspective of where the sun is, where it is in location to you.
I still don't understand what that means. Can you give me some about angles? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about like two bottles sitting on a surface, on a flat surface.
On a table, yes.
Yep. And you have a source, sun.
Yes.
So
the source of the sun.
Do you believe that the sun is 93 million miles away?
Yes.
So if the sun is 93 million miles away, why do we experience corpuscular waves or rays? And why can you like fucking tell me a math to how my fucking table is curved when it's flat?
I would never say your table's curved when it's flat. That would be stupid.
That would be stupid, would it not? Yeah, it
Yes,
really
that's why
would.
I haven't done it.
Yeah. So a local light source with corpuscular rays shining on two different objects, how does that prove the distance?
Simple math. We can very easily calculate where that light is.
How can you calculate where the math? It could be close. It could be infinitely far. How can you give like a actual fucking number? Like how can you actually?
It's high school math.
All
it's
right,
really
well,
easy.
Do the high school math for me, really quick. Like
seriously,
basically, prove to me the curvature of my fucking desk.
I'm not. Why do you keep going back to that? Yeah, I'm not proving the curvature of your desk.
The whole
your
point.
Desk is flat.
That's the whole point. Yeah, my
your desk is flat.
I can take a local light source, point it over one. The other one will have a shadow.
Yes.
You can figure it out. The fucking triangulations, and you can tell me the curvature of my desk. Can you not?
Your desk is not curved. Why do you keep going back to that?
The Earth. That's what it's based off of. If you fucking
it's not.
Shut up.
Hey, can I take this a slightly different direction? A bathtub full of water. Mr. Mackey, a bathtub full of water. Is the surface of the water level? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Let's scale up a little bit. Swimming pool.
You didn't ask the right question.
You
really wanted to ask. It's not flat.
No. Never mind. You're too fallacious, dude. You're too fallacious.
Everybody
listen. Not flat.
There's 30.
What is the definition of level? Is it any point?
One at a time.
No point any higher or lower than another, right? Level.
Wait, who thinks we are flat here?
The two are synonymous.
No, they're not.
Who here thinks
they
we
are
flat?
I can Google synonyms of flat, and level will be one of them. We can Google it.
I can Google synonyms. Doesn't matter.
Google your mom.
Level on this earth is not flat.
Yes, it is.
That's your claim. Prove it.
It's not a claim. Your claim is that it is fucking curved. But when you go out onto a construction site, guess what? You have to make sure that the fucking land is perfectly level and fucking flat, has no goddamn curvature to it, because guess what? When you have to fucking install a centrifuge or anything else like that, yeah, exactly, you're grading. You have to make sure that that shit is flat. And you, when you pour concrete, guess what? You have to level it off. You have to fucking drag that shit off with a fucking grading board.
Yep.
You have to fucking drag that shit across. You have to make sure that
differential
shit
grading
is fucking perfect. You
I
have to
gotcha.
make that sure that shit is perfect.
When you say
If it's not perfect,
how perfect is it? What are your
Scott,
tolerances?
are you at
when you're
work right
perfect?
now?
What are your tolerances in your perfect?
Well within human error, so.
What are your tolerances?
10,000.
Yeah.
Within a 10,000, Scott.
Wait, you're telling me when you're grading land, you're within 10,000ths of flat.
I'm telling you,
I'm
we
telling
have to
you,
grade the land.
We can.
We have to
Yes.
pour the
You're
concrete.
dreaming.
We
You're
have
lying
to
or
fucking
you're
level.
dreaming. One of the two.
No, we have to level every fucking surface, and we have to make sure that we pour that shit perfectly.
To what tolerance?
We have to.
Hold on, guys. Let's be specific. So the land we pour the concrete on will not be level to within 10,000, but the surface of the concrete when we finish it will.
Be. Yep. Yeah.
To within what?
The surface will be within
To
10,000.
what?
God, I'm not into repeating myself, Scott.
It's like I think it's within 3/10,000ths. You have to have that fucking shit. Okay,
It
but
is.
when
I
you
agree.
Now you're just lying, guys.
you gotta
Come on.
vibrate it. You gotta vibrate it, and you
Hold
fucking
on.
put that vibrator down in there, and
We
it
call that
fucking moves it out.
Over what distance?
Yeah, it's
over what distance?
It's considered a 1%, less than a 1% grade, Scott. Do you know anything about that?
Over what distance are you within 3/1000?
That doesn't matter.
It matters. It matters. Over what
It
distance?
doesn't.
Is
If we couldn't do it, if we couldn't do it, we couldn't grade roadways and parking lots for water runoff.
Yes, but over what distance are you talking about?
Over any distance we need to. We can do it systematically, periodically, in portions, in sections, that together collectively it comes to the grade we want. So we have runoff for water.
We're not talking about grade. We're talking about flat.
I like the fact that you threw that in there.
Absolutely, we are talking about grade.
There actually is curvature in fucking concrete because we do have to consider runoff. But guess what? We make it fucking flat and then we fucking run it down so water runs off of it.
What is the tolerance of your flatness? Over what distance? Come on, guys. You should be able to answer this.
Wait, how does it go from bathtub to this? Like, okay, so back to the bathtub. The surface of the bathtub is...
Because Matt brought it up.
Like you're just going off onto a tangent about precision, Mackie. Like, back to the bathtub. The
Precision
surface of the
matters.
bathtub is level, right, Mackie?
It is, but it's not flat.
Okay, it's level, but it's not flat. The surface of the bathtub. Okay.
Correct.
This is a glober, everybody. Listen to that. That is the madness of a glober.
Well, it happens to be correct. Doesn't matter if you guys accept it or not. I know this blows you guys' mind. I get that. It's hard sometimes.
Blows our mind. I've only been working in the fucking field for goddamn 22 years. Like,
and you can't even tell me the tolerance over a distance. It's weird. I think you know that.
I already fucking told you.
We already did.
You never said the word
based on
distance.
thickness. Scott, it's based on thickness and grade. You keep wanting to say level or flatness. We're talking about grading.
You guys claim to be professionals. Tell me what tolerance over a distance you're allowed for what you call flatness.
There's no tolerance for flatness.
I know.
Nobody calls it flatness. You do that. You do that. It's called grade.
You guys say you create flat surfaces, right? You just said that.
It depends the tolerance.
Exactly. Well,
listen,
it depends on it. If I'm setting a fucking generator, if I'm setting a fucking generator on a fucking like 4x8 or a 16x8 fucking concrete slab, guess what? We pour that shit fucking flat, and then we fucking put a little 45-degree angle on the fucking edges. Guess what? That's sufficient enough, and it's completely fucking flat. We don't have to take into a grade. If we're gonna fucking pour a fucking long ass roadway, guess what? You have to make the middle of the fucking road a little bit higher than
1%
fucking edges. Yeah, 1 to 3%, or it's like 0.1 to 0.3% or something.
So size
we have
and
to work
area.
within.
Yeah. 300 millimeter, quarter-inch. We can say it 100
So we have to
different
make
ways.
it where it runs off into a ditch and fucking drains. We have to consider drainage. Guess what? Drainage.
I get all that.
Is differential in elevation.
In it where needed or whatever.
It's just the differential in elevation. It has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. Great.
No one ever said it did. You're arguing against nobody. You're against nobody.
That's what you tried to fucking argue.
I did not. You're not listening.
There is no one
you're all
go-to
triggered.
all tolerance for grade. Grade is dictated by size and area of control.
I never mentioned grade. I'm not asking about grade.
Nobody could give you a one-all, cover-all tolerance. You are asking about grade when you're talking about sin.
I'm not.
Deviation from straight and level, yes.
No,
that's
talking
great.
about flatness. Come on, guys, focus. I know you can. Focus.
No,
flatness.
There is no flatness in construction. It's all about grade and grade differential.
It's all about elevation. It's about
so
elevation.
What Matt just said is about making flat surfaces.
So the problem is you're asking for things that don't exist in this.
I'm asking for things you asserted.
It's
Matt asserted that he made flat surfaces. Right?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you're making wordplay.
I said that we have to.
He said he grades to a certain level.
No, he said he grades to flatness.
No, I said when it was a fucking like 4 to fucking 8 to like 8 to fucking 16 for certain like fucking generators, when we have to set a generator on a fucking like a housekeeping pad. Yes, we make that son of a bitch flat and it's perfect. But if we have to go for fucking miles,
nobody
like
can
quarter
create
mile, even a quarter mile, you have to have a fucking like a runoff.
When you just said right there, if I could quote you, we make that thing flat and it's perfect. You just said that, right? Those were your words, were they not?
No, flat perfect is on a small housekeeping pad.
What the fuck are you arguing about here, man?
It has to have a runoff. It has to have a runoff.
Okay, but is there any time you've ever made something flat and perfect?
No man
Where are
can
you
create
getting
a
about this? So if
perfectly
you're putting
flat surface.
if you're putting a building over it, it doesn't need to shed water. In exterior applications, then you can't have it ponding or sitting on there. You have to put a crimp in it or some kind of a pitch to it, or so that water does.
I'm not arguing.
Generally, you have
I get all that. I get all that.
From a flat fucking plane, it has to run down.
I get that.
He wants to argue the definition of the word flat, man. That's all he wants to do. So fuck him.
No, I'm just
semantical bullshit,
man.
You guys made the claim that you can make something flat. Did you not?
Oh, just shut
flat. I can definitely make something flat,
bitch.
motherfucker. I mean,
Okay.
I get tired of being politically correct. You're a fucking whining bitch.
I can definitely
get a real argument.
Scott does this with every conversation. From what I've heard.
Dude, do you know what concrete work is? Do you know what a screed board is? Do you know how to fucking take one fucking elevation point to another elevation point, screed it off? Do you screed it off and make it flat?
He's playing like an instrument, bro.
Come on.
So when you're making something flat,
I'm just trying to fucking throw some more shit in just so he fucking knows.
I wish I could make your mama flat, but that bitch got way too much grade.
Oh, goodness gracious, guys.
That was
I mean,
really
you're over 300.
That was actually a really good one.
He's the conductor of the gravy train.
So
that
Matt,
was a really good one.
His mama's
I like that one. I'd like to make your mama flat, dude. Come on, that was good.
So Matt, going back to what you were saying earlier, so about a 8x8 slab of concrete, right?
Well, I was saying like 12 bay or fucking 16 bay
really,
or
dude,
whatever.
Shut the fuck up, man. Like enough of
that. Yeah.
Am I bothering you?
Come on, somebody shoot me, fuck it.
You really are, man.
No.
Yeah, why? How am I bothering you, man?
It's the same shit over and over. You circle jerk yourself until you're fucking blue in the face, dude. Like, shut the fuck up.
Just asking you guys to explain what you mean.
Well,
it's not my fault you guys can't explain what you mean.
People, so he gets what he's fishing for.
No, I don't.
So when he doesn't catch a fish, I guess he would quit fishing.
I'm fishing for an explanation.
No,
we've got several explanations.
I just want one explanation from you guys, one time. One explanation about anything.
I mean, fuck, man. Do you want me to go outside? Do you want me to go outside and fucking build a form
Half
and
these
show you how you
don't even
like screed off fucking concrete? Like how the fuck? Like, how do you want us to prove it to you? Do you want us to go build a fucking form, screed it off, and build a flat piece of concrete? I mean, what the fuck is?
Hey, we could go put a free. Listen, we could go put a free driveway in his house, and we could forget about grade, and we could leave that alone and just make it flat and level, so he gets a flooded fucking driveway.
You guys are getting so triggered. You can't remember what the conversation's about.
Think about that, man. think about if we like leveled, like think
put
about
this motherfucker a pond in his front yard without even digging a hole.
Well, think about his motherfucking driveway being like 3 feet up from the fucking street, and then we just drop it off at 90 degrees at the end of it.
Turn the motherfucker's foundation into a swimming pool.
When Scott's talking about a measure of flatness, he's talking about a high point and a low point over distance. So
yeah,
you got that's all he's talking about. So he's talking about a deviation from level.
Yeah, those are flat. Those are terms you
just keep talking about it over and over and over. Like fuck me, man.
He's triggering. He's using words that no one can answer. So you can't give him a measure of flatness over a concrete slab. Oh well, you can, but it'd take you a while. So you got to get your level point and then measure how much that is off level, down, up, out, up, down, over a certain distance, and then you average it out, and then that's your measure of flatness.
Or you just use.
I'm not gonna lie to you, buddy. Guess what? Your driveway. If we came to pour you a driveway, it might be
not be flat.
But
you're
guess what?
It would be talking about, man.
It would be because you would have to consideration like
it's not even. Scott's not even arguing about level at the moment. Scott's not even arguing about level at the moment. He's asking for a measure of flatness.
Yes. Timbo gets it. And my position is that level is not flat.
Good for you.
Level is flat.
Okay.
What does that prove?
Good for you, Scott. That's your opinion. You can fucking
show
keep
me
it,
a non-flat level.
Okay. Hold on. So it's not. What does it prove?
Show me a non-flat level.
Well, if level were not flat, it would prove the Earth is a globe.
How the fuck does it prove that? See, let's put the shoe on the other foot. Can you
I'm not.
Within what type of tolerance?
Well, I'm talking about fucking elevation. There's elevation.
I'm not talking about elevation either.
Rises and fucking.
I didn't talk about that either. So you don't need to bring it up.
Ridges and valleys across the Earth.
No, I'm not talking about that either.
Okay.
I need to bring it up.
He's just making you guys argue about a word.
Oh,
how does it prove a globe? Oh, hold on. Yeah.
So this started because I said
not level proves a globe. How? Not level proves a globe. How?
What do you mean not level? I didn't say not level. I said not flat. Level is not flat.
Not flat proves a globe. How?
Yeah,
okay, cool. I'm cool with that word. How does that prove a globe?
Because if you go any 2 points on the surface of the Earth at the same level, at the same elevation, and they do not share a horizontal plane, that means the horizontals are diverging from each other or not parallel to each other, which would mean the Earth is a curving.
So is the horizon horizontal, Scott?
To a single point and only that single to a single point and only that single point. Yes.
That's all relative to an observer, though. One observer.
But you walk.
Watch
anywhere.
how you use your words, motherfucker.
Yeah, you still haven't proven.
I'm very careful with my words. If you take a horizontal from point,
for me. Thank you.
Yes, but if you take a horizontal from point A, and you extend that plane infinitely, then you move over to point B, and you take a horizontal plane, you extend it infinitely, those two planes will not be parallel.
And they won't be horizontal. So what's the definition of horizontal?
They will both be horizontal at their point.
What's the definition?
Did you prove that? Did you prove any of this, Scott?
Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical at the point that you measure.
Let Timmy do this.
With a slope of 0?
Yes. At the point you measure.
So how can there be two horizontals?
This is the thing you guys can't seem to wrap your minds around.
But like Jerry was saying, you haven't proved that the perpendiculars are different, so your horizontals aren't different at the moment.
Oh, but other people have with reciprocal zenith angles.
No, they haven't.
If you sum reciprocal zenith angles,
are you going to main surveyor again? Who's not a fucking surveyor?
Yeah, that's what he does every time.
Well, but that is the proof. You guys can reject it, but it's
that.
How's it not proof, Timbo?
The non-proof from a non-surveyor.
So what are these distances of these surveys taken over?
Why should we believe a known liar is a better question. He admitted he's not even a grunt man yet.
And how do you
he's not even a journeyman.
How do you differentiate when things go into the distance, they get smaller, yeah? Like perspective. So how do you differentiate between perspective and a drop over distance? How do you do that, Scott? When you're reading your
That's
angles,
a good question.
theodolite, how are you differentiating between perspective?
I don't understand what you're saying.
You're reading angles over a distance out of your theodolite.
Yeah, you just read the number the theodolite says, right? And you write it down.
Do you expect, what distance?
Why does it matter?
Well, it matters.
Did you say the
perspective
number
comes in.
Wait. So you're telling me if I'm at, 6 foot, whatever, my theodolite's at 6 foot, or a little bit lower since, I'm only 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
So let's say it's at 6 foot, and you take another thing and you walk 1,000 feet, and you put it at that same elevation, exact same elevation. You don't think that theodolite would hit directly on that if you're at the zero angle?
1,000 feet's not bad.
But would it hit?
You'd probably get an accurate measurement at 1,000 feet.
Yeah, but would it hit on a flat Earth at zero?
Go farther. At 1,000 feet?
Yeah.
What's your error over 1,000 feet?
But what would be the theoretical angle of elevation?
You guys say there's always error. So what's your error at 1,000 feet?
This is what I find interesting.
That
Why
would
won't
be
you answer the question?
that would be what it would be. That would be what the differentiation would be. So whatever error is over 1,000 feet would be what it is, either higher or lower from your other theodolite point.
What error would happen over 1,000 feet?
I don't know. You're the one bringing up 1,000 feet. You said at 1,000 feet, would it hit the same point?
Yes.
Yeah.
If we're shooting this horizontal line.
Welcome to flat Earth. Fuck.
If we're shooting this horizontal line, like you guys just say we can shoot a horizontal, right? Should that horizontal not intersect everything that's at that same level?
Cool.
Okay, so if I take another point 1,000 feet away and put it at 6 feet elevation, should it not? Should that horizontal plane not intersect that point that I just put there?
Well, in theory, yes, it should.
Okay, in theory it should.
But we're limited by things, yeah? We're limited by optics. So you've got your theodolite screen. You're limited by,
How does that affect anything? Let's talk about
Well, haven't you seen Skunk Bay? How it lifts and rises and shrinks the horizon? Or things in front of you lift and shrink?
Yeah, but so what are you saying? What are we saying then? That we can't know? You saying we can't measure this?
You guys want to claim that these things aren't accurate, but then when you use it for how much deviation in drop from level over 1,000 feet?
Please don't throw me into.
We're talking about.
Claim they're not accurate.
Shut your mouth.
I've never made any such claim.
We're going to talk about what's the measurement that it should drop over 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, go. Go ahead.
We wouldn't say drop. We'd look at the angle, and we could calculate the angle.
What's the angle difference over
at 1,000 feet? Don't know. I could calculate it probably.
But you're the one telling the story like this has been done.
It has been not by me though.
Okay, so you should have them ready to go. With your
but I could do the math.
This is the thing, Scott. Yeah, you want to claim that what we see is not what we see, but then you're using tools to look and see what we see and say this is what we see.
I have never
pick
claimed.
One. Is it?
I have no.
Is it
please don't put words in my mouth.
What we see.
I have never claimed what we see is not what we see. That's what you guys are doing.
Yes, you have. So what about the black swan observation then? You claim that that's not what we see.
No, I claim it's exactly what we see.
Yeah, but you claim what we see is not reality.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
Okay, is that horizon at 1.22 miles then?
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay, so
No.
where is it?
It looks like it's behind that last oil rig or oil
Cool.
platform.
So what you're saying is it's an optical illusion.
No, it's not an illusion.
What
It's
are
just
you saying
refraction.
then?
Refraction's not an illusion.
Yes. So it's putting it in the place of where it's not supposed to be. Correct?
But we see things all the time where they're not supposed to be.
Don't move from the subject. Is that correct? Is my statement correct or not?
Yes, in that picture, they're not where we would expect them based on geometry.
So pick and choose. All right. So we're going to pick and choose. So
No,
when
not picking and
when it
choosing.
does suit, so when it does
Hey,
suit your
Scott.
measurement, it works, and that's not refraction. And then when it doesn't suit your measurement, then it doesn't work, and that is refraction. But when you're taking measurements with a theodolite, there's no refraction and no conditions that are going to change that reading.
No, I would assume
Because it
sometimes.
suits you.
No, I would assume sometimes there is refraction, and the people who do this stuff professionally would take that into account, and they would
Okay,
know
what's
when.
the equation for that then?
I don't know. I don't do this stuff.
So what the fuck are you arguing about then? Your whole point is that you guys give us shit for saying, oh, you see that, then it must be true. And then you look through a theodolite and you see things and you go, okay, well, we see that, it must be true. You're talking out each side of your mouth.
But I'm not.
But you are. You just did.
I didn't.
This guy couldn't tell you a systematic error from a human error, and he couldn't tell you the difference between the two.
Yep. But Scott,
would it be an error in method or equipment
do
or
have hope for
faulty equations?
He's reset already, man.
Yeah.
I have hope for you,
I
Scott.
haven't reset. I can tell you the entire
I sent you a
conversation.
friend request, and I would like to have like a one-on-one with you sometime if
Okay.
you're down for it.
Yeah, sure.
So I sent you a friend request. Just accept it, and we will have a one-on-one. And
yeah, you gotta go to Scott's server for that.
Yeah. I don't want to take up Heretic server.
What server would that be?
He's going to do a psychoanalysis on you. Why are you a flat earther?
Punches the clock at a certain time every day.
He's going to swap over with someone soon.
I think he gets paid to come here. Personally.
Wait,
I believe you actually believe that. And that's weird.
Yeah, I think you're sitting on a base at a ELINT office or.
Yeah, I don't know whether you guys are joking.
I don't think he is, man. I think he's genuine. I think Scott's genuine. I've talked to him a couple of times.
Military, and he gets paid to sit on the internet.
No, I've talked to him a couple of times.
My daughter did for 4 fucking years.
I think he's fucking more like what I was like 6 years ago.
Well, you don't want to kick it, do you?
I am nothing.
Are you under oath at this time, Scott? Are you under oath at this time, sir? Are you a civil servant?
Sorry.
Notice he doesn't answer. By law, you're required to. You know that, right?
You're killing me, man.
Well, at least you didn't ask the law which state. Because that would just let people know you're in a state where that's not a
where
good
you
law.
From, Scott? Where are you from, Scott? What state?
What base are you on? You didn't even ask me what ELINT meant, Scott. That tells a lot. You know that, right?
I would guess Texas. I would guess Texas or Florida.
What is ELINT? Anybody?
What is what?
ELINT.
Electronic intelligence. Yes, and I know firsthand what it is.
Okay, well, one of you know. It's what my daughter did for career military. Yeah, and they do pay people to sit on the internet and argue political bullshit. Or things that they think shouldn't be argued. You try to run people off and sway them and just lead them away from the topics.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you still don't want to answer like
he's muted.
Is he? See, when it suits them, yeah. When it suits them, they use this refracted light, the bending of light.
He'll blame me for that. Like every time he's muted, he blames me, and every time he's unmuted,
Fred, you did it.
Yeah.
It was somebody else. Yeah, you couldn't have unmuted him. You hate him.
And then when they don't want it, then when they don't want it, then they want an accurate reading. Then can you guys hear me, or are you just talking over me on
No,
purpose?
you're right, Tim. We can hear you. They just keep cutting in. I would like you to finish because
you
that's
said when you don't want it and you want an accurate reading, then you stopped.
Yes, and then they get it when they want an accurate reading, then they say that light travels in a straight path. Which one is it?
Yeah, so you're measuring refracted lines or not?
I would suggest that the people who do this professionally know it's a dynamic world, and sometimes there's refraction and sometimes there's not.
Pointing at the other light and reading an angle, anyone can do that. Yeah, you're just recording an angle.
Sure.
Yeah? You know, when do they start calculating for refraction when they read those angles?
I don't know. I don't do this professionally, but I'm sure there are certain atmospheric conditions which they go, hey, we got to work with this.
When there's a possible error, Tim. So hold on. We do that when we need to eliminate that as one of the possibilities for an error, brother.
When you get a difference in what it shouldn't, what it should be.
Yeah, two or more values don't add up.
Yeah. So what you do is you say, okay, it should be this. So we're 3 arc seconds off what it should be. So the refractive rate is therefore this rate. Yeah.
Yes. Correct. Yes.
Yeah. To take it back to where it should be.
Well, how do they know what it should be?
Well, it's based on the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
But
it's based on R. Yeah.
But let's say that let's say they're measuring, from point A to point B, and they want to know the elevation change.
Elevation change.
Yeah, in a survey, right?
Surveyors are. You got to do that in short bursts.
Okay, but let's say they. Yeah. But I want to get back to your suggestion or your assertion about what they correct for. And if they're measuring up to the top of a hill, right? They're at the bottom of the hill. They're measuring the top of the hill. How do they know what they expect, and how do they know how much refraction to add in to adjust what they should get?
You've got to go up in. You've got to go up in increments. So you have transfer points. So they don't go. How much do you reckon they measure up at a time for elevation changes?
Well, I don't know, but how does the refraction play into this?
We would only calculate that if we were trying to eliminate an error, Scott. We already covered that.
Yes, but how do you know what to add?
It's a constant. It's already given to us, and it's part of the datum.
Yep.
You guys are talking through Timbo.
Scott, I just want to ask you a question, man. Would you be willing to go onto like a professional debate platform with me?
Yeah, I guess. Sure, why not? I mean, I'm not big on debates myself. I just try to understand people.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I just feel like me and you could have a really good conversation. And I think I've seen you in here a few times, and I think...
A few times? Been in here for a year.
It's not been here a year. I've been here since the beginning.
I've just been back for like 2 months or so.
I've been here since the beginning of this server, but it hasn't been here a year.
I've been back for like 2 months. I've been back for like 2 months.
Helps when facts are on my side.
Reasoning for a lot of shit. He's like, if it's how professional of a forum are you talking about?
Oh, maybe like Jeranism.
I suppose most. You know what? No, that's okay. That's not.
But Tim, can we get back to the topic
or
Tim
modern
was
day
talking
debate?
about?
I mean, I would go on fucking modern day.
No,
debate
neither one of those. Neither one of those are. It's not professional. Like it's still just YouTube schmucks like us. Okay.
Can we drop the meta and get back to the conversation?
It may be, but I would like to have a really good conversation. Well, I mean, dude, honestly, If you don't want to do that, I would love to have just one-on-one with you.
But you realize right now you're talking about a conversation somewhere else on Heretic's room, right? It's kind of rude.
Maybe,
man.
but
it's
I don't.
Rude.
I'm just saying, like, I would really like to have a one-on-one with him
Matt,
at some time because
you said that. Get into his DMs and like let's just go back to the conversation.
yeah.
Thanks.
Let's do that.
Yeah, Matt, you want to date his avatar.
So, anyways, Timbo,
Yeah, fuck you.
we were talking about corrections that you were asserting that they gave, and they added something to do with refraction when the numbers didn't match up.
For that, you need elevation first. Yeah. So what I would do, right, is
go ahead.
if I was trying to get elevations of things, I would slowly transverse up an elevation point. Yeah. Get an angle and then work out the height. So you do it in small increments. Now you get these elevation. For you to say that. So would you say that elevation points from the sea level are correct?
I would hope the people finding
Perfectly
them do what they were doing.
Or do you,
I would never add in that qualifier perfectly. They're really close.
by how close do you mean? Because with these transverse survey to get elevations, you have a cumulative error on each point. Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure if it would accumulate. I think it might average out.
It has to accumulate because you're transferring your points.
It does. It increases over distance and length, yes.
But why would it not sometimes be over and sometimes other and then average out?
Well, it's like this, right? So if you take a 100 mil measurement, right, and then you keep on transferring a 100 mil measurement over 10 meters, you're going to have a cumulative error, aren't you?
Not necessarily, right? Sometimes it could be over by 100, and other times under by 100. And then if it's over and under and over, under, then it's
no. If you're taking it from 100 mil, if you've got a 100 millimeter ruler, you're always going to be over.
Why?
Cumulative error.
Why are you always going to be over?
Because we know there's a certain amount of error in every measurement.
I get that, but why is it always over?
Yeah, you're never going to put the mark under the 100 mil, are you?
Nope.
Oh, you mean when you're marking end to end?
Yeah, if you're marking at 100 mil increments, are you going to mark under the 100 mil point, or are you going to mark on the 100 mil line?
Yeah, I would never mark like that. I would go above the ruler.
Exactly. So when you take small increments of measurements, you're always going to end up with a cumulative error. So if you're taking small increments of height measurements or elevation changes from sea level, you're always going to end up with a cumulative error. But yeah, in order for these things to work, you have to assume that all these elevation from sea level points that they give you are correct.
I don't think that's true. I don't think a theodolite would do the same thing as a measuring stick.
Isn't that why we call all measurements from survey approximations and not absolutions?
Yeah.
I never call anything an absolution, but anyways, yeah, I don't think theodolites create the same kind of cumulative error. I mean, as a measuring stick would.
They just measure angles. That's all they do.
Yeah, I know, but you would be under and over equally.
When you readings, so your original readings, you're getting height. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Battlemont.
Yeah, the first reading will always be your most accurate, but whenever you're projecting that out into the distance, error is an absolute. It's going to accumulate.
Always.
Yes, but there's a randomness
it's a projection.
to it.
So we do. So here's the thing, Scott. We don't always build every triangle. We usually build the baseline triangle, and off that we'll project triangles.
Yeah, it's the first triangle. All you need is point A to point B, and then you can calculate all your distances off point A and point B. You actually don't need to measure the rest.
Okay.
Off those three baselines, you can extend it, and that's triangulation.
But remember, this whole thing started with I was trying to understand what Timbo was saying when he said that surveyors will add refraction when necessary. And we never did get to that. I just want to understand.
We
when is
don't
it necessary?
do that. We do
when
not
is it
do
necessary?
that.
You have to have your elevation readings in the first place. Yeah.
We do not do
So
that.
they go through, they do their
we make it
elevation
flat.
readings. Do their
But how do
elevation
you-
readings. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you have your elevations. But they're not accurate.
But how
Then
do you
start
get the
taking measurements from elevation to elevation. And then you
Okay.
guys, from your points, A to B,
yep,
you get your measurements, and then you add it onto a GS84. GS84?
Yeah,
Five
or
zero.
North American. Yeah, or a
Yeah.
North American datum, yes.
Yeah,
You're
and then you transfer the lines, A to B, straight line of sight,
Yep.
onto a curved surface.
Yeah, so he's talking about transformation and conversion from planar to polar. You measure in planar, you convert to polar. Why? That is the accepted datum of the world. So you now have to make your measurements fit on a ball. So things are going to change. Angles are going to change. Why? Because you may have did it on this longitude and that longitude, which in Cartesian coordinates never converge. Those lines never converge.
We've never
now
done
that
that.
you're transforming it to a polar system. And no, in normal survey, normal planar surveyor, you're not trying to wrap it around a ball. So no, you wouldn't convert it, period.
Just use a grid.
I got you. But the question still is, when do people add in refraction, and how do they know how much to add in? That was the assertion.
I don't know. That was my question.
I already told you.
Yeah, that was my question.
We use it for an error. So if we're going to want to say this is an error based on refraction, then we will try to calculate the constant or the assumed amount of refraction. And if they meet, then if it makes our two measurements now congruent, then yes, we could say the error was refraction and we move on. Yeah, but do we add it in to make something work? No.
We don't even fucking do that, man. We just remeasure and figure out we made a mistake. Like, all of a sudden when we remeasure, we realize we made a mistake, and then...
Yes, that's in the short
has
survey.
Nothing to do with the curvature of the fucking Earth. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the elevation factors.
Scott, would you agree that all these datum points are already in place? Yeah?
How'd they get there?
Well, they got there.
Celestial mapping.
Datum points from sea level.
Who made them? Who did that work?
Well, they took they what's it called? Transverse survey. Transverse.
Okay. And how did they know what to correct for?
And they took datum points, and they're the datum points. Well, what do you mean to correct for?
They did it without. They created it.
Corrections, and they created it. And then when they do surveying for purposes today, like land surveying to show you what's going on or the area of a land, they go to the datum points that are based on the sphere. They take readings, and then when the calculations are wrong by a couple of arc seconds, they recalculate, and they say there must be this refraction because that point and that point don't match up. So then they correct it.
You talk about arcs. You talk about arc settings. What time of day do you
listen?
Do you do this at the same time every day? Do you do the same datum at the same time every day? When it talks about arc seconds, you're talking about the movement of the sky.
Datum points are just positions on the ground.
Yeah, but that's based off of the sky. When you talk about arc seconds, it's
based off sea level.
No, arc seconds are based off the celestial objects and how far they arc through the sky.
We're not talking about celestial objects, though.
No.
But when it comes to arc seconds, that is
category error.
That's an angle measurement.
Yeah,
it is
from the fucking sky.
No. When we're talking about
only when referring to an arc second in a celestial manner that it's refers to the sky. So it more refers to how light works.
So how light moves?
No.
Well, whenever we're doing survey, we're dealing with light, right? That's a given.
Well, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see.
Exactly.
So can
But anyways,
please explain to me how the arc seconds of the fucking sky has to do with the ground that we're living
Got
on?
nothing to do with the sky at the moment.
Hold on. I think I hear what you're saying.
We're
Do you
not
think
talking about arc seconds in astronomy.
Well, no.
We're talking
Well,
about
Matt,
arc
Matt,
second.
No. I'm talking about the arc seconds of leveling an object, because that is something that certain people take into account.
That's to do with the
It's a
angle.
16th of a minute. It's
When
a
we have
16th of
to-
a minute of time.
When we have to
minute of
fucking
time?
set a centrifuge, they actually say it has to be within so many arc seconds leveled, or it will not work.
Yeah, from the level point.
Yes.
You're taking a measurement from a baseline. So it's not. It's just an angle.
Exactly. It's a baseline. It's a baseline.
I'm not sure what you're arguing about at the moment, Matt. I'm confused.
1/60th of a degree.
Well,
I know.
when people invoke arc seconds, it really like fucking triggers me, because I start to think about how the fucking magnetism of the sky affects the magnetism of the ground, and how our levels, when we're trying to do these precision leveling.
In this case, we're
depending
just
on
using
what-
arc seconds as a
depending on where the
deviation
sun,
from level.
well, depending on where the sun is in the sky, it actually deviates our level because of the magnetic.
Based on 1 second of travel.
Yeah.
The arc second.
What do you mean it deviates our level?
It deviates because of the fucking magnetic fucking.
So if I build a house, are you saying if I build a house at fucking 3 p.m. or I build a house in the morning, it's going to be a different level?
Well, it will be, but it'll be like fucking millimeters of an arc second that it will be out. But yes,
What
I'm
is
telling
an
you,
arc second? Can you
It-
just tell me what an arc second
Well,
is? Hold on.
Well, it's the magnetism from the sun and the stars from how they move through the sky.
No.
And if you actually do level something at
No.
different times of the day, if you have a precision level, it will fucking change, man.
An arc second is 1 second of travel.
It's 1 second of travel, but I'm telling you, if
1/60th of a degree.
Move your fucking level from east to west and see if it changes.
What?
I'm telling you,
it's a unit of measure. It's never going to change.
What
Dude,
the
I'm
heck
telling
are you talking
the
about, dude?
magnetism.
What's going on?
If that were the case,
magnetism changes.
Dude, if that were the case, digital levels wouldn't.
Well, that's the reason why you have to use a digital level and not a physical level, is because of
Throw
that
it out,
fact.
man. Might as well throw out your digital level.
Dude, I'm fucking telling you, I've had experience with this. I've had fucking experience where we set a fucking centrifuge and we used a like a precision level that was within
what kind of centrifuge are you talking about?
I'm talking about a fucking like what
the kind
what are you
astronauts
talking about?
train
What
on,
type of
dummy.
centrifuge? One of them fucking things that spins a shit around.
Yeah, like what? In a lab? Like those little ones in a lab?
Yeah.
Or
No,
what?
I'm talking about a big one, like a 5,000-pound one.
Yeah, and what does that do? What are you looking for when you set up one of those?
When we have to set one of them up, we have to use something that goes into 5,000.
I can prove the Earth is round.
Or
For what
3,000 of an inch.
For what purpose?
When
The Earth is not flat.
So are you saying that they can only?
Heckling.
I don't know what fucking purpose it is.
So are you saying they can only
just
use
telling
that
you, I do
centrifuge
that.
at the time, Matt? Are you saying you can only use that
No,
centrifuge?
I'm telling you. Well,
Dude,
no, I'm
hey,
telling.
if you interrupt me one more
actually
time, I'll
saying.
kick you out of the room. All right?
No, I'm
Are
actually
you
telling
saying,
you. I'm actually
Matt,
telling you that I think that it's
let me
fucking
get my
bullshit. I think
sentence
it's
out
bullshit in the
before
first place. I think it's
Hey,
bullshit in
let
the
me
first
get
place.
my
I don't think
sentence out, Matt.
Go ahead.
Let me get my sentence out.
Go
Are
ahead.
you saying that you can only use that centrifuge at the time of day that you set it up?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm telling you is bullshit. It's bullshit in the first place that they tell you that it has to be within that parameter, because of we set that thing like fucking 6 times and had that thing
With the
perfect
digital
on this level. No, we did it with a physical level.
At noon, it wasn't tolerance.
We did it with a physical level that was supposed to be within 5,000ths of an inch.
I'm just trying to work out.
We would
your
go
claim
back.
is
We would go back
man.
and recheck
Just
it.
talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. You're saying that the sun, if the change of the sun in the sky changes the level. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
so at noon it wasn't level.
I've seen that, experienced it, saw it. Fucking, the guy came in with the digital level and fucking like showed it. Like,
dude,
at 1 p.m. it was level.
I've been building houses my whole life, man, and I've never heard this shit in my life. I've got a structural engineering degree as well, and I have never heard that being said before. My whole life, man. I'm mid-40s now, and I've been building since I was 16 years old.
It doesn't imply
I'm
that.
37, been building since I was 12.
12.
Bro, listen, bro. What you're saying does imply at 10 a.m.
I was laying
At 10 a.m. it wasn't
years
within
old.
tolerance, but at 1 p.m. it became intolerance. That's basically what you're saying.
I'm exactly saying
he asked that question, and you said no.
No, I'm saying yes. So we would fucking. Well, no, I'm saying I said no.
The time of day changed.
If we did it at 9 a.m., if we did it at 9 a.m. at fucking 1 a.m., it would not match.
Use that centrifuge at 9 a.m. then.
No, I'm telling you that we did it at 9 a.m. in the morning, and at 1 p.m. it would not fucking match. That's what I'm telling you.
Sorry, man, we can't test your blood. Sorry, man, we can't test your blood till 10 a.m. tomorrow when our equipment's in level. So we'll holler back at you. There's a way.
What I'm telling you is that's what I realized, because we went and leveled this fucking thing and made it perfect several fucking times. And this guy came in.
He doesn't know what it's called. He said he leveled a thing.
It's a
centrifuge.
It's
one of those things that you put blood in and you spin it around before you test it.
Dude, you held liquid water.
Yes, I am a motherfucker.
Come on. It's the thing you put strap astronauts into, and just make sure they don't puke. Like, it's...
This is fucking fun.
You mean like a amusement park ride where you go in a circle?
The Gravitron. Yeah.
It's basically what it is. It is basically what it is.
Just real quick.
Only at 1 p.m. At 10 a.m. it's not what it is.
That's why we have the ride times down at
Jesus
the
fucking Christ, you motherfuckers.
They can't run
just real quick, was it made out of metal?
Got him.
Just real quick, was it made out of metal?
You're making Scott Mackey look good, bro.
Yeah, Scott Mackey's sitting back laughing because
this guy's
this
guy's even more wasted. This guy's more wasted than Scott Mackey. Like,
I have a question for him though. Was it made out of metal?
Made out of aluminum.
So I think what you're trying to explain. I think what you're trying to explain. It's because the material itself can expand when there's heat. So that's why, like, when we take measurements, you always take them in the morning because later in the afternoon when it's hot, like the material itself, the iron, the metal itself will expand.
All
so when you, exactly.
Exactly.
So, but
that's exactly what I was trying to explain.
Why didn't you just say that then? With the curvature of the earth.
Talking about the magnetics and the orientation east and west.
Yeah.
It does have to do with fucking orientation east and west. It does actually. It fucking seriously does have to do with that.
Yeah, maybe you should stop, man.
Just don't use the motherfucker at 1 p.m., man. It's all good.
Just do it in the morning, man. Just listen to your foreman. He's going to tell you right.
At 1 p.m., we're going to be using it for ferrites. We call it the Gravitron.
Oh, Jesus.
Sky magnets. That's why I was listening to you guys.
In all honesty, bro, it's all in fun. But when you talk about the expansion and contraction of materials, then what you're saying begins to make sense.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
no,
why you guys
that's what he was talking about, but that's not what he was
That's
talking
not what he was
about.
talking
That is
That's what I know.
Well, that was exactly what I was talking. I was talking about the expansion, contractions, and the magnetic field. What has to do with
the
it?
level.
Yeah.
You said the level changes at midday from morning. That's what you said.
Jesus, man!
Like, would that change the arc second?
I'm telling you, the arc seconds are bullshit. That's all I was saying. I was saying arc seconds are bullshit.
Too.
Yeah.
It's just an SI unit that we use for the purpose.
And I was trying to explain why arc seconds are bullshit, because we had to fucking level this thing like 5 times in one day.
Bullshit. Fucking readings. They're angle readings.
No, the magnetism from the arc seconds are bullshit, motherfucker.
What'd you say?
The arc seconds reading.
No, the magnetism.
Hold up, wait.
The magnetism, from the expansion and contraction of materials.
How does a unit of measure have polarity or magnetism?
I'm not saying it does. Well, I'm saying it does, but it doesn't. But I'm trying to tell you that they try to tell you in certain fields that it does make sense, but it doesn't. It doesn't actually fucking matter, because level is fucking level. That's all I was trying to say. Level is fucking level.
When we're talking about arc seconds, we're talking about arc second angle measurements off 0. Yeah. We're not talking about any celestial things off level, yeah. So when we're talking about angle measurements, you get them so down to a fine art there that you can separate them into arc seconds, arc minutes. Yeah, they're just readings. It's not. You can't say they're not real. They're just readings from an instrument.
I'm not saying it's not real. I'm saying it is but it's the magnetic field moving around us.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's literally like the arms of a clock.
It really does. Yeah. It really does, though.
Okay, Matt, can you prove that? Go ahead.
I just fucking told you. I leveled a fucking machine 5 times in a day, and it leveled out differently.
You said arc seconds are to do with a magnetic field.
You need a new level.
Prove that.
Well, what the fuck did I just say? I fucking threw a goddamn level. I leveled a machine 5 times in one day and leveled it differently.
Maybe your leveling was out, man.
Did not angle
button
of degree.
Balamod, you're cutting in and out, man.
Yeah, maybe or procedure.
Well, this thing was supposed to be within 5,000ths of an inch. So that's all I'm fucking saying, is that my level was supposed to be within 5,000ths of an inch.
With a bubble
your
level?
level was broken 4 times. It took you 5 tries.
Well, I fucking leveled it 5 fucking times, and I'm telling you,
when it's
it was
calibrated and used properly.
And when I looked that shit up within the electromagnetic fucking field of the Earth, it made fucking sense to me.
Big climb.
I'm just saying it made fucking sense after that. I'm not saying that.
Did you come up with this on your own, or did somebody tell you this?
No, I came up with this on my own.
I can cross.
I came up with this on my own.
So your level didn't work for you. It failed you 4 times, and you came up with magnetism.
It didn't fail me 4 fucking times. I leveled the fucking machine. That motherfucker was perfect. I went 5 times during that day, re-fucking leveled it, and guess what? Each time it was perfect all the way around.
It's either bad equipment or operator error.
Yeah, human error.
I don't know how a fucking level is human error.
Yes, can be
easy. The motherfucker setting it up doesn't know how to calibrate it.
Oh, fuck you guys.
No, I get what he's saying. I think you guys are just messing with him, but I get what he's saying.
Hey man,
Yeah,
I ain't had
I
none in
think
a
they
minute.
are
What's
too,
up?
man. And yeah, hey guys, not much love. I love all of you.
Yeah, don't take too much.
Look,
too much.
I said it's all
I
fun
actually,
and games, bro. I ain't mad at it.
It is
a
claim though.
You got to be a little bit.
It is funny though, man.
But I'm just telling you, man. I did do that, and it fucking blew my mind, and it was one of the things that
I bet
just really fucking fucked with me really hard for a long time.
I mean,
then
that
you
would be interesting
you guys
to find
start
out,
fucking
though.
with me about it, and
Yeah, I'd say that either there's a correlation, or your level, or you weren't measuring it properly. Because if you've got a bubble level and it's within 0.005 of an inch or whatever, then where you do that bubble reading could be off every single time. Yeah, because you got human error.
That's what I was saying. Well, it could be human error. But it really did kind of like get me with the magnetism of the Earth, because that's kind
But
of
that's
how
just a story. Yeah.
Yeah, it is just a story. It is just a story, but that's also like the guys that fucking told us how to like measure it. They were like, they based it off of arc seconds, and that's why I think arc seconds are kind of like not bullshit.
Well, that's
but
what we were saying.
I think
that arc seconds
the
are just
magnetic
level
field changes,
or a degree from level.
Yeah,
so
I think magnetic fields change.
No, man, I can't, man. I just can't. So if they're telling you to go back, they're telling you to go back and measure and level it many times. You know what they're doing? They're doing a process of elimination. So if you keep on going back and leveling it and leveling it and leveling it, you're going to get closer to level, aren't you? It's got nothing to do with the time of day. Correct? Would I be correct in assuming
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, it could be settling or something. There could be other factors, but
and then it gets a bit of movement and the adjustments with the screws and this and that, and then it falls into place. You go back, you level it again. Go back, you level it again, and you get closer to level.
But when I went back and looked at the paperwork, it actually said it depended on the fucking time of the day.
Yeah, but in the paperwork of gyro theodolites, it says it spins because the Earth spins. So are you to believe that, or?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got so fired up.
In the paperwork of water levels, like just water levels in tubes, it says it's not level. It says it's curved with the curvature of the Earth. Are you going to believe that?
Dude,
no, I'm not going to believe that.
My level doesn't say that.
I've done measurements.
What, your water level?
I've done measurements that didn't make sense.
Level. It doesn't say anything about curve of the Earth.
I've never seen actually water level. No.
Yeah, so there's these precision water levels.
Are you talking about the one with the tube of water, the water level, or like the spirit level?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have one. I don't have one of those.
Yeah. No, not a spirit level. No.
I still use a water level doing fencing.
Yeah, I use it to go around corners.
I just pull strings.
I don't have line of sight.
I pull strings and take measurements.
Yeah, I was meaning to make one. It could definitely come in handy in my trade.
Yeah, just get a clear tube, man. Get a 30-meter clear tube.
Yep.
Yeah, because if you've got to transfer
a funnel on the end to make it easier to fill, and you're good.
Yeah. If you've got to transfer a board around a corner, and you can't be fucked changing your laser level, you just run that water level, and you can run it to every single. You hold it at the bottom of the last board, and then you transfer it around the corner to your next board. Blue. Fucking much easier, man.
I understand the concept. It's simple. I mostly work exteriors. Like siding and shit. Like, hey, if I'm trying to transfer a corner, like around the house or something, like maybe it's broken up by masonry work, brick or something. Something like that would be handy to just have coiled up in the truck. But we also have Hilti, laser levels and shit that I so that's what I usually use.
Yeah.
If I need to.
because you don't even need to be exact. You just measure 100, wherever it sits, and then measure 100 mil from that and 100 mil from that, or whatever you do, and then you got your position. You don't even need to take water out and refill it. You just mark 2 points where the level is and measure down from both. It's so handy and so cheap, man.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use it often, so I know you could plug it and just keep it that way, but for me it would just make more sense to dump it out, coil it up, throw it in the truck somewhere, and
that's it.
We're using a laser level, right? Just use refraction when you want to go around a corner, right?
Yeah, I can't trust the laser. Can't trust it. I better get that freaking water level.
I found the ones you can't trust are the electric levels. I got lazy with my electric level and just started leveling straight off the numbers, and then I put something up one day. It took me hours, and I stepped back and went, "Holy fuck, that's on the piss!" So I got back up there with the bubble level, spirit level, and yeah, it was out by about 4 mil. My electric level.
Oh, those electronic ones are horrible.
It's not even an expensive one. I've got just my favorite level is a Johnson 4-footer that I use it. I've been using it for 20 years. It's still nice and straight, and it's almost magical. Like, you go to level across the wall and check all the way around a house, and after all of those different readings and I mean it's the guy who's using it, it's him knowing how to read it properly.
Yeah.
But I go around corner after corner after corner and end up within like an eighth or a quarter of an inch, and I get there, I'm just praying as I'm getting close, and I'm like, I get there and I'm like, holy shit, this thing is good.
I use an Empire, and it's crazy how like it's crazy like how fucking I use a fucking 4-foot Empire, and
that's the one that fucked up on me. The Empire. Just keep an eye on it, because that's the one that fucked me up. Yeah,
Empire is cheap. Empire is cheap. I actually my coworker, his wife is a like some kind of corporate like manager at Empire, or she was, and then they got bought by Milwaukee Tool, and so now she's like up in the corporate in Milwaukee Tool. But yeah, Empire stuff. I mean, we get like a lot of, I just get stuff given to me of Empire tools and freaking even some Milwaukee cordless and shit. But the Empire, it is kind of on the cheaper end of things.
Oh man, it might be on the cheaper end, but the one I've got,
I just got Stabila.
It's
What
really
happens
good.
when you need refraction to go around a corner? You need refracto level. I use refracto level. That's what you need. Refraction. Whenever you need refraction to go around a corner, refracto level.
Reaches you a 1/4 inch every time.
Yeah, I was just cheating. I got sick of using the bubble, and then once I got that electric level, I'd have my other bloke there, and I'd be saying, right, as soon as it hits 0, bang that fucking rivet in, or whatever it is, and we'd hit 0 and bang it in. Yeah, this has fucking made it so much easier, until it didn't.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a fucking Klein laser that if I gotta, put up like a drop ceiling or something like that, I use a Klein laser. Or even shelves.
I've never used the Klein one, but yeah, you're talking about interiors. It's the one that it's probably smaller, lightweight. Yeah, the Hilti is, you mount on a tripod. That thing's really
no, it's the same as the fucking Hilti. It's you mount it on a tripod and all that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's similar. Klein's a really good company too.
But you know what I noticed about that fucking line? It's fucking straight, level, and flat.
It's what it's supposed to do. It's what it's designed for.
Yep.
But you can't use lasers to measure flatness. Ask any Glover.
Do you guys think there's space cheese? This was a discussion back in the day that they would ask people. What the heck
do you think the moon is? What the heck do you think the moon is?
Yeah. Swiss cheese, man. That's what's got holes in it.
I want some of that.
I think that's why they went there, so they would not have to breed cows anymore, so they could stop the carbon dioxide emissions and stop global warming. So they decided to go to the moon so they could just get cheese from there, and that would eliminate Earth warming up.
Yeah, then the Globers, all they got to do is bring their own wine.
That's why they took the buggy up there, so they could plant some vines up there, and then they could just go up there, pick the grapes, make some wine, and eat cheese.
If you drink wine and eat cheese, you are not my kind of people.
Oops, I do.
Are there
just
space
saying?
cows?
Well, if you do it more than once a week.
Okay. No, not more than once a week.
A bit gayer than that. I drink my cheese with cocktails, Battle Mod.
At least he knew what I was talking about.
Hey, and if the Globers
I
say
ain't
we can't
even hear
use
nobody
lasers,
mention no cracker.
if we can't depend on lasers to give us a straight line, then what the heck are they doing shooting it at the moon?
Yeah.
I don't want to burst your guys' bubble, but we're making a nuclear reactor on the moon. They said that yesterday.
Awesome. Let me know when
they say a lot of things, bro. Keep up with space news.
I was just about to say that. They say a lot of things.
Is that why it's getting smaller?
Hey, they just make a giant laser on it. The Earth just kills itself.
Didn't they say they were going to have a city up there by the end of the 70s?
Oh yeah, no, I was told in the 80s that that by the year 2000 we were gonna have a moon colony and flying cars.
Yeah,
a lunar colony. You know, they made a TV show about that.
Yeah, Space
about a guy from
1999.
the 70s, and it was like a series that came out like last year, and it was a guy that was like, it was like in the 70s, and all he did was like he was selling seats, or like he was selling like condos and suites for the moon colony.
That show with fucking Luke Wilson. That show with Luke Wilson.
Yeah,
it came out on Amazon Prime. Yeah, it came out on Amazon Prime, and he was like the only guy on the moon.
One of my favorite space stories. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Let you finish.
No, he was just the only guy on the moon, and he was like selling fucking stupid.
I want to hear
I want
to hear Apocryphon's. I want to hear at the end of Apocryphon's what he was explaining. Was that what you were explaining?
Well, the guy.
Oh no, was something different?
The guy was. He was selling like he was trying to get people, and then he had this one crazy black dude in like an old folks home, and he would prep him up to act like he was on the moon, and he was so crazy he actually thought he was on the moon. And so like when he would sell, like he would create these presentations, and he would get people to come, and then they're watching this black dude on the TV, and he's like, "Hey, hello everybody from the moon, I'm up here," and then they're like, "Oh my god, he's up there," and then like so they would invest. And the guy was selling these places, but he kept having to skip towns because it wasn't real, because they didn't have a moon base.
So yeah,
I think it's called like. No, I'll look it up. Go ahead.
He wants to know what it's called. Yeah, come up with that. No, I'm just saying. So as far as zany space news stuff, like Analema Tower, which some of you may have heard because I've talked about it in the past, but like. No, this is one that they're already supposed to be, like in the works of it. This was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. They had articles all about this. You can look up Forbes or whatever else. They were going to be in 2022 wrangling a freaking asteroid and towing it into low Earth orbit around the Earth, and then they were going to, using I believe probably like carbon nanotubes or something like that. They're going to be building a skyscraper that dangles from an asteroid in over the Earth, and it was going to travel in like an Analemma shape between like Paris and like New York and like Dubai. Like, yeah, look that one up. It's already supposed to be in the works.
No, I found it. It was called Hello Tomorrow. And it was in February. It came out in February. But I'll post it. It was actually a pretty cool show if anybody wants to watch it.
That happened.
France was supposed to have like the fucking news, like fucking sun or star or something. That was supposed to power the world.
Yeah, my question to whoever believes that we're going to have a nuclear reactor on the moon, are they going to have that before we go back? Or is it going to be after we go back? Because I just want to know the timeline that they've given you. They keep pushing shit back either way.
So much
maybe
paperwork.
He left. I don't know.
You know, so much paperwork.
Yeah, and it's really difficult, you know, and it hurts to build this, you know, to make it happen. It's painful to make it happen.
I just think it's like they get their ideas from Futurama or something. It's just so funny sometimes. I'm just sitting here like, so much paperwork. What? Oh, what? Okay.
What's that fucking movie from the 80s, or it may have been the 90s, where they had to have like fucking paperwork to do anything, and they fucking rushed into the guy's apartment and was like,
yeah, Brazil.
Brazil, yeah.
That was Bill Nye's excuse or proof for how you went to the moon. They're like, Bill Nye, how do you know they went to the moon?
Because they had
too much paperwork. Yeah, all the paperwork proves it.
Wasn't the other one like the gas expenditure or something?
Yeah, that was Tyson. He calculated how much fuel it would take, and that's exactly how much fuel they used. So, must have happened.
Isn't that crazy? That's crazy.
Oh, and not only that, but yeah, it'd be more difficult to fake it than to actually do it.
I mean, just thinking logically, like I can tell you, hey, I'm gonna take your car and I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna go somewhere in it, and then I just like put it on these tracks and it just runs the tires, counts miles, and burns fuel, but I never went anywhere. And then I just tell you, okay, cool, we're back, and you're like, all right, let me check my engine. Oh yeah, you did go so many miles, and then I check the fuel tank. Oh yeah, you did burn all my fuel. Like, how stupid can these brilliant quote unquote people be? They're so gullible.
Mark J's article there about Artemis being delayed again. I'm gonna give my prediction again. So if they ever do get to a manned or womaned, launch of Artemis to go to the moon, I predict that we're gonna have another blown up, Columbia disaster or something like that.
Good point.
They're gonna they're gonna pretend that they blew those women up, and then they're gonna delay it even farther, and they're gonna delay it even farther and say that it's too dangerous to send people, and we can do it better with drones, and that when we do finally go, you're going to be able to get to watch it with VR headsets and augmented reality and in the metaverse and shit like that.
Yeah.
No, but then it'll just be too dangerous to send women up there.
Wow.
Yeah, there's
that would be even funnier. Is if it's trans women they send up, that would be.
Yeah.
Did they solve the pesky Van Allen radiation belt problem?
No, they're the test.
I got a question about Lou's theory.
Yeah, they solved Van Allen.
It's not a theory. It's a prediction, and it's a shot in the dark. But
it's a pretty
it would work out.
Lou. I think that you were spot on, man. Spot on.
Yeah, it would just work out too perfectly for like the narrative with all the like technology that they're pushing and all this other
We
stuff.
will be here. We'll be here whenever that day comes, sitting here like bored as hell, like duh. All right, what else?
It sounds for like a minute. It sounds familiar.
Was your prediction you think they're gonna like show like fake aliens on fake planets, and then like you can bang one of the aliens with the VR headset?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Their stupid Baal Osiris god that they worship in secret. That's not secret. Would just be so happy with all of that. Exactly.
Just imagine a Glover in the future coming in here and being like, "What are you saying? There's no such thing as space. I banged an alien with my VR headset."
They're gonna keep delaying it though until that technology is perfected and like the metaverse is readily adopted and used, and that's when they'll actually do this shit. Like when Unreal Engine 7 is out or something like that, and things are indistinguishable from reality, and they're gonna have all of that perfected first.
It makes sense that they're gonna. It makes sense. Hold on, real quick. Let me just get this out. It makes sense that they will wait until the technology of like CGI of like a real camera feed and everything to make it look like they're actually leaving Earth, and until they have all those graphics down, and then they're landing, and then like to convince everybody here, like, oh look, they did it, they landed, but not until all of that is like perfected. I can see that not happening until then. And
so they'll delay until then, and then once the technology is actually caught up in there and readily adopted, so it needs to be in every household, because they need, just like when they did the moon landings, they need there to be a TV in every home.
They took advantage of exactly.
And everybody who puts on that headset's gonna be like, "What do you mean it didn't happen? I was there. I saw it.
Yep, I saw it happen." And you know what,
Wait,
too?
so
There's
what happens
that
if
are-
like going to space for people becomes like normalized? Like, let's say in like I don't know how many years, but it'd be
no one's going, bro.
What
I'm
happens if
sorry
it
to break
becomes
your brother.
normalized? Like people.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no one's going to go.
What if it's normalized now? We were supposed to be there, like Timbo was saying. Yeah, in the 80s and 90s, we were going to have flying cars. We were going to have space travel.
People like invested and haven't gotten their money back for that shit. On,
Flying
like,
cars are
and
just
stuff.
always. I think they've always been a horrible idea. So I don't know if we're ever going to really.
Why?
Imagine how sophisticated. Okay, just imagine how sophisticated and dumb it would be to have like everyone in cars flying in the sky. Like, how would you even police that? That's like
feasible, but they're not gonna let you drive it. It's gonna just be like a self-driven. Yeah, you're gonna tell it where you want to go, and it's gonna take you there. And
yeah, like
that's kind of more
they're already
understandable. Yeah, I don't
Yeah, it's
think
called plane.
It's still media manipulation. It's still media manipulation. Like it's media manipulation from fucking day one.
Great.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, NASA did say that they. I mean, well, they did it. I think last year. I think, and this year as well, where they like took civilians into space. I think it was last year. But again, like, what happens if this becomes normalized and like they start saying, "Yo, flat earthers, come get on the spaceship."
I don't like what ifs.
What if my aunt had nuts?
Hey, dude, what's space?
What do you mean, what's space?
What is the distance? The distance between your ears. It's the stuff between your ears.
Cooking black coal.
When you say,
I'm just genuinely curious. What if like NASA called one of you guys up and said, "Come on, come on to spaceship and let's go."
No one's going, bro.
When you say space, what do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
Space, what do you mean?
Don't try to confuse yourself. You know exactly what I mean by space. So don't try to
say
confuse yourself.
Space, what do you mean?
Yeah, the space
What do you
outside
mean?
of Earth. Okay, when
How
you
far
leave
outside?
Earth's atmosphere, I mean, you can go. I think
Where
it's
does
the
that happen?
exosphere or whatever. Yeah.
Where does that happen?
What do you mean? Where does that happen?
I'm not gonna watch it.
Where does that happen?
You can act like a 5-year-old asking questions, Timbo, but I'm just asking
does
you a
it go
genuine
from-
question. If you want to deflect,
I'm just asking. I'm asking questions, man, and you
know
don't
exactly
seem to
what
be able
space
to
is.
answer.
Drew. I'm not gonna play this game with you.
You don't seem to be able to
Concord,
answer
to
it.
be honest, outer space and space are two different concepts.
Space is just the measurement between one area to another, and that's how much space is in between it. It's just a measurement. It's
Exactly.
just a fucking.
When people are referring to space, they mean the space outside of Earth, essentially.
Okay.
That would,
So I'll ask you again.
Not really.
Where does
That's not true. If I say If I say how much space will my couch take up, am I referring to outer space? So don't be obtuse. And we won't treat you like children.
If you want to be more
space is what your girl
when people refer to space, you know exactly what they're talking about. So all this is a psychological game where they just play a video game with you. They're just playing a game with you.
Well, it depends on the context.
It's just a game that he wants to play because he wants me to start defending space. That's
given
all.
The proper context, a person does. Yes.
Actually, he's
right.
That's what I was.
Timbo knows exactly what he's doing, and I know what he's doing.
Exactly what
there is a proper context.
If you want to be more specific and say outer space, even that like kind of insinuates some kind of a separation, like a containment of some type.
Okay. So I'm asking you a genuine question. What if NASA called you boys up and said, "Let's go on a spaceship"?
Yeah, we're just going to avoid.
And now we're going to go. It's truly flat.
Now we're going to go to a what if question.
That's like saying, what if Santa Claus came and gave you a present?
What happens then?
Yeah, I'd like to
get
Timbo's question answered. Let's answer Timbo's question. He's been trying to ask it for the last 10 minutes and everyone keeps talking. So, NASA's not inviting us because there is no space, not the space that you're talking about. So what was your question,
I'm
Timbo?
asking you what happens when, what happens when space travel becomes normalized and you guys can go up there?
No. He doesn't want to answer it, though.
You said if.
You guys don't want to answer my question either. So
they're asking
it's a hypothetical.
If it's real, why doesn't it already exist?
Exactly.
Why would you answer a hypothetical?
Why doesn't it already exist? Wait.
What doesn't already exist? Muting everyone in a minute.
What doesn't already exist?
I can answer it.
Why are you asking hypothetical questions that we're not going to end up with an answer?
No, you can end up with an answer if you answer the hypothetical question.
Well, you're going to end up with an answer that you can't confirm.
Right. Well,
technically, space travel would be me walking through my room because I traveled through.
Okay. Like you're gonna just
but
grown
let's
man.
not
You know
do
exactly
that.
what I mean. You
like
don't do this dumb game with
talking
me.
about
Like, so stupid.
He's talking about a hypothetical question when it's going to end up with a hypothetical answer, and everyone's going to go, "Okay, well, where are we now?"
We just pretend it's like 2 hours in the future at Sunday, and just everyone get on.
Sunday here.
Well, it's almost me.
Let's just pretend
Timbo, if given the chance, would you go to
No,
space?
this is like all the hypotheticals and what ifs. It's just had a byproduct of our college system here, so it's not even his fault really. But yeah.
True.
Did you say would
yes.
if I had if I had a chance would I go? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Did you say if I had a chance to go to space would I go?
Yes.
It's a hard question to answer because in my way of thinking that place that they're telling me they're going to take us doesn't exist.
So hypothetically,
if I was going to answer,
what if they prove to you that it does by taking me there?
The way things are right now, rockets are blowing up like 70% of the launches. Like, fuck no. If it was offered now,
here comes some irrelevant. Here comes some irrelevant speaking.
Hold on.
So irrelevant.
Wait. That's the thing. It's like when somebody makes a hypothetical, like why
rockets blow up. Therefore, what?
You could just look. This is how I would answer it. Yeah, sure.
No. If it was right now, the answer would be no. If I was given the opportunity to, the answer would be no. I'm not going to risk a 70% chance of being blown up to see something that I don't think exists. Okay. Now, if it was something, hypothetically speaking, in the future where like they have like a 99% success rate of sending people for a reasonable price to go and view the round Earth from space. Yeah, I would probably take it.
Okay.
But it's a pipe dream, my
man. You're flat then.
So you got no and you got yes. Okay, so now what?
Turquoise Dragon, you flat?
No, you got no and you got yes. So did you have a follow
up? No, you're just taking a poll.
Like, am I getting asked a question? Should we divert? I'm laid in bed horizontally.
The only reason I'm doing this is because notice how quiet
Notice how quiet it is when you just get to the bottom line, and the games are over.
Well,
Like,
Turquoise, you flat around. You flatter ball.
Why play a game that lasts forever that goes nowhere? Like Rampage, I hate that game.
I don't know who were overtaking you, Eli, but like, I missed that.
Yeah.
I'll turn you up, brother.
Life comes and goes.
I know you're really low, Eli. Elijah.
So to be clear, also as far as travel, as far as like, you know, private citizens going to space as they claim it, like what is it, the Virgin one or the frickin' what's the other one? Like these things aren't. Yeah. They're literally just zero gravity planes. They're doing parabolic arcs to simulate free fall or simulate zero G.
Okay, Lunatic, I'm going to bring this up to you because you said like 70% chance of you dying. So the launch failure rate all time, right, for manned human carrying missions are lower at around 2%, and only 1% involve a total failure.
Right now, SpaceX is literally blowing up like 70% of the time.
Okay, but no, that's false. Bring me the statistics. That's false. Just false. SpaceX is not blowing up 70% of the time. They had some failures, yes, but it weren't like man-made stuff. Like they wouldn't put you in the fucking.
Well, check this out. They're not blowing. They're blowing up 0% of the time. Keep it real with you.
I did not mean to say Mancraft because all of those are Mancrafts. But
0%.
There are no people on SpaceX rockets.
Aren't people in them?
No.
You want to watch the videos?
No, they just take payloads.
My bad. It's edited because it's a different type of scheme.
You mean when they send up people and they
part of a bigger conspiracy?
From in the station, and they say.
What do you say?
You mean when it shows those 4 people sitting there and they are barely moving and they're like, you know, like high-fiving each other, but apparently they're fucking flying faster than the speed of a fucking sound, like, and they're just like chilling, like nothing.
They're not high-fiving each other. Hold on, buddy. They're not high-fiving each other.
It's not
during the launch, like when they're already launching into space, they're high-fiving each other.
Yeah, they're just. I saw a guy reach for like a paper, like a board, like a paperclip board.
But it's not a conspiracy to not believe a claim. Sorry.
Dude, right at the launch where they're like taking off and they're, you know, they're building up their speed.
Like, married to the religion as much as these Globers are. Like, why are you so invested in this bullshit story?
Just pointing out how stupid it is. Because here's the thing, though, they're showing these guys this right on YouTube. They're like, oh, here's these 4 guys or 4 astronauts, and then they're sitting there. So they see that. Oh, look at, there they are. They're sitting and they think they're on top of a fucking rocket, and then they show a side camera and it goes up and then turns into CGI. And poof, voila! Now all of a sudden you have people in space.
And they turn on CGI.
Well, now I'm curious.
Yeah, they do.
As far as I'm aware, SpaceX rockets supposedly are launching. Yeah, somebody said payload. They're launching payloads like supposed satellites and shit like that, right? Which missions from SpaceX are supposedly manned missions?
They just had one recently where they sent up these 4 astronauts. When they do the exchanges, when they like replace the people, this is what they do. This is what they say they do, because they'll send up 4 people, then they
where do those rockets go?
You know, the Palestine is flat because the terrorists. I agree.
Yeah, got it.
Wow.
Wait, where are those rockets going? Then you guys think?
To the Bermuda Triangle, where you're not supposed to be.
Why are you making claims to non?
Yeah, there's a rocket graveyard like at the bottom of the ocean somewhere.
It's where the Bermuda Triangle is, where they've put fear into people for years, saying people disappear if you go there, so don't go there.
Okay,
Planes,
I'm
avoid
just
the
gonna tell you
planes.
guys. I'm just gonna tell you guys that's like a.
Okay, real quick, let's just have Elijah talk to this guy for a bit, please, because it's too unfocused. There's too many people jumping in too many different directions.
I don't know what like.
Who the hell is Elijah? Oh, that's Elijah. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, me. What's up, my man? Why are you here? What can I do for you?
You asking me?
Yeah, why are you here?
I'm here because I'm chilling, dude.
No, I look. Okay, so let me ask it a different way. This is a flat Earth server in which we talk about the geometry of the Earth and the lack of curvature.
Okay.
So,
what the fuck?
So the
Not just the
question
geometry, but sure.
well, me setting the tone, that's what we're talking about. So, what can I do for you? Like, you come here, maybe you're just here to hang out.
You're not like a salesman, so I don't know why you're asking me what can I do for you. I'm just chilling in here. If you want to bring up a conversation, we can talk about it. We were on the discussion of NASA's spaceship. So what you can actually do for me is like explain to me where those rockets go.
You got triggered when I started talking about Artemis being.
Oh my God!
What happened with them? You got muted. Yeah.
Hey, I don't get it, honestly. But anyway, I didn't make any claims about any rockets, so why are you asking? That's why I asked you, what can I do for you? Because
It's not okay. So this is the one thing that I only encounter in flat Earth VCs is like you guys have this script where you're like, well, I didn't make any claims. I didn't say you made a claim. I just asked you where you think those rockets go. It's just a question. It's non-propositional.
I don't think where they're going. I don't.
Huh?
Is that a problem?
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I don't think about them.
You don't
Is
think?
that a problem? Now, do you guys think that I don't think, or do you guys think in the context of the conversation about him asking me where I think the rockets go, I meant I don't think anything about them or where they go, where they don't go. I don't think about them.
Maybe you should start thinking about them. Are you also in LA?
I understood you, Elijah.
I'm gonna ask you again. As it pertains to the geometry and any claims that I may make, are you interested in why I'm here and what arguments I may have?
Not really. I was really just trying to. I was looking for someone to explain to me where they think these rockets.
If you delete him and ask the next person, guess what? Out of 20 people, eventually 3 people will actually want to hear what the fuck you have to say. Gotta demand respect, man.
So what do you say again? What on? You just saying stuff back there or what?
So I don't know how you guys want to move the conversation, or if it's even possible if there's anyone other than the trolls and the people who like to keep that fire going. I mean, this is all I do. So I guess the party's over. So you guys can talk about whatever you want.
Anyone want to answer the question?
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would want to talk to somebody who doesn't give a fuck about what they even think.
Wait, why do I want to talk to someone that doesn't give a fuck what they think? What are you talking about?
And he's stupid.
Conqueror, do you listen to anything at all, man? Because he made it really clear and I understood it, yeah?
No.
And he asked you the question.
No.
No, don't talk over me. He asked you the question.
Oh, go ahead, big boy.
If I do you even care what I'm here to present? My evidence, what I think? And you said, no, I don't care. So if you don't care what others think, why are you in here to have a conversation and ask them what
AJ,
they think?
I can respond. Okay, I was going to respond to that. So my response to that was he didn't care what I was presenting. He didn't care to answer my question. So why would I care about what
he did answer your question. He said that he doesn't think about where those rockets goes. He doesn't pay it any thought at all. He doesn't know where those rockets are going. We know they're not going into space, but he doesn't know where they're going, and he doesn't pay it any second thought because he can't prove that. Man, you don't listen to anything anyone says.
You just made a claim. You said they're not going to space. How do you know that?
Because space is a violation of natural laws. We've been over this 1,000 times, but you don't listen.
Oh. Space is a violation of natural laws. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, as demonstrated by, I think, Richard Feynman. If you have an area for gas to fill, it will fill it. Therefore, when they talk about a medium that I've never experienced and happens to go against that very simple truth, again, I don't have any claims about it. I just don't believe it. It's like so many movies about Narnia and all these other things, and I don't really pay much mind to that either. There are people who think that they can. Nah, I'm not. I might ruffle people's feathers, but bottom line is, I try to do as little belief in what people say as possible, and I just believe the things that come intuitively to me, which is really no business of any of y'all's anyway. So, even though it is your business, because we all have the same father, but I'm not going to go there. So,
okay.
Is there anyone who does want to know what our position is and why we're here? Anyone?
No.
I do. Tell us.
Go ahead.
Okay, then I'll ask a specific question. It was just said that gases fill space. How did you guys determine that gases fill all spaces regardless of size?
Good question.
That's a great question.
Well, I guess again, the way I would answer that is again, quoting Richard Feynman, if there's a space for gas to fill, it will fill it. I believe he said that because that's how we experience gas. So anything outside of my experience, I'm not going to really answer to. But I will say that if people have, beliefs or assertions about things that I haven't experienced, I go against the fact that if there's a space for gas to fill, that it would fill it. I wouldn't believe it. So that's where we are.
It's the second law of thermodynamics, and if you've got a problem with it, you need to bring it up with, all of science, basically, not us.
Oh, that's hilarious.
What does second law say?
Why don't you bring up your flat Earth thing to all of science?
Entropy. High pressure moves to low pressure. High temperature moves to low temperature. Okay, it's seeking equilibrium. That's just the law. If you disagree with the law, now it's up to you to falsify that law.
And were there any conditions on that law? Did they put any caveats, any stipulations?
Well,
no, I don't believe so.
Well, you might want to look at it again.
Obviously, in physics, not theoretical physics, but physics purely, as it pertains to laws are things that are applicable to everything, everywhere, always, all the time. So for you to ask if the law is always applicable just shows your ignorance in that.
doesn't show his ignorance. It shows his will to ask a question that you're afraid to answer.
Yeah, where's the law? What's the law that says that? What's the law?
So I did just answer it, right? Because we're talking about the law of entropy, okay? And hold on. The law of entropy, right? And so it is a natural law that occurs always and everywhere, just like all the other laws. So
what is the law of entropy then?
all someone needs to do is, I don't know, talk to their authority and ask them if what I said was a true statement.
I'm just trying to see if you understand what you said.
Well, it doesn't matter because the people who are in the room, if they have some authority, you can Google it. It's the simplest thing in the world. You can. I already quoted Richard Feynman. You might look that up, see what he says about it.
I already know what he says.
Okay, so again, like
he doesn't agree with you.
It's really well. I quoted him. How could he?
He doesn't agree with you.
You just take one quote that he says, but don't take everything else he says.
Well, yeah, because I can do that. And the one thing
because that's what you want to put for your narrative.
Well, it's not a narrative because nothing that I said is false. Yeah, if there's an area for gas to fill it, we'll fill it. No one's ever going to disprove me there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Richard Feynman will not agree with you on that.
Okay, but he said it, and then he showed a demonstration of it as well.
No, you misunderstood what he said.
Well,
and you didn't understand the caveats that he had built into that statement because he knew what he was talking about. You didn't know what he was talking about.
Oh, so Scott, you're going to divine somebody else's thoughts. You're going to interpret this for us. Why don't you go ahead and quote something that he said? The contrary.
I'd like to know how any of the caveats actually negate what's being stated.
He was most likely talking about an ideal gas situation, and we're not talking about an ideal gas. We're talking about real gases in the presence of gravity.
Actually, no, he wasn't.
Which likely,
no.
Whoa, not most likely, not your idea of interpretation, no.
And entropy doesn't
not most
apply
likely,
to
dumbass.
gas laws. It applies to closed systems and our universe in its entirety.
So basically what you're telling me then is you understand that gases fill all spaces
Entropy
because of
is not
something...
an ideal gas law. That's what I told you. And it's the truth.
It's not that
It doesn't rely on ideal gas laws either.
And Scott, it's not that they ever reach equilibrium.
Ideal gas law is not an antecedent of entropy.
What question are you asking? What question are you answering,
I'm
Battlemar?
not asking. I'm making a statement.
No, what question are you answering?
Entropy does not apply to ideal gas laws. I'm replying to a statement you made that was untrue.
I wasn't talking about
false
entropy.
dichotomy.
I wasn't talking about entropy.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That's
you
what we
said
were talking about.
You said Feynman was referring to ideal gas law when he was talking about entropy, but entropy doesn't apply to ideal gas laws.
The statement he made wasn't Feynman talking about entropy, though. It was Feynman talking about gas filling a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Try to keep up.
When it comes to the second law, you said that there was caveats. Or you asked if there was. I said no, don't think so.
Ideal gas laws were one of the caveats.
So instead of just being vague there, just tell us what are those caveats that you're referring to? Because I'm not finding it.
The question I asked.
I'm not even interested in that.
He's saying that the movement of ideal gas doesn't apply to the universe as it concerns entropy.
It's as simple as this, man. Like, if I tell a 5-year-old that if there's an available space for gas to fill it, we'll fill it.
And how do you know that?
And that's all I have. What do you? Because if I fart, it's gonna fill a room. If there's carbon monoxide poisoning, people will die. Like there are gas leaks that happen all the time. So I mean, so again, so you're saying yep. So okay, yeah. So it's not like you actually disagree, but you're saying, but ha ha ha, stutter for me. Okay, you're asking how I know that that's all there is. Well, that's all
Yeah.
I've experienced. So if there's
How do
anybody
you?
making
Yeah.
any, so if there are anybody making any theoretical claims based on if statements that cannot be validated, then I don't have to believe it. And
You
I
don't
don't
have
think.
to. No one's asking you to.
I don't think. Okay, great. I mean, as long as we understand that that's what it is, because you're asking me, how do I know? I'm like, well, with every experience I've ever experienced.
And so what you?
What else would I have to tell you?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
So when someone says that there's a space that gas doesn't fill because of X, Y, Z, unless they have evidence, I don't believe it.
Yeah, you have to falsify the law.
I was just asking how you knew.
Prove the law wrong. You have to prove the law wrong.
It's not a law to prove wrong, so I'm okay.
Law of entropy, second law of thermodynamics, is not a law.
I'm not talking about second law of thermodynamics. You guys aren't either.
Exactly what you're doing.
No, you're saying it applies, but it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so you want to demonstrate to us what you're talking about, Scott? You just want to do the stupid rhetorical question, red herring bullshit that you always do. Why don't you tell us what you're talking about, Scott?
If you guys could ever just answer a simple question that was asked, I wouldn't have to do this.
What are the caveats that I don't know about?
The question was simply, how do you know? No. Okay. No.
The second law of thermodynamics is the law of entropy. What are you talking about?
Yes, but how does that apply to gases filling a vacuum?
Well, again, you just said that wasn't the case. But okay, let's just say that it was a mix-up, or maybe I misheard you. So when Richard Feynman was explaining the law of entropy, aka the law of thermodynamics, the second one, he was talking about gas filling an available space. And then he demonstrated it.
So how do you know that gas fills all available spaces, regardless of how big?
So you were wrong in your refutation.
No, I'm not.
For the last 5 minutes. Well, you
No,
can't
my
just
question,
you can't say no, you're not. When you just argued us down about entropy and it not having anything to do with gas, when he's talking about entropy and giving you an example of gas filling an available volume. That doesn't make sense, what you're saying.
And it doesn't answer my question about how do you know it fills all spaces. That was a simple question, man.
Because I just told you, because that's my experience.
So how do you know your experience extrapolate to all
Well,
experiences?
it's the law.
It's not.
It's the law because of my experience.
It is.
It's not the law.
Not because of my experience. Not because of my experience, but my experience is because of the law. Excuse me.
No. Okay. I understand where you're coming from now.
Just Scott, just do you have a demonstration to the contrary then?
Of what?
Of gas not filling an available volume.
Yeah, we're living in it.
Oh,
so you're going to beg the question.
No, I'm not begging the question. You asked, do I have an example of it? Yes.
So the example is you're going to believe, right? You believe that there's an available volume where the gas is not filling it?
Yes.
Okay, so prove
Not
that.
only do I believe it, I know it.
Listen.
Okay, well, show us.
Listen, no.
They have. You just refuse to look.
So first of all, remember that sea level requires a plane for that language to make sense. But
no, it doesn't.
Moving on from that, because
doesn't.
that will.
You don't have to move on, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do have to move on because
you have a bad starting point. No sense going further.
Level. It's not a bad starting point. Level is indeed level, straight.
Yes. No.
No part higher than another.
Correct.
But you can't. Okay, so if you keep saying correct, stop stopping.
But that's not flat.
Stop stopping me.
Okay. Stop saying things wrong.
So the bottom line is, obviously, there are people who, again, assume. I'm not even. Anyway, disregard what you just said. Doesn't matter. You can decide for yourself. what you think. It's up to you. But all I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, we have a situation where the air pressure decreases the higher up we go. That's our experience. Now, someone comes along with an explanation for why we have that experience. They're like, well, we have this experience because of X. So, okay, you've explained to me why the air pressure gets less the higher up we go. Now, thank you for your explanation. What is your evidence to back the explanation? Because it can't be your assertion itself is what backs.
What is my evidence that the air gets lower pressure the higher we go?
No, because I already said that's already our experience.
Okay, so what do you want the evidence of?
Of the explanation as to why that happens.
It's because there's less air sitting on top of you, pressing down on you. Okay, what else do you need?
No, what's the evidence?
That is the evidence.
No, because air doesn't. It's not pressing down.
But it is.
Well, okay, that's an assertion. That's not. So you're explaining that air is pressing down on us. Now, it's interesting because when it comes to air pressure, it expands the filling available volume.
That's your assertion. It's wrong, but it's an assertion.
Well, it's not an assertion. It's just how gas pressure is defined.
Not in all cases.
Well, according to you, gas has weight, I guess?
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. In the atomic table, I guess it would. But how come, if that's the case, and masses attract mass, gas doesn't attract gas? Because obviously,
it does.
Well, it disperses. That's
it
what we
attracts,
experience.
but it's just being it. Yeah,
That's what we experience. We experience dispersion,
yes.
not the opposite. But
yes.
again, like just on an atomic level. I mean, you'd expect a fart to just like, I don't know.
No, I wouldn't.
Appreciate the rest of the room and not feel it because
nope,
the particles
not what I said.
into each other. What do you mean? It's not what you said. What I'm saying is, if gas has weight and mass attracts mass, there's only two directions I expect that gas particle to go: towards another one or towards the greater mass of the Earth.
Well, that's because you misunderstand it.
No, there's no misunderstanding. Again, gas fills an available volume. You're saying not in most cases. You're saying, well, because gas has weight and mass attracts mass. So if that's the case, I'm just saying, if that's the explanation for things, what is the evidence for me to experience?
The evidence of what?
I didn't think so, buddy.
The evidence that gas attracts gas, we can look at Jupiter. We can look at the sun.
You're trying your hardest not to sound like you're about to make a begging the question fallacy. So I can get you guys to sound ridiculous whether you beg the question or whether you try to not beg the question by not making any assertion. It's pretty funny.
We'll just have to disagree on who sounds ridiculous right now. But okay.
Okay.
Can we stick to the discussion instead of trying to pretend that one person sounds ridiculous?
No, it's fair enough, but there's nothing else to be said. Like, the argument has come to a close. Well, you're saying gas has weight, and I'm saying, well, if that's the case, then I would be able to experience that. And you're saying, well, that's because I don't understand. Now, mind you, it's your explanation in the first place amongst my experience. So if I'm not understanding what you want me to believe, I'm all right with not understanding. That's perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with going with my own experience and knowing what the gas laws are, knowing what natural laws are, knowing what gas does when there's where there's an available space for it to fill, you can claim that, well, it doesn't always do that, and it's okay for you to have an explanation that I don't understand. That's fine.
Okay. I would think you'd want to understand things, but you don't have to. Nobody needs to understand everything. Well, nobody can understand everything, right? But I hear you're coming from.
You seem to come to some understanding that nobody in all of basically gases, like, or the gas sciences, whatever that's called, like, it goes against everything that we know, and you don't think that you have any kind of burden of proof, like, for your claim. You just made up an understanding in order to satisfy your own feelings or your own thinking paradigm.
You just made the claim it goes against everything we know. In that sentence, who was the we?
Okay, fine. Everything that has been discovered about the physics of how gases behave.
Well, I am in agreement with the entirety of the physics community. You are the one who is outside of that agreement.
You're wrong.
As evidenced by, that's a claim. Just go ahead and back that claim, please.
So should I have?
We're wrong how, Scott?
So should I pull?
We're wrong how. Just go ahead.
Should I?
So Richard Feynman is incorrect when he was talking about entropy and using gas as his demonstration.
No, I'm sure he knows exactly how.
Oh, so you.
Chat.
Great. So thank you.
Look at what Conqueror posted from Chat GTP. Apparently, the algorithm doesn't understand what the second law of thermodynamics is because it's not disorder over time. That's not how physicists define it. I know that's how you can Google it and probably find certain YouTubers who loosely try to describe it. The popular science fiction crowd, but that's not what it is.
So, do you guys agree that if you want to understand physics, you should take a physics course?
Hey Scott, do you agree with that? Hey Scott, do you agree with that Chat GTP definition of second law of thermodynamics?
No idea. I haven't read it. What are you talking about?
It says the second law of thermodynamics talks about how things tend to get more disordered over time.
Okay.
You agree with that?
I guess.
You agree? You agree that that's the definition for the second law of thermodynamics?
Sure.
Okay.
But that's under condition. That's in a closed system, right?
It's about second law is about high energy moving towards low energy or moving downhill through the gradient. So whether you're talking about pressure or you're talking about temperature, it matters none. If there's a gradient of pressure or a gradient of temperature, it moves towards the lower temperature or pressure. That doesn't mean that it will be in equilibrium. It means that it seeks equilibrium.
Mm-hmm. What does that have to do with gas pressure? And the
high
behavior
pressure
of
is
gas
high energy.
What does that have to do with gas pressure?
High pressure is high energy. High energy moves towards low energy or low pressure.
But you also mentioned equilibrium, right?
Yeah, seeking equilibrium, trying to equally distribute.
That's not all equilibrium means. Equilibrium is the balance of all forces, right?
That's why I said it moves towards equilibrium, not that it necessarily finds it, especially if you have a dynamic system with other inputs of energy and stuff like that. when things are moving around, you might have pockets of higher pressure or higher temperature and stuff like that, but that always dissipates moving towards the lower temperature, lower pressure.
But how does gravity factor into that equilibrium?
I don't know. You're the only one.
Gravity does not exist.
Well,
gravity doesn't exist.
Every physicist alive thinks it does.
You heard me. Who cares? They can't demonstrate it, neither can you.
Obviously, you don't care. I get that.
Who cares? Demonstrate it.
But Lunatic was...
Show me the scientific experiment to go ahead and determine this gravity, please. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is that we don't deny the effect that you would call gravity. Yeah, we're just denying what you state the cause is. So how it's affecting it.
I didn't state the cause.
Yeah.
Wait, so you will agree with the definition, just not what's
I never stated the cause.
Hold on a minute. What effect are we talking about? What's the effect?
No.
Yeah, that's the question I asked. What is the effect that he's talking about?
Hey, this dude always drags it off in the weeds. Why are we?
I try to keep it focused. You guys are the ones who try to drag it off.
I'm not talking to you. I'm asking the lobby about you.
All right.
Scott,
if you're going to drag it off in the weeds, why the hell should we even bother?
Yeah, he's into the weeds with all of you. He's pulling all of you by the short hairs into the weeds.
I can't wait for the big revolution, man.
Yeah, where he's going to jump out and yell gravity and act like he won something.
I don't win anything.
I thought I got a pretty good.
Once again, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I get that. But I want to talk about. I love about me too.
Because I love the gravity claim because they can't demonstrate it or prove it. It's a fantasy of theirs.
Wait, we can't demonstrate gravity?
Yeah, we go on with life as if
it doesn't explain
everything works.
How gas pressure can exist adjacent to an open system. If both systems are open, they should share an equilibrium. High should go to low.
What does that mean?
Whatever that means. So is the universe an open system or a closed system? Is Earth a closed system or an open system?
Don't care.
Yeah, I bet. But you want to scream gravity like it.
How does being an open closed system
you know how it
change
affects
gravity?
it, Scott.
How does being open
Well, if it's an open system, then the gas pressure through gas expansion, which we can demonstrate, would share all available space. But it doesn't in your theory, which is an open system.
Until the acceleration due to gravity overcomes the kinetic energy and it comes back to Earth. These answers are really easy, guys. You could learn them if you wanted to.
What, kinetic theory?
Yes.
What makes you think we don't know it?
Well, then you would understand how gases are being pulled to the Earth by gravity then.
Yo,
Did I argue with your kinetic description?
He's like an AI that plays.
No, I didn't. That should be your first fucking clue. Kinetics don't require gravity, though. Just energy available to do work.
Y'all hear me or am I mad low?
I can hear you, and you are mad low.
Yeah, you are mad low, bro.
I don't know what the hell paying a couple $100 for Beats for if you can't fucking hear anything I'm saying. So stupid. Do they have like an extra attachment or something? What the fuck?
It's got to be a point where we say this is non-productive.
Are they the earbuds or are they like a wired headset?
Nah, they're the over the head headphones but it's Bluetooth.
Oh. Okay, I couldn't answer to that. Never mind. I was gonna say because if they're earbuds, often you gotta kind of clean them out, like use a toothbrush, a soft bristle brush, and like they get filthy.
Yeah, I just got them, so I don't. But I'll try that. Maybe some degree.
They sound pretty good.
Hey, well, if they're getting that dirty, Lou, maybe you should clean your ears out.
No, I wear. I have 2 or 3 different pairs. But I use one at work, one at home. Freaking, like the work.
I had to. I was just picking.
I get what happens. What happens is when I'm like I'm washing clothes, so like whenever any surrounding noise happens, there's like noise cancellation, so I guess it kind of also cancels out my voice too, for whatever reason.
Did you turn up the output setting and the voice settings in Discord?
Yeah, I mean,
Do
because the
you like
output
a white
settings
dude
is
at
just
3 in the morning with the wrong number? We can work this out. Let's talk about this.
well, one thing I wish like people, you know what? I don't even have to wish. Like I'm asking for myself. How do you guys rate? And everybody should get a turn. Glover Flatter, like, what do you think of the exchange between me and Scott?
I didn't
Very
hear all of it
semantic.
myself.
Very semantical. A lot of arguments over words and terminology.
Astounding.
Revolutionary.
Earth shattering.
Out of the blue.
Out of this world.
Unparalleled.
Let me ask another question. Who sounded like they made more of a coherent argument?
Scott.
Elijah most definitely. Scott had nothing but red herrings and ad hominems and nuh-uhs, so pretty lame.
It sounded like he just kind of explained his position. Well, that's what I heard. But
How much is he paying you?
I was gonna say he didn't make much sense to me.
But an
I'll double it.
explanation, but an explanation which he was wise enough to kind of slip by. So let me explain something to you guys again. An explanation is not evidence. And so I just had this conversation with Matthew, right? And basically, let me stop hold on, let me stop this. So basically, if you experience something and then you just have an explanation for why it is, I, as an individual, get to say, okay, I hear your explanation. What is the evidence for the explanation? Because it can't be, well, the fact that it's happening. Because if you say that, it's just a baseless assertion. If you're trying to prove in the outset that, well, it's a globe, how do you know? Because this proves that it's a globe. That would be circular reasoning. So semantically, they've just tried to leave the first portion of it off. Oh, I'm not saying it's proof of anything. I'm just saying, here's this thing that I've seen. So, for example, day and night. So we know that there's daytime and nighttime. And he says, okay, well, ball. Obviously, with the ball, if you flash a light on it, only one side of it is lit. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what's the evidence of that? Well, I'm not saying there's any evidence. It's just my explanation, right? So
No,
I
that's
said,
not what
okay,
that's not what we would say.
No, I'm just telling you how the conversation that I just had with Matthew just went. Only
Yeah, I am Mackie, and it did not go
45
that way.
minutes ago. How y'all gonna let him just interrupt me
Yeah, you're
by
straw
saying some
manning him.
stupid shit like that? How y'all gonna stop?
Mackie, did you hear him? He said Matthew. Matthew Learns is who he's talking about, not you.
Okay, I heard wrong then. I thought I said Mackie. My bad.
You don't listen. You don't listen.
I try.
So anyway,
Bullshit.
so
Try to not listen.
I said so equally valid. There are people, right? Say I had a friend that I hadn't seen in 2 years now. This guy, he had a beer gut, knocking on diabetes door, bad eyes, bad knees, just overall, in general, not in shape kind of guy, right? 2 years later, I see him. Hey man, how's it going? Oh my God, your skin is glowing, man. Oh, what? You working out? Like, you look great. He's like, yeah, man. I feel healthier than I've felt in 20 years too, man. But let me explain to you how it happened. Well, you see, what happened was I started drinking pee. Okay, I mean, perhaps maybe it was something else in your lifestyle change. No, I'm explaining to you, like, I got all of these results because I started drinking the piss. Oh, well, I mean, shit, man. Like, that's obviously absurd, right? So it's like, again, you have an explanation. That's cool. But do you have any evidence that backs it other than the assertion that this is what it is in the first place?
Well, in that situation, we would control for variables, and we do exactly what you just said, because we've already had this conversation. Those in the scientific community have had that conversation that you just had 100 times, and it's part of the first day of science class about how to control for variables to make sure it is actually the accounting thing. And then you would figure out if it was the drinking of the piss that caused it versus any other possible change in his lifestyle. Yeah, we already know that one, man. It's an easy one.
Now, and how do you have an independent variable for, say, your assertion?
That's where we do the study.
No, I'm asking you for gas having weight. Where's the independent variable for all that?
Oh, if my assertion is that gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, is the weight of the gas above you, I think I could demonstrate that by taking the difference in pressure between two elevations and then figuring out the mass of the gas at that for that certain volume. So, for example, let me just finish. I can tell you this thing. So, say if I wanted to say that the difference in atmospheric pressure at x and x plus 10 feet, it's going to be a small difference. We'd have to have some very accurate measurement tools, but let's say we can measure that difference. If I were then to take 10 feet by a foot squared, so 10 square feet or 10 cubic feet of gas, and measure it, I would expect that gas to weigh exactly the difference in that pressure divided by 144 to get the surface area of PSI, change the surface area from square feet into square inches. And if that happens, that's proof. That's proof to the scientific community. That's how we do those things. And what you will find is that is the difference in pressure, is exactly the difference in the weight of the gas above you. That's how we do it.
So a pressure change, you assert, is the difference in the weight above you. But
yes,
the underlying premise in all of that is that mass attracts mass. So given everything that you've stated, you've done what you've done. We already know that the pressure is less the higher you go. But
can I ask you first if you thought that's a good proof?
I don't know how that would have anything to do with anything, because you couldn't really test weight, especially like in a vacuum. Like, you should weigh more, but there's no real way to answer that question, obviously, if you don't first assert that there's mass attracting mass. For instance, you have weight because the Earth's gravity is pulling you towards the center of its mass. So since that's the premise, I'm like, okay, that is the evidence that I'm looking for. And I think that's reasonable. It's reasonable to ask for a demonstration of mass attracting mass. And I don't think it's the difference in pressure, because you're asserting that there is a difference in pressure because mass attracts mass. Okay, that's your explanation. What's the evidence?
Okay, what was wrong with the evidence I just gave?
Well, obviously, I just ran through it.
So The fact that the gas in that volume weighed exactly the pressure differences divided by the surface area, you don't find that at all compelling.
Well, I just told you it doesn't prove the premise. If the
What
premise
would
is
prove the
mass
premise?
attraction, proving the premise. Mass attracts mass. A demonstration of that.
Okay, we can do
You
anything
already,
like
you already
Cavendish.
gave. Sure, you could.
We can, and it proves without
All right,
question
give us,
Yeah,
that
but
you
they don't work on
give us
that
a, give us
convention
a,
no
give
more,
us
do
a,
we?
give.
That's a caveat we no longer work under, though, right?
But
Mass attracting mass. So
every time I
why do we still use it?
But even,
every time I give you a demonstration and a
still,
conclusive proof, you guys say nuh-uh.
no, actually, I just give me
Nobody
YouTube,
believes
man.
mass attracts mass.
Even though we can show you it
Not even
does.
the scientific community.
Give me
Even though we
give
can
me
show
They
you
say
it
that's
does.
not the cause.
But if it
Actually,
does,
they say
if
that's
it
not the cause
if
nowadays.
it does, listen, hold on. If
hmm
it does, then I could apply this to an experiment as well. Like
Correct.
it wouldn't have to be two balls in a shed. It could be gas itself. However, I know that gas disperses, so I already know that they're not actually attracted to each other. Like hair.
Do you not
Like
know anything about net
hair.
forces?
You know how hair kind of sticks to
Dude,
everything?
just make one
Gas
statement and
dis
let's talk about it.
well, I did. Look, gas
But then you
disperses,
kept
bro.
going on to something else.
Well, yeah, because gas does
Let's not talk about hair. Let's talk
disperse.
about the gases.
Yeah, it disperses.
Can we just talk about the gases then?
It disperses.
If you have any two gas particles, what are the forces?
How are you going to get two gas particles to demonstrate that? Again, if that's the assertion, yeah, ultimately, yeah, I want to see that, but obviously asking for that is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, fam, it's not my fault you have an impractically to demonstrate claim. I don't know if that makes sense, but you guys get what I'm saying. It's not practical. You're making a claim that I can't evidence. You've explained that because the pressure is less that we go up is the proof that gas has weight, and gas has weight specifically because the premise is mass attracts mass, but I can't prove the premise in the first instance. It can't be evidenced.
No, I say gas has weight because we can weigh it. Nothing to do with the atmospheric pressure.
Right, but again, the premise that I'm focused on, because people think we live on a ball that attracts other balls, so I'm like, well, these principles apply universally. That's what I mean. If you believe that mass attracts mass, and I'm like, no, gas disperses.
See, but here's the problem right now: is you are just radically unfocused. You're talking
No,
about
I'm
17
radically
things at
focused.
once. You need to talk about
I'm
one thing
talking
at a
about
time.
one
Does
premise.
gas have
I'm
weight or
talking
not?
about.
Yes or no?
I'm talking about one premise.
Answer the
But you're
question.
not. Does gas have weight?
I'm talking about one premise, not what you're talking about. We already had the conversation. You're saying gas has weight, and I'm saying, oh, because for the fact that mass attracts mass, well, I would need evidence for that.
No, that's
Because
not
I
what I
don't
said.
because listen, gas having weight is not something that can be evidenced because you
Sure can.
claim that it works. No, because differences in
By
pressure.
weighing it.
Differences in pressure is what we experience. You're saying it's because gas has weight. There's
That's
no
not
way
what
to
I said,
evidence.
though. And if
Yeah,
you'd
it
slow
is.
down and have a conversation
Yeah, it
instead of
is. Because
trying
you said
to
it's the weight. It's the
monologue,
weight of the
you'd
gas on
understand
top
that.
of you. Is what you said. The
That
weight of
was
the
a
gas
different
on top of you.
question.
That's what you said. No, but
That was
that's
a
what you
different question.
said. Everything that I said was accurately stated in a sequence of events that happened. You saying that wasn't the question is a red herring from the point that I'm making in the
No,
first
I
place,
said
bro.
atmospheric pressure was because of the weight of the gas. And I said the way we know the gas has weight because we can weigh it. Two different questions. You understand that, right?
Neither of them prove the premise.
Wait, you're saying we can't prove something has weight by weighing it?
Neither of them prove the premise that I set out to prove. So
Yes, because you
regardless of
rejecting all the intermediate
regardless
steps
of
necessary to get there.
no, if the overall premise is mass attracting mass, I want that to be evidence, not explained to me that
Okay,
something
mass attract
other
mass
than that.
Cavendish. Next.
No, gas disperses.
Easily explainable if you want to take the time to understand gases. Gases have an innate kinetic energy, and the force of gravity is pulling on that 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. Once that kinetic
did
energy
you,
is overcome,
what's the evidence of that?
the evidence of that would be that that gas has weight.
No, that's a circular argument.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
How do you prove something attracts something else?
Not by
Try it
weighing
this
it.
route. What causes weight?
You measure the
Not
attraction.
by weighing
That's the
it.
answer. The answer to
Not
proving something attracts something else is measuring the attraction. That's an easy one, guys.
not
Easy.
by weighing it. For example, measuring the attraction between two magnets is not putting them on a scale. But
How
you're
would you
right,
measure
it
the
is
attraction
easy.
between two magnets?
I agreed with you. Like, for example, the attraction between two magnets. I
How
don't
would you
know.
measure it?
Have you measured anything in the way of how you would measure the force between two magnets? Have you done that with gravity? Because
People can measure.
I would accept that.
You can measure the attraction between two magnets exactly like you measure the attraction between two masses. Exactly.
Okay. I have two magnets right here.
Mhm.
I'm definitely experiencing a resistance.
Yep.
And so it's like, okay.
So what you can do is
How would you do that with, like, say, I don't know,
I'm going to explain that to you right now.
no, with gases? Since gases are masses, just explain with that.
No, you can't do it because they're too small.
Oh, I thought, okay, that's right. So no, then I don't care.
Yeah, no, but why don't you care? That's the interesting thing. I understand you guys don't care.
Because I already experienced what I experienced. And so your claim is that what I'm experiencing is in lieu of something opposite to that. Like, yeah, gas is dispersing, but they still have this net effect of 9.8 meters per second squared or whatever it is pulling on them. And I'm like, okay, dog, what's the evidence? And there is none.
The evidence
What's
is look around you.
what's this like Goldilocks zone of a size of something, the mass of something that it has to be in order for mass to attract mass? Because like it
Nobody
should
said that.
be a ratio.
Nobody said that.
If something is hold on. If something is very large and something else is very small, the smaller it is, the more it should be affected by the larger one, right?
And it is.
Okay, then why are you saying anything is too small to be affected?
I didn't.
You just did.
No, I said it's too small for us to measure it individually. We don't have the technology or the tools to do that.
There's a group of gas that just left my ass that is dispersing and not being attracted to the ground.
Get out your gussimeter.
Because a gas molecule is ridiculously small. We just don't have, what could we possibly use to measure a single particle?
You just said, listen, again, let's just delete your language and let's go back to exactly what people think you're answering when you're answering Lou, because Lou specifically said, wait, why wouldn't the bigger mass be able to attract the smaller mass? And you said, yeah, that is the case. Okay, so you have the smaller mass, gas, in this case, a group of gas, out my ass, and then you have the bigger mass, the Earth. However, the gas is dispersing.
However, what? What was that last thing?
The gas
is dispersing. It's going in all directions and filling the room and making his wife leave.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a wife yet.
All right, well, whatever. You get
when you throw a ball. When you throw a ball up in the air, are you suggesting that we say gravity has disappeared at that time?
I didn't make that claim. Why
No,
are you
I'm asking if that's what you're suggesting.
No, I'm just saying I didn't make
That's
any
his
claims to
main
any
name.
rocks. Hold on. I didn't make any claims, any rocks or anything. But I am talking about the premise, and I did tell you what my example of the premise being false was. Now you're talking about something else. I didn't make any claims about rocks. So why are you asking?
Look, a lunatic asked about something, and you were talking about that, and I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I was pretty clear about what I said. So why are you
You
talking
weren't.
about rocks? Why are you asking about rocks?
Because you said gas disperses, and that somehow proves
Well,
something
what the
wrong, and
hell
I'm
does
trying
a
to understand
solid
what you
have
mean
to
by
do with
that.
that? Well, what the hell does asking about a solid have to do with that?
Well, because gases are little tiny solids.
No, gas
What?
is
Citation, please.
Yeah, all molecules. It's a
No.
molecule.
But that's a semantic point that's obviously ridiculous because in this argument there has to be a separation between what a rock is and what a gas is. Obviously, because gas is gas and a rock is solid. So let's not.
What do you think a molecule is?
Yeah, what are the three states of matter, Scott?
What I'm saying is, let's not do this thing where we don't understand the difference between a rock and a gas.
All right, so stop misunderstanding it.
No,
There
you're
is
the
no
one who.
there is no
This is
difference.
why we have to go here. You just said gas. It was like
there's
tiny
no
little rocks.
But
It
there's
is.
no misunderstanding. But okay,
You
so
guys
prove
not know
Last
this?
night he was talking about lines.
Wait.
Now
You guys
he's
really not?
talking about rocks. Man,
You
this
guys really
dude's
not
got
know
a
this?
problem.
Ooh, I think I understand the problem. You guys don't understand gases, do you?
Hold on.
No, you don't understand
gases,
states of matter.
Check this out. But if they were like little tiny rocks, then they would be like pebbles in the sand. But they're like things that my dog run away from because it's dispersing into his nose. So I mean, Jesus Christ, the worldview that like I get, what you're trying to say, but again, it conflicts with reality. Like, I mean, yeah, there are conventional ways to explain things, but explaining something that goes against my experiences when there's a problem. So you're trying to tell me that gas particles are like little tiny rocks, and I'm like, okay, well, I know what little tiny pebbles are like. They lay on the sand. I mean, they lay on the beach, the sand, right? And so I'm like, well, if my farts are like that, then people would never smell them because they would go straight to the ground because
No, they
would be
wouldn't.
attracted to the mass of the earth. And this is what I'm saying. You're saying no, they
Look,
wouldn't. But
we do need
again,
If you get this crackhead,
we need to
you're
talk.
right.
We need to talk about states of matter. Like solids
Okay,
do
let's
not
talk
act
about 'em.
like in a fluid manner. Both gases and liquids are fluid in nature and follow fluid dynamics. Liquids need to be contained, but they won't go upward. They're held to the ground. But gases will move omnidirectionally in all directions, filling its container.
So what is a gas then?
no, you're not asking a question that's wholly irrelevant. You're
I
trying
I'm
to
get this
asking
prove
lunatic
crackhead
what he
with
thinks
my
a
truck.
gas is.
How far will this rock
no,
fly?
because what? Listen.
I
So
know you want to run away from
Lou
this. I get that.
makes a perfectly valid statement that is
Uh-huh.
just blanketly true, and he
And
decides to
it
ask
shows
a
a fundamental
question.
misunderstanding.
What? So what did Lou say that was false?
He doesn't understand what gas particles are.
No.
That's an ad hominem.
What did he say
Not an ad
was
hominem.
an
It's
ad
wrong.
hominem? So
It's incorrect. That's not
so
an ad hominem.
I stated it
you're
correctly. You have to tell me how I'm wrong if you disagree with me.
You tell me what a gas particle is, and then we can
Yeah.
talk about it.
okay. So that's actually a red herring.
It's not.
No, it is because he just told you something that was accurate and true, and so your rebuttal is what? Is it true? Is it false? First and foremost, what he said.
What he said is
First, let's
true.
answer that question.
What he said is
Okay,
true.
so how do you disagree with me?
Because you have not told me what a gas particle is yet.
Oh no, but that's what a red herring is.
Why?
Because he made a point that just further legitimizes what I was talking to you about. And all you can do is red herring him the way you tried to red herring me.
Except
Because
understanding what gas.
I made a completely legitimate statement, and then you ad hom me by telling me I don't understand, and then you introduced a red herring with your own premise attached that had nothing to do with actually rebutting my premise. Shit. That's fucked up.
Yes,
man.
but understanding what gas particles
Yeah, now you
are
want to go into
and how they
now you
behave
want to
is
go
really
into
important.
particle
Understanding
theory.
gases.
That's fucked
Well,
up, man.
particle is theoretical.
All of this
Why don't you guys want to understand this stuff?
All of this to hide from the fact
particle
that
is
you're
a theory.
basically making a baseless assertion, trying to hide behind the
I'm
fact
trying to
that
explain my
you're talking
assertion.
about.
You guys
No,
don't
you're
want to
not.
hear.
You're not. All you said was nuh-uh. You don't understand.
No, I'm telling you, gas particles are like little tiny rocks.
And that
Really,
is
really, really
false.
tiny.
And I
It is
explained it.
true.
I explained it with an
It is
and
true.
I gave a thorough explanation. You told me that you agree with me, but I'm still wrong.
Well, what do you think gas particles are then? If you say I'm wrong, that they're not like little tiny
Put the
solids,
pipe
what
down
are
and
they?
get the
What
rocks
are
out of
they?
your mind.
What are they if they're not that?
No. I wish
No,
You're reversing the burden of proof now. These are tactics. Excuse me, Scott. You are reversing the burden now. You've employed many tactics in this conversation. You've only explained and then not backed up your explanation, as Elijah has already stated. So if you don't have anything to back up your assertions, we're going to dismiss them out of hand. Period.
Gases are molecules in motion with no
That's a
bond
theory.
to the other particles, the other gas molecules. That's what a gas is. And the temperature of gas is its average kinetic energy of each of the particles. The pressure of gas is the sum of the kinetic energy plus the number of molecules, creating a pressure. This is what a gas is, guys. It's just, this is known stuff. What is wrong with what I said?
Okay, nothing. How does that prove the premise that mass attracts mass, though?
It doesn't. That doesn't.
Bitch.
Awesome.
Right. So
That's
It was just a whole bunch of talk about rock.
It was a red herring. So listen. So
I'm feeling like he's a crackhead.
So when I said it was a red herring from the point, because remember, I set out to say, well, if I'm to really accept what's going on here, then the underlying premise is that masses attract the mass. And so what would be the evidence? So he went on. He didn't say, I don't have evidence. He went on to try to give me an explanation. He went on to try to say, actually, there are experiments. He gave us a couple. So we saw him try to answer, all for us to allow him to say what he was finally trying to say this whole time, to tell us that it has nothing to do with what the fuck I was asking him in the first place, because he just said it had nothing to do with it. Why do you let these people play with you, bro?
I asked that an hour ago. Why do we entertain this guy? You're taking rocks, putting them in a pipe, and dreaming pipe dreams.
Yeah, nice try.
Tactics didn't work today, Scott. You got destroyed. Just deal with it, all right?
Yeah.
Put the pipe down and get some sleep, brother. You'll be all right.
I realize you guys cannot focus.
Yeah, now more ad hominems.
Yeah, last night it was all about lines. Tonight it's all about rocks, man. This is the family channel.
Yes, gas particles are attracted to the center of the Earth, just like every other particle.
Okay, so you're saying that gas particles have an exclusive downward vector. Go ahead and show us that.
No, I never said exclusive.
So they're not attracted downward.
Exclusive.
If they're solids, they would have to.
So this
If they're
is
solids, they would have to.
This is what is interesting about you guys.
Downward would require a flat plane to be in Revelation 2, right?
You got to take what I say and add stuff so it fits into some kind of strange notion. I said.
So the center of the Earth, that would require a radius. Do you have a radius? Do you have a radius that is going to validate this that you're begging the question with?
Center of the Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared. And when the velocity, and when the upward velocity of a particle is overcome by that 9.8 meters per second, it will start falling back to Earth. Most particles don't do that, though, because as they move up, they hit another particle. And when they hit another particle, they bounce back down. And then they start bouncing all over the frickin' place. And the only particles in the atmosphere that go through this entire parabolic effect that we would expect from any other particle is the ones at the outer edge of the atmosphere.
I see.
And those ones
Now
just
I
stay up
understand.
there.
No, they bounce around. They bounce around and come back down when they run out
I
of
get it.
vertical
Scott,
velocity.
I got it. Scott, I got it.
Yes.
I got it.
Okay.
Now I understand
Good.
your explanation. What's your evidence of that?
Yep. What's your evidence of what? That the one.
Well, you just gave us a riveting story about how gases don't have a downward vector.
I did not say that.
Energy
Why would you say that?
Well, the other guy said so. Gases have a downward direction.
He said exclusive.
You said right. So what I said is true. So gases, right? So they're leaving, right, and then there comes a point where they lose energy.
No, they lose velocity.
Lose velocity.
Yes.
Okay.
They never lose any energy.
Okay. Right. So they lose velocity. You have any evidence of that?
Yes. The atmosphere.
No.
Beg the question.
Because remember,
you can't just give a one-word answer like that. Like, dude, that's not even an answer. That's just a freaking. That's just.
That's crazy, bro. Like I just.
Well, I can give you one that requires more math if you want to do it.
How do they not lose the energy when the energy comes from them moving?
Because the energy turns from kinetic into potential. And so they always maintain their energy. That's why gases keep a pressure, because the conservation of momentum, gases being being particles of molecules, they don't lose any energy to heat because they are heat, essentially. Their velocity is heat of an object. And so the gases at the top of the atmosphere just bounce around up there and fall down like a ball.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, I can give you the math of you take any gas in a container if you want to do it.
Not abstract.
Scott.
Do you have any?
Does gas lose thermal energy?
Not evidence in the abstract.
No, gas is thermal
yes
energy.
Or no?
Gas is thermal energy.
Well, that's why it follows thermodynamics, right, Scott?
The energy of a gas is the sum of the energy of the particles, which is just their movement. It's just their velocity.
If it loses
the
enough
energy of a
thermal
gas.
energy, it'll turn into a liquid, right? It'll change states of matter.
Yes. If you cool down the gas, which is slowing down the particles, it will reform into a liquid. Yes, this
It's
is
a loss
true.
of thermal energy, right? So in the collisions, we assume that for an ideal state, there's no net loss. But we know thermally there is.
Yeah, you can take the energy out of a particle by having interact with another particle, which if that particle sucks up some of its energy, some of its velocity, yeah.
Moving it from a warmer area to a cooler area.
But the warmer area is just other particles with greater velocity. That's what warmer means. And when you
get more thermal energy, yes, I know, but it does.
Well, but that just means fast-moving particles.
You're just
That's it.
taking it out of context. That's a measure of its thermal energy.
But the measure of a thermal energy is the velocity of the particles.
But this is all abstract. Meanwhile,
but a molecule doesn't have a heat. You get that, right? We all agree. Go ahead. Sorry. Go.
So again, the only thing I want evidence for is that a gas molecule is just going to lose energy and fall back down to the earth. Like that's. I want evidence of that.
What I says is it doesn't lose energy. I corrected. I think it was Timbo, might have been T-Dub. I can never tell them apart. Sorry, guys. Is that the particle does not lose energy. It just converts from kinetic energy
All right.
into potential energy.
Prove that it loses velocity and then falls to the earth. Like, how do you prove something like that?
Well, I already told you we cannot demonstrate anything with a single atom. So we have to take the sum of atoms.
Oh, okay, right.
Well, there's just
So,
it's a limitation of our technology and a limitation of our abilities. We accept that as people trying to understand the world.
But what we do know is that gases fill an available volume. You're trying to tell us
But they
that
don't.
doesn't happen in all. You're trying to tell us that doesn't happen in all cases. For example, there are gas particles that go up to the atmosphere, lose velocity, and fall back down to the earth. I say, well, is there any evidence of that? You're saying we can't evidence that. But you can tell me what the atmospheric pressure is.
No, but I
man,
can
that's
tell you
not
how
good
we
enough.
I can tell you how we concluded that. And you can choose to listen and learn, or you can choose to reject it. It's up to you.
No, I told you I won't be accepting anything in the abstract if you're telling me firsthand that there's actually no direct evidence of it. So,
Yeah.
no, thank you.
You might want to ask yourself why you won't accept it.
Well,
What are
because
you
it's not
resisting?
direct evidence. Because it's not direct evidence.
But if it's really good,
It's
reasonable
just a good.
evidence,
It's just an explanation. I asked you
why
what
would
the
you?
evidence for
Yeah.
the explanation was.
Why
So,
would you
if
not?
it's just an explanation, I'm just saying no thanks. There are
Why would
many
you
good
not want?
reasons. No, I wanted the evidence for the explanation. If you don't have one, I'm good. Right? Like, I don't get it. What's wrong with saying I'm good if you're saying you don't have evidence? You might have something abstract, but you don't have evidence for the thing that you're claiming. So why do I have to accept it? Because you have an explanation. I don't get it.
Well, the thing I don't get is why you don't want the best explanation that we as a community, the human community, has come up with so far. Why do you want to reject
Oh, I
it?
don't give a shit about that. Humans and
Why
math
not?
do terrible things all the time. And they get things wrong all the time. Like, for example, people think that gas doesn't fill in available volumes in some
Well, we
cases.
know it doesn't. We can prove that.
Okay, well, but you
the
just
heck?
told me it can't be evidenced. But
No, I
you can
didn't.
do
I said
it
we
in
can't do
other
one.
ways. So you can prove that gas doesn't disperse in all cases.
Not equally, no, it doesn't.
Okay, so other than showing me a difference in pressure, the actual claim is that mass attracts mass, and there's no way for you to actually demonstrate that.
Other than showing you,
demonstrating it, there's no way to demonstrate it.
Oh, right, that's what I'm saying. So
The
if there's
difference
no
in
way to
pressure is
demonstrate,
exactly what he's talking about.
so but what I'm saying is, if the underlying premise is the thing that you can't demonstrate, then I don't have to accept it. Like, I
no,
don't
you
have to
don't.
accept it.
You don't.
And
The
you're
question is,
saying,
why
why
don't you
won't
want
I
to?
accept it?
No, I'm not
Because
saying why
there's
won't
no
you. I'm saying
evidence.
why don't you want to? You're motivated not to accept it. And I'm trying to understand what that motivation is.
No, I heard the explanation and I said, okay, what's the evidence? And you said, well, I can't give you evidence. And I said, okay, that's why. So I don't accept it on the basis of that there is no evidence and you just told me as much.
But when it
Well, you
when
said
it explains so much about what we see in the world, why don't you want that explanation?
you said
It
gas
doesn't
won't
explain
fill
it.
a room. So
It
I wonder,
explains
do you believe
everything.
gas has a fixed? Do you believe gas has a fixed volume? You say it wouldn't fill a room, but Charles or Robert Boyle says it would.
That makes no sense.
Robert
Wow.
Boyle, yeah.
No, it
What do
doesn't.
you mean? Does gas? Oh, hold
It
on.
makes
Does
it makes
gas
no
have
sense.
a fixed volume or no?
That question makes no sense if you understand what the nature of
So
gas
gas
is.
has no fixed volume.
Gas particles will move in the direction they are moving until something changes their velocity or changes
So it
their
has no
velocity.
fixed volume or shape.
So there, yeah, a gas particle will go forever in one direction.
All directions.
No,
But you're
a gas
talking.
a gas particle. A
No,
gas
what
particle
you're
moves in one
doing is
direction.
trying to break it down.
Collides
Hold
with
on.
another gas particle or its container, right?
Yeah, we're not talking about one
or
gas
something else
particle
physical.
filling a room, so don't be stupid. We're talking about an entirety of gas, a volume of gas filling an valuable space. Not one particle floating around till it fills up an entire room. That would be fucking ludicrous. But that's what you're arguing against, but that's
No,
not
I'm
what
not.
we're saying.
That's not what I said
One
either.
gas particle wouldn't fill up shit.
It'll bounce all. It'll
Won't
bounce
even
all
have
over.
collisions.
It'll bounce all over that room. That one gas particle will go bang, bang, it'll just bounce all over the place. All by
Now
itself.
you're
It'll bounce
avoiding
all
the
over the
point.
place. You put two in there,
Okay,
and they bounce all over the place. Three in there, and then you got three of them
And they
bouncing all over the place.
Okay, not attracted to the center mass, right? Right.
They are. The
Well, I
arc.
didn't hear. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear
Does-
anything in your description.
Does that affect the collisions?
The path they take will be a parabolic arc.
I didn't hear it.
And sometimes that parabolic arc will have a maximum all of its own, and sometimes it'll hit the top of it'll hit the ceiling.
Wow.
Depending on where it took and what the arc was.
Gases move in a singular direction unless hindered by some other, like, I don't know,
Force.
the limits of a container container or other gas particle move in a straight direction. You sitting here trying to tell
Or
us that
gravity.
they have a parabolic.
Or gravity.
Oh,
It's called
again,
expansion.
so look, see, so you're saying or gravity again. Do you
Yes.
have any evidence?
Yes.
But you just told me you didn't.
No, I don't have any evidence that you can do that. You can test this as one particle. That'd be silly. They're too small.
Well, I mean, a group of gas out my ass disperses. So I need a group of gas not to do that.
Well,
that's
Who's
what
saying it does?
Well,
No, I never made the argument that
it would
couldn't.
expand. It's called gas expansion. That's another thing that Boyle covered.
Well, but that gas expansion is just each of those individual gas particles moving in a single direction till they hit something else. And they bounce around, and then they eventually move all over the place just based on...
Until what?
Yeah, they move all over the place, meaning they fill the entire volume of the container.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying. So he sit here and he
It
gives the
is.
same definition
Expansion
that
will
we
happen
gave.
until the walls
So
restrict
he
the
gives
movement.
the same definition that we gave, and it's devoid of his rebuttal that that's not the case.
Well, but your explanation just didn't explain anything.
No, because I just said, well, gas out my ass is going to fill the room. And you just said gas is going to bounce all around the room. So you agree with me, and that's the problem, because you're saying that mass attracts mass. Gas particles are a group of masses that are not attracted to each other.
I didn't say that, though. They are attracted to each other.
That's what I said. And you just agreed that they're going to bounce around the room, so they're not attracted to each other.
But they are attracted to each other.
He said until they collide with something.
No, they're not attracted to each other because they're just bouncing around in the room. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. You can say that. That's fine.
They bounce off of each other. They appall each other.
Yes, but the gravitational attraction.
Matthew, this is your man, because
You guys are working not to understand this. It's really weird.
Well, actually, that's just an ad hom again, because all I said when I was asking for evidence, I said, well, funny, because there's a group of gas, okay, and it disperses. And you're saying, yeah, it'll bounce around a room. And I'm like, okay, that was my rebuttal to saying, no, actually, because the masses, they would attract. I don't see attraction. I just see dispersion. And you're like,
nobody said that, though.
Nobody said. I said what I said. I just explained to you what I said.
Yeah, but that's well, it wasn't a rebuttal to my point, though. It has nothing to do with my argument or my position.
No, my argument is that the position is that mass attracts mass, and so if that's the case,
And they do.
mass of gases would be attracted to each other. I asked
They
you
are.
if this can be evidence, but I asked you if it can be evidence, and you said no.
Well, that's a different
And the only
question.
thing, no, it's not a different question because you're trying to say that a difference in pressure is that. No, it's not.
See, you just conflated like 4 different questions there. You
Scott,
don't even know it.
Scott, when you said that they keep that like if you when you were talking about 1 or 2 particles, that they would just keep bouncing around a room.
Yes.
If mass attracts mass and gravity is brought into this, then wouldn't they lose their energy and settle at the ground?
No, they'd bounce off the ground because they don't lose energy.
Yeah, it's called elastic collisions. They don't lose any
Yeah.
energy at all.
Not like rocks, are they?
So,
Not like
right,
rocks.
so not like rocks because
Yeah, rocks lose heat.
the
That's
bottom
the
line-
problem with rocks.
Yeah, but the bottom line is what we're describing is something that is in total contradiction to what you're trying to tell me. You're telling
It's
me
not,
that
though.
well, these they have enough energy that they actually wouldn't be attracted to each other in the sense that they overcome gravity. And I'm like, well, so then you don't have evidence then.
But we do, but that's a different question.
No, that's not a different question. You're telling me, with my rebuttal being, well, all things aren't, attracted to each other, for example, gas. And you're like, well, it is, not that it can be evidenced, but to answer your question as a red herring, I'm going to go ahead to something else that has nothing to do with this, which is what you did like 20 minutes ago, and you're doing it now. I mean, I already caught you out. The room heard it. The penny dropped. It was crazy. I mean, this is kind of just like a lazy round 2.
I know you think you have, but an uneducated person would think that.
Oh, that was another ad hom.
Well, you're the one who said you already dropped something on me, whatever you said. So
No,
I
but
thought
I
it was.
didn't
I thought it was a fair reply.
I didn't ad hom you though. That's exactly what happened. You contradicted yourself.
No. You were claiming to be judge and jury.
I wasn't.
You were claiming to be judge and jury of the debate.
You
And
contradicted yourself in front of everybody.
no, I
I don't
didn't.
need to be judging. Guys, did he or did he
No, I
not?
didn't. No.
He did.
I guarantee you that
Ish.
Matthew would not think so. I guarantee that anybody who has taken a math class or a physics class understands exactly what I was saying. They know I didn't contradict myself at any point in this discussion. Only the people who've never had a physics
These
class.
elastic.
Only the people who've never had a physics class would
Scott,
think so.
Scott,
Yes.
don't freak out, bro. It's cool.
Okay. All right.
So you guys are saying that now the elastic collisions, they don't lose energy. Are these ideal gases all of a sudden?
No.
But you guys said they don't lose energy.
Well, they don't have all the properties of an ideal
Yeah,
gas.
that is an ideal gas theory,
No,
isn't it?
an ideal gas needs all the properties of
It
an ideal
is.
gas.
It's part of it.
They
No
do not
loss
have
in net collision.
They do not
No
have
loss
all
in
the
net
properties.
energy is an ideal gas law.
They do not have all the properties of an ideal gas.
Okay, so they do
Problem
lose
is
energy.
Said the
No
energy was
temperature is ever
converted.
constant.
Lost
Well,
was
obviously,
converted.
we know.
Middle of the road fallacy then?
Just because it's true for a part doesn't mean it's true for the whole. I guess is maybe a fair rebuttal. So I think I mean, to Mike, but if I'm wrong, rebut that.
Because ideal gases do not have attraction to each other, and each of these gas particles does have an attraction to each other. It's just really,
Okay.
really, really small.
Demonstrate that, please. Demonstrate that, please.
Jupiter.
Not with an explanation, just demonstrate it.
Jupiter. Next.
Okay, so that's begging the question again.
How do we science Jupiter?
You asked me for a proof. I
Can't
gave you a
touch it.
proof. Next.
You didn't give me a
That's
proof.
not a
I
proof
asked you to
because
demonstrate it
we
begging the question. Number one, that Jupiter is a gas giant in outer space, and all of a sudden there's gas being, attracted to the center of mass or something along geodesic lines, right? Like it's all nonsense, dude. It's not empirical. I want demonstrations and physical reality in front of us. Do it right now.
Do it right
These
now in
one
front
word
of you.
catchphrases like Jupiter, gravity, refraction, friggin' whatever you want to say. Like, if you think it's a gotcha and you think it's a win, you're wrong to any intelligent person listening in. They can see through the shit that you're pulling.
Oh, we'll have to disagree. We'll have to disagree with that.
Intelligent people.
His proof would be, guess
Hey,
what?
Elijah, if you're
His
going to
proof,
keep Barton, man, will you
his,
hit the fan? That shit's filling up the VC.
but his no, that's my bacon. But his the thing about it is when he says Jupiter, that's just a priori, isn't it? It's not. It he's about to come up with whatever he's going to tell you is going to be backed by math. In other words, it's just going to be again something abstract. In the face of you asking for, well, I just want to see something real. He's like, well, take this abstraction and what I'm telling you about what we're looking at. That's my explanation. Here's the math, and this is what it is. And I'm like, suck my dick. Like, no, no thanks.
Yeah, you don't have to believe it, man. The man,
Hey,
the man asked
hold on.
the man asked me for a demonstration of the gravitational attraction between two
About an
particles.
hour ago,
Yeah,
you said
okay.
about an hour ago, Elijah told you that you can disagree. You don't have to believe it, and you were like, "Well, I would hope you would want to know."
Yeah, I
You
still
took the,
do.
you
Yeah,
thought you had the high
I would
ground.
like to say
You always
this.
think you have the high ground. That like you have the knowledge. In fact, was it over in Earth
I do
Awakening?
I do have the knowledge.
You said that it's a burden to have to be right all the time.
It is.
I
Because then you
think
get
this should be
discussion.
pointed out. Now,
Then
Scott, you did quote almost verbatim a lot of gas laws, but you didn't actually address the point that Elijah was making.
Which
You
was what?
dodged it with gas laws.
Which
Well, you
was
would have
what?
to ask him to reiterate that because I got lost in your fondling. So, I mean, I don't see how any of those gas laws made you right,
Hold on.
even though you quoted them almost verbatim from the book.
Mike. All right, hold on. No, I got it. Here's the thing that everybody probably forgot happened. That I'm gonna remind you what happened. So when I asked him what I asked him, I'm not even gonna remind you because when I say it the way I say it, you guys are gonna get it. When I asked him what I asked him, he responded, "I'm not talking about that." And then I said, well, that's what I've been asking about. That obviously you sat here and said, well, I have evidence for, gave us a couple of explanations, then tried to give us an actual science lesson with variables, told us about Cavendish and all of this, all to then, when I repeated what I was asking for in the first place, say, I'm not talking about that. So you never had proof
Thank
of
you.
mass attracting mass. You never wanted to give proof. You tried to give proof and then lied as if that's what you weren't doing the entire time. And everybody saw you do it.
I'm really tired of this dude. Like he's not
Listen,
as well
I just wanted to remind
educated
people that.
and versed in the science as he wants to believe that he is. But he is, like I typed this earlier. He's a master at distraction. He's a master at and trying to manipulate people in a conversation to make it appear as though he's winning, but he's clearly avoiding.
Are you saying gas loses energy in collisions? Yeah, exactly. So we left the point back when you did the whole shot, but he never addressed the whole shot or how long it was. But we talked a lot about how rubber works.
This is the big. This is the stick here that he tries to divide and conquer. He'll go into a drama playbook also.
Well, he talked a lot about gas and things that are true about gas, but he never addressed the point that Elijah said. And I just know Elijah doesn't forget where he started. He's not that guy.
I mean, it didn't start here, but it wasn't long before he said that gas particles were the same as rocks. Just little bitty ones.
Little bitty ones. This is correct. Tiny, tiny, itsy bitsy ones.
Yeah, the kind he puts in his crack pipe, you know.
And then I said, "Do you
Yeah.
have any?"
See how you guys always have to do that? I haven't done that a single time to any one of you, but you guys keep doing it to me, and it's just weird. Shut up.
That's because we're not talking about.
It's like I
We
threaten
don't
you
talk
guys
about
somehow.
lines, eight balls, and
Shut up.
crack.
If gas particles are rocks, are gas particles my cousins?
Rocks aren't your cousins either.
Ask Michelle
Oh,
Thaller.
now we've.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not get distracted. Let's not get distracted.
Science denier.
Frickin' cheese.
You need to take your rocks over and hang out with Michelle.
Yeah, you're not a. Hold on, you're not an authority. Me and Matthew are on the same side with this one.
Okay,
Because
but let's get back to something you said earlier.
I think that an astronaut would have more authority than you. Don't you agree, Matthew?
I haven't been paying close enough attention to
Yeah. So Michelle Thaler, the Michelle Thaler, who's an astronaut, says that we're cousins of rocks, and so I'm saying she's an authority because she's obviously the highest authority you can possibly be, apparently. And so, yeah, I'm saying you and I are on the same side in this regard, right? Against Mr. Mackey, who says, no, that's not true.
So how is this person defining cousins?
I don't think I'm cousin with Rock.
No, we did this earlier today. We did this earlier today, but it's an old one. So, like, Michelle Thaller.
Distant relative.
Michelle Thaller, who, if you're not aware, Michelle Thaller is a NASA. I think she was supposedly an astronaut or whatever, but like she's also one of these, speakers, like science. What do they call them? Science influencers or something. Communicators. Yeah. Influencers more like it, but yeah, she goes on to say multiple times, and one in a TED Talks and like in multiple interviews, she talks about how rocks are your ancestors, rocks are your cousins. And she thinks of herself as a complicated rock, and it's because of like a evolutionary abiogenesis story. But you're talking about rocks, gases are rocks, and I made the comparison. Well, like if gases are rocks and rocks are my cousins, then gases are my second cousins.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with Michelle Thaler?
I don't even know who that is, so I couldn't disagree with her.
If you guys,
She works for NASA.
If you kiss the air, then you could kiss your cousin.
My guess is that well, never mind. I won't go there.
Misunderstanding Michelle Thaler. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I don't know what she said. And maybe she was saying that she does say they're cousins. But yeah, we are made of stardust.
Yeah, I encourage you to look it up because she does indeed say that at multiple occurrences. But
another contradiction. So all this time he said he disagrees, but he just said we are stardust. So you do agree?
I don't think being stardust and being of the same elements that everything else is makes us our cousins.
Well, that's a different statement, isn't it? Because if we're stardust, we most definitely do come from, this somehow evolution from inanimate objects to obviously living, breathing organisms.
That I accept, yes. But that does not make us cousins.
Matthew. What about Matthew? Matthew, are we made of stardust or dust from the earth?
We are made of dust from the earth, which might have been created in the stars. But I also think we're intelligently designed.
Yeah, that's where Matthew and I will disagree, but it's a different topic.
Well, who's the authority on it, Matthew? Why don't you just go with that? That's what you told me earlier. Well, you told me specifically that you're comfortable with going with the authority on the matter and that you didn't know enough. So, I mean, you do know that it is of their belief that we're not intelligently designed. So why not just go with the authority?
Saying that I
Fine,
am
guys.
more likely to believe authorities does not mean that I believe all authorities.
Okay, let
No,
me
but I
let me
mean,
try.
it's the same authority,
Is
though.
God the utmost authority?
Yes,
Matthew.
I think so.
Amen.
Oh God! I thought you said Scott. I was what's going on here?
No, Scott.
Okay, ask Scott. Ask Scott.
Listen, notice at least this guy is respectful about religious beliefs, and that's why I respect Scott. He may be abrasive, but he's just a guy, just like the rest of us.
He's an animal.
He's not like the rest of us. He's purposefully
He's a
trying to
liar.
manipulate, and he's a slimy fucker.
He's a
It's all right
liar.
for a Biden supporter.
Well, you've never met me
He
in
on
real
another
life, so
level.
you know.
He on another level knew not to beg the question, knew not to affirm the consequence by merely just sidestepping the conversation entirely the entire time. That takes another level.
Oh yeah,
of discipline.
bro, he sidestepped your point all the way. He trotted around that motherfucker. I thought for a minute I was going to place bets on him. Like, he's a trotter. He's going to win first place. This guy's got it wrapped. But like I was at the horse races.
And I don't suppose it'd do any good to tell you to ask you guys what I sidestepped.
Everything. It's
Master
all you
Tractor
do.
Master.
Every server, every day. That's what you do.
Master Tractor Math.
Master.
I said Cavendish. Okay, so what else did I sidestep?
Lou, you've been here. I'm not going to say anything, but yeah.
Right, you were here for it, Scott. Come on.
So nobody else can give an example of something I sidestepped, huh? Interesting.
Level isn't level.
No, I said it. I said it's not. I didn't
They asked
sidestep
you to
anything.
demonstrate.
It's almost point for point.
They asked you to demonstrate the. You were asked to demonstrate the attraction between particles and the vector towards the center.
Oh, I told you I couldn't do that. I answered that directly. They're too small for us to measure. We don't have the ability to do that. Okay, what else?
Well, in a group, we couldn't. Yeah, as one particle, yes, but what about a group of gases? If we let a group go, it should be attracted towards the center, should it not? Because that
Yes, and
group now has a larger mass
correct. And I said
and
we
a
can do that
greater
by
weight,
pressure.
so a greater attraction.
Yes, and I said we can do that by
So
pressure.
if we release gases, are they going to... So if we release a gas in the atmosphere, is it all going to just go straight down to the ground?
No.
Is this thing ever going to come to a conclusion, or do we just keep going in circles?
And I said we could do that by pressure differentials within a container. Okay, what else did I not sidestep? I answered every one of you guys' questions. You just refused to listen.
No, half of your answers were
You need a
we're answering something else, or you would rephrase what we said into turning it into a question that was slightly different, and then answer that, which is a straw man.
Can you give me an example of such as time I did that?
Dude, specifics, I guess if I think hard on it, I could give you a whole bunch, like, especially if I went back, but like, dude, it's like a tactic that you use nonstop. It didn't happen once or twice.
Yeah, I'm guessing it happened never. That's why you can't name one.
Do you like practical demonstrations of things, apparently, in real life?
Yeah, sure. As much as
like if someone said that this happened about you and you want us to demonstrate it, right? You probably like a recording or something in real life that actually happened.
Sure.
Okay, can you demonstrate to us some of the claims that you made tonight about gas?
I got one. You said gas is little rocks.
They're particles, yes, in motion. with the velocity.
That's when I figured he was talking about crack rocks, because once you smoke them, they become
But he
gas.
can't. But he can't. But he
I've heard.
can't say that, and that's why in the. But he can't say that because he himself said, "Well, rocks they lose their heat, right? Thermal energy. So, right.
Yeah,
That
more
is why.
specifically,
That is why you're trying to only in name say something that makes in any other sense no sense. Because you're
Battle
like they're like
Mod, I
little
think
rocks
I think you
because
said
they're
it correctly.
vertical,
Sorry to
but
interject,
they're not.
but yeah. Hours ago, Battle Mod, I think you said it right. So continue, Elijah.
more specifically about the gas being rocks, though, he said gases are solids.
Yeah,
He
so
literally said that.
the particles are solids.
What the fuck is the difference between a gas molecule and its particle?
Because gas is a collection of particles.
There's a good
Everything is.
sidestep.
No, that's exactly what it is. Well, how's that a sidestep?
Well, I mean, what if I said, you know what? What if I said, gas and rocks are just like a modality of light, and everything is light, just at different vibrations.
I'd ask you to explain what you mean. And how can we look
Well, I
at that?
just,
Is there anything we can do to test
I
that?
just
And
explained it. I just explained it.
okay, so how would that affect anything that we see in the world? What does that
What do you mean?
explain?
Like,
What does that explain?
because light in one modality works as thermal heat that a rock would lose, or in other cases, it's heat itself. When it comes to gas particles, I mean, it's
Okay,
everything.
cool. How can we measure that?
How can we measure how heavy a rock is based on how much? Like, what do you mean?
Put it on a scale. You literally put it on a fucking scale.
Well, what do we measure when we put it on the scale?
We're measuring the rock, dummy.
When we're measuring its weight?
Yeah, due to the modality of light and how it's vibrating. Mm-hmm.
And so can we, in a way, control the modality of light and the way it's vibrating? And
Well, we
is there any
can
difference?
we can kind of see the difference in its modality by getting a bigger rock and a smaller rock and weighing them and seeing the difference.
So a bigger rock and a smaller rock have different light modalities?
Well, same modality, just a different vibration.
So big rocks and small rocks have different vibrations.
Based on their weight, exactly.
Okay. And so is this vibration thing linear with the size of the rock?
This is silly.
All I can tell you,
Well, I agree it's silly, but I'm just playing his game.
Well, I mean, I'm not doing anything but saying words that mean nothing.
I know. But I'm not saying words that mean nothing. I'm saying words that we can use to explain all kinds of phenomenon that we see, like pressure gradients.
Yeah,
we see
can
pressure
explain
gradients,
things.
right? And we need an explanation for that, don't we not?
What's your
Yeah, but how do you
explanation?
prove
Can
the
you?
No. The explanation is mass attracting mass. But again, how do you prove that? You already said almost an hour ago that you weren't trying to prove that. So let's get out of here, bro. Get out.
No,
Like I said, are we just going to keep going in circles with him, or is there somebody else we can talk
Well,
to?
as long as he stopped being confused, because I said, yes, the gas particles are being attracted by the Earth, and the gas particles are also being attracted by each other, except the attraction between each little individual gas particle is infinitesimal, whereas the attraction to the Earth is pulling the particle down at 9.8 meters per second squared, changing its velocity.
They're not.
And from that, we can measure a whole bunch of stuff, and all the measurements play that out. They do.
You don't have fucking measurements. Shut up.
Yeah, differential pressures is the measurement that we can prove it.
That you're going to interpret something from that measurement. That's not a measurement of what you're claiming.
How else do you not want an explanation for pressure differentials, or are you just happy going through life without an explanation of things?
He didn't ask for an explanation. I didn't ask. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what I'm asking you now. Do you
Which
guys
would be
want
another
this?
sidestep, by the way.
Do you guys want for yourselves, not for me, not for anything else, but do you want for yourselves an explanation of pressure gradients?
Yeah. We already have an explanation for pressure gradient.
Okay,
You
what
can
is
have
it?
a container and a dynamic system, right? You can have a heat source, right? You can have a dynamic or a gradient in a container. There's no problem.
Okay, so what happens when you don't have a heat source?
Well, then it stabilizes, right? But does the Earth have a heat source?
No, you still have a pressure gradient.
No, it doesn't.
Regardless of the
There's
heat.
no
Yes, you
such
do.
thing. There's no
Of
such
course you
thing.
do.
Is there any such thing as absolute zero?
Where'd that come from?
No heat source. You
Well,
said
I think he was.
what if something has no heat source? Well, there's always heat somewhere, unless things are at absolute zero, which is only a theoretical
No, I
idea
agree.
that they say it's an impossibility.
Well, maybe I
Okay, so
misunderstood.
it's
What?
nearer and nearer. But until then, you still have heat. You still have molecules bouncing.
Yes, but maybe I
Yeah, he's
misunderstood.
just keeping it true to
I
physics.
assumed. I assumed he thought the heat source was the reason for the pressure gradient.
A temperature gradient is a requirement of a pressure gradient. Yes, you need varying temperatures to have varying pressures. Now, try to tell me that in each gradient there isn't a temperature differential. I'll wait, Scott. Come on, tell me there's not. It doesn't get cooler as it rises. Tell me that.
And what causes the temperature difference?
So the bottom line is, if there's temperature, like, you know what's crazy?
There
If
could be
there's
a
temperature,
lot of
hold on,
different
hold on,
things.
hold on,
Okay,
Distribution.
Nate, let's talk about it. Let's talk
Why
about
are
it.
you guys trying to sidestep what I'm saying? I already got in. You guys are trying to have a side conversation
Okay,
about
go
not
ahead.
what the fuck I'm stepping in on. So there's temperature because there's heat. There's no heat, there's no temperature, right? So there's gas pressure gradient. Without gas pressure, there would be no gas pressure gradient. It's all the same shit. The necessity for gas pressure in the first instance is for something physical for it to press upon, and in order for there to, I mean, you're asking a question about what if there was no heat, but we have heat. So what is the relevance
I didn't
of the
ask
question?
that. I never asked that.
Who asked it then to you, Lou?
Nobody did. The question was asked, why is there a gradient? That's the only question that was asked.
Well, you said, what if there was no heat source?
Right.
That is what
And
you
that's
asked.
where I jumped in. And I said, "What do you mean? There's always heat. There's always temperature."
Well, I asked that question because somebody explained the gradient by the heat source.
Okay.
And so how does the heat source explain the gradient?
Temperature differential. Now you're going to ask about distribution, exchange, which is all covered in thermodynamics, which you clearly already know.
But I've yet to hear an explanation for the gradient.
The pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Antecedent of pressure is a container.
Even in kinetic
That's
theory,
the container.
right? Even in kinetic theory, it's a temperature differential, Scott. Have you read the entirety of kinetic theory?
I'm still waiting for an explanation of the
I have,
gradient.
and I absolutely agree with it. So when you
And this
quote it,
doesn't-
you should know that the temperature differential is the number one cause of the pressure differential. It's energy. Heat is energy.
You got that reversed.
Temperature. No.
It's the pressure difference that causes the temperature difference.
No, it's not.
It is. And so not one of you is bothered by the fact that you quoted
The input of heat energy in our closed system comes from outside of the system, from the sun. Okay, that's what heats up the ground and creates things to have a higher pressure.
He just said that temperatures because of the difference in pressure, the difference in temperature. Can you prove that?
Yeah.
How?
Go outside and then walk up a mountain and watch how the temperature drops as you get higher. And
But
you
how
move
do you
into
know
low.
that it's not because of? How do you know it's not because of the heat though? How do you know that it's the heat and not the pressure? How do you know that because
Yeah,
there's? How do you know that because? How do you know whether or not it's because the lack of heat is why the pressure is less?
yeah, it's PBT. So we know that
Why would there be lack of heat?
they're
We're all
inversely proportionate. They
but every
rely on
place,
each other.
Exactly. So
but every place is being hit.
so you can't prove it because they're intrinsically linked. But you're going to sit here and act as if
The temperature,
No, what I
the
can do is I
temperature of
can
a
take a
gas is
container.
directly proportional to its pressure, and the pressure is directly proportional to the temperature.
Yes.
It's a proportional relationship.
Uh-huh.
Well,
PV equals energy.
look, if you live in a closed
Hold
system,
on,
you have to look
hold
at
on.
where the
It
input
could
of
be
energy
stated.
comes from.
It could be stated both ways and still be true to the law. PVT.
Except for we can do one little thing. We can take a container that has pressure gradient in it, and we can measure the temperature at the top and the bottom, and we could flip that tank over. What happens?
That's gauge. That's gauge pressure, and the gauge pressure is
What
going to be
happens?
affected by the relative position of the gauge.
What happens?
We cannot measure the overall pressure. We can only measure the gauge pressure or the pressure at the valve.
You guys are so
That
uninquisitive.
is totally different. Gauge pressure is totally different than absolute pressure.
We already know
They're
that.
category errors.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
you're saying gauge pressure on a tank is equal to absolute pressure, and you're wrong.
No, I'm not. I never
There is a
said that.
reason. So I can demonstrate a difference where liquid on the bottom, gas on the top. This is a tank. You flip it over, it's still going to be the same way.
And how
Even
hard
though
would it be
the
to
pressure, even though the pressure hasn't changed, the temperatures will change to reflect the fact that the liquid is now on the bottom and the gas on the top. It's always going to be
There's no liquid. There's no liquid in what I was talking about. Stop
propane
changing it.
in a propane tank,
Who mentioned propane?
an oxygen
Nobody mentioned
tank,
propane.
in a
Oxygen
acetylene tank. What
Oxygen
type of
tank. You are
gas?
not going to
What
you are
type
not
of
going to
gas are we going to compress
you
that
are not
isn't
going
going
to
to turn to
liquefy
a liquid
oxygen.
when compressed?
You are not going to liquefy oxygen at room temperatures.
Well, you can, but it's
You
not at the
can't.
same circumstance as others. We can
What pressure?
liquefy
What
oxygen,
pressure do you need
just
to
not
liquefy
at
oxygen at room temperature?
Don't red herring,
it's
Scott.
temperature that
Talk to
liquefies.
him.
I
He's the
know,
one who,
I know.
he's the one
Listen,
who threw in. He's
it's
the one
only
who threw in
possible
liquid.
for certain gases at a certain temperature.
But do you see how you
By
just
the way,
diverted
Scott,
from a
every one of
simple
those red
statement?
herrings, other sidestep.
Except for Battle Mod is the one who threw in the red herrings. I just asked, what happens when you have a pressure gradient inside a tank and we flip it
The
over?
red. Okay, explain it to me, please.
What happens when you flip it over? What happens to the pressure gradient inside that tank?
Tell us, Scott, please.
It flips over.
Reorientates.
And what
The
happens
tank
to the
flips over?
temperature difference? And what happens to the temperature difference at the top of the tank versus the bottom of the tank? They change also, which should be proof for anybody who cares about understanding the
Over
world.
time,
That is-
yes.
No. Almost instantaneously. That it's the pressure
This is
that
cool.
is
Can you
causing the temperature.
can you
And that
demonstrate that real
pressure,
quick? I mean, that's cool. I'd like to see it. Post it, please.
yeah. I have a tank in my living room. Yes, of course I can.
I mean, I'm just asking you if that's cool. So if it's different when you flip it over,
Go
why?
look it up. Go look it up.
Why?
I'm sure there's a YouTube.
Why?
video.
Why, Scott? Why?
Why? Because
You ever use a
gravity.
propane tank that freezes at the bottom as it's getting close to being empty?
Why do we want to talk about propane tanks freezing at the bottom when they're getting empty? What does that have to do with what I just said?
Relax,
Nothing.
Scott. We're having a
answers my
conversation.
question.
Red herring, divergence.
I mean, I
I'm
would
talking to
lead you
Battle
there
Mod right
just
now,
like you
Scott.
like to lead other
Okay.
people. If you could,
Go ahead. Talk to Battle Mod.
if you
stop.
could answer a civil question in a civil manner, I mean,
Yeah, if you want to run away from my question and my
we can
examples, go ahead,
listen,
run away.
Scott. We can never get to a point if you want to lead everybody, but never participate in leading questions.
Yeah, run away. Go ahead. Don't mind me.
Anyway, you were saying Battle Mod.
I don't need your permission, but thank you. Yeah, I just asked if he ever used a propane tank that freezes at the bottom as it starts to empty out, or if it's been used for too long. It doesn't have to be an emptying out. Flip that over, and I want to see the temperature instantly change. And I want to see that it'll unthaw my propane tank instantly just because I flipped it. I know it won't, because I know what I got to do to unthaw that tank to get my pressure back up.
So, Scott, are you likening the Earth to a tank that gets flipped over? What were you trying to prove with that?
No, I was trying to prove that mass attracts mass.
Oh, okay. So how can you demonstrate that for us?
Well, I just did. Pressure gradients. Pressure gradients prove that gas particles are attracted by gravity.
No,
What's
it
gravity?
doesn't.
It does. That's why the
Baseless
pressure at the
assertion.
top. That's why the pressure at the top is less than the pressure at the bottom, because
Just an assertion.
it's an
That's right,
assertion that we
Heretic. That is a
measure.
baseless assertion. No, it's a
Yes,
baseless assertion.
it's a hypothesis that we can test, and when we test it, we find that it validates the hypothesis
Right. So when did you test this hypothesis?
that there's a pressure gradient within all tanks. It's been done.
No, that's not a testing of a hypothesis, Scott.
Yeah, but
Sure it
We're
is.
talking about mass attracts mass. I need to see the experiment.
Man, that's right. That's right, Heretic.
The experiment is that you have pressure gradients within tanks.
Dude,
No, that's
just asserting it.
But that requires an explanation, does it not? Do pressure gradients not require an
It's about your
explanation in
fucking
your view?
explanation. You're talking about a scientific experiment to validate your explanation.
So pressure gradient in a tank, what did you vary and manipulate? Mass attracted mass?
Yes.
You gotta be kidding. How'd you do that?
No. That is the evidence of the mass attraction. That is the experiment. That is the evidence of it.
Just reasserting it again. That's how you varied and manipulated it? Because I thought it was temperature that was being varied.
No, I didn't say anything about temperature. that was battle mod trying to throw in temperature.
Well, yeah, you can vary and manipulate that. How are you supposed to vary and manipulate mass attracted mass?
Well, when we control for everything within the tank, we control for temperature, we control for everything, and we still have a differential pressure within that tank, we require an explanation for that. At least the inquisitive among us do.
Okay, so you're just going to assert gravity. You're not actually going to vary and manipulate it as you would in an experiment.
You can't manipulate gravity in an experiment.
Did you say you can't?
Explanation is your
nobody
proposed
can.
cause of the effect, right? You're observing an effect in the tank, right? Even though this isn't a fucking natural observed phenomenon. Okay, so you've observed something. Now you're going to explain it, right? Explain the cause, right? You're going to propose a cause, right? That's not. You haven't even got to demonstrating how you've shown that is the cause. You've just proposed a cause and said, "Yep, good enough for me." Have to continue on with the experiment and manipulate the fucking cause.
No, but what we can do other things. We can measure the mass of the gas in the tank and see if the pressure gradient is equal to the difference. If the mass is equal to the pressure gradient divided by the surface area of the bottom of the tank, and if it does, we can show that the mass is causing the pressure downwards, and we can verify the weight that way.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, you already said what you couldn't do. So you already have something that is unrelated to what you couldn't do. And you're like, well, we can measure this over here. But does it prove what you couldn't do? No, I'm just explaining to you
Yes, it does.
what I'm doing over here.
This is what the scientific community considers to be a proof. It's just what they
Baseless
do.
assertions? Baseless assertions are what they accept, and that's good.
But it's not baseless. It's backed up by the data.
No, there's no data. They haven't manipulated anything.
It's
The- the-
scientific, it's
the
scientific data.
The experiment matches the prediction.
What experiment? What did you vary and manipulate? Once again.
We put gas in a tank.
And
we measured the pressure, and we measured the pressure differentials.
that's a measurement. Now that you haven't manipulated anything, you haven't even asserted a cause yet.
We manipulated the amount of gas in the tank.
So gas is the cause.
No, the gas is part of the thing that we are measuring. We think that the gas differentials
Identify
would
the
be
independent variable then. Identify the independent variable in your
the amount of
experiment.
gas, the amount of gas in a tank.
Okay, so the amount of gas in a tank is the cause, right? There you go. Cool.
Yes.
No gravity then.
And the dependent variable is the weight, or the
But
dependent
is the
variable
atmosphere a closed container?
and the dependent
Or the
variable could be the
analogy?
pressure differentials. We should and there should be a ratio, or I think it's a there should be a direct ratio between the pressure differentials in the tank and the weight of the gas in the tank. And if we are correct, in which that weight is caused by the particles being pulled down.
Amount of gas. Your independent variable, your proposed cause was amount of gas.
Yes.
Right, so Radwin already proved this to you. If you take the gas out, right, then the liquid becomes a gas, right? The water evaporates, so no gravity.
We weren't. I wasn't talking about liquids. I don't know where that came from.
No, but that's fine. Like, it's the same principle.
It doesn't, though. It's like stick. If you guys want me to explain what I'm doing, then stick to what I explained and don't add something.
So your cause is gas, or the amount thereof.
Yes, that's
Okay, so no gravity then. Thank you very much.
Well, here's the thing, right? We can throw that same tank in the vomit comet and level out the G's force on that gas, and the pressure differential disappears. It's really strange.
Oh, come on, man.
It does.
So something falling, right?
Yes, something falling. The gas inside the tank will lose its pressure differential, its pressure gradient.
Amazing.
True. And I would think you guys want an explanation for that. I do. And I think
It
gravity
loses
is a
its
really good
pressure differential if it falls.
Yes.
So you're telling me the universal law of gravitation shuts off because there's gas somewhere. And
I
something
said nothing of the sort.
Okay, but
Not even close.
Is it affected by the universal force of gravitation when it's falling? Because the effect of
Yes.
it not being right would be right.
Yes, but what happens is the particles bouncing off.
You said you didn't say it, but now you're saying yes.
Oh,
I thought the gas was already falling.
It is. It is.
That is it. So it's falling and falling as well. It's like falling twice.
I don't see what's so funny. Is this really not hard? Is this really that hard to understand? What happens when you put it in like the vomit comet or something, or you drop it out of an airplane, I guess, for a little while till it hits some kind of enough force to slow it down, that the particles pushing against the bottom will be pushing just as hard as the particles pushing against the top. And when you reintroduce gravity into that,
Where
the
does
particles
that
at the
happen in
bottom are.
nature? Where does that happen?
When you reintroduce gravity, the particles at the bottom are pushing harder than the particles pushing up top, and the explanation for that is because the particles moving up are slowing down, whereas the particles pushing down are increasing at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Reintroduce gravity. When did you take it away? What the heck are you talking about?
Vomit comet. Please try to.
That's not taking gravity away. It's supposed to be a constant force, is it not?
Yes, but it is making the outer container move at 9.8 meters per second and eliminating the differentials within it.
You haven't even, you're still invoking something that you have yet to prove. You can't use it until you prove it.
But this
So,
is
so
the
Scott,
proof.
can we get this right? Like, okay,
Yes.
so there's a differential because the gas is falling, right?
Yes.
When you make
Yes.
it fall, it loses that differential.
Yes.
What? What? Is anybody else fucking flabbergasted by that statement?
Well, you shouldn't be. It's not that hard. Let's take, for example.
I heard you, and yes, it's like it's falling. And that's why there's a differential because of the weight, because gas is falling. But it loses its differential when it's falling.
No, this is an easy one to explain. Put a ball on a scale.
That's the law of non-contradiction. Just
No,
like the Earth coming up to meet our feet, right? The real theory around here, which would be a problem for, I don't know, two people antipodal to each other, like say me here and Becky K from Australia. You know, how on earth could the geometric shape of a physical globe rise to both of our feet at the same time?
All right, let's try to stay focused and deal with one
Yeah,
problem
we're going
at
to
a
try
time.
to stay focused, but the bottom line is my whole
Let's try to
point
stay
was
focused.
that's
Come on, man. You
another
can do it.
example of a law of non-contradiction violation. And you just said that,
No, you
well,
misunderstood what I
the
said.
particles are going to realign because of weight and not realign because of weight, both when they're falling. I'm saying everything and nothing. I'm balling out of control. I can do whatever I want. I'm Scott fucking Mackey, baby.
Well, just because you don't understand anything I'm saying doesn't mean I'm wrong. But anyways, Timbo, imagine buckshot. You got a bunch of buckshot sitting in a bucket on a scale. And it's going to weigh something, right? Now take that same scale, stick it in the Vomit Comet, and drop it. What happens to the weight of that buckshot for the entire time that Vomit Comet is descending at 9.8 meters per second squared? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So what
Did we weigh
happens
the
to
buckshot on its
what happens to
ascent
the
or on its descent? Which one?
What happens to the weight of the buckshot? It's a simple question. Just answer the question.
Okay, so it weighs more because it's going upward. It's accelerating upward, Scott. So, Scott, it weighs more because the Vomit Comet is accelerating upward.
It's accelerating downward. Try to follow along.
No, they do a parabola. They go up and down. So when it's going upward, it weighs more. When it goes down, it weighs less. Is this going to help your argument?
When it's going up, it is not accelerating downward at 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm talking about when it's accelerating downwards. What happens to the measurement of the scale with the buckshot on it? What is that scale read?
What if we do this in water? Will it weigh the same if we do this in water?
Yeah, just answer the question if you can. Don't run away from it. It's not going to hurt you.
No, I mean, have you? No, I'm just done this. Have you done this, Scott?
It will not hurt.
Scott.
It will not hurt.
Scott. No one's done this, bro. Have you done this?
You really think it's going to hurt you to answer the question, don't you?
So can you, if I just start asking you questions like, can you do this in a swimming pool, then what?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what happens if we do this in a swimming pool? The buckshot, does it weigh the same in the swimming pool? Does the buckshot weigh the same in a swimming pool?
It'll weigh less.
Okay, great. So now medium dependent. So still no gravity? At what point are you going to bring the gravity into
Gravity
the
is
situation?
part of that equation. You can't have buoyancy without gravity. Next. You got another question? I'll
No,
answer.
really.
Do you see how
What
directly I answered
gravity?
your question? You see how
No,
how easy that is?
Scott, you used Scott.
Yes.
You have to
Yes.
relax, bro.
I know.
What gravity?
The gravity that the people who came up with the law of buoyancy assumed.
Right, but did they prove it?
Yes.
Or did they assume it?
They approved it.
How did they prove it?
They proved it to the satisfaction of everybody who wants to understand the world we live in.
No, I asked you how, not if they satisfied people that don't know any better like you. How did they prove it?
How did they prove it to who?
How did they actually prove gravity, Scott? It's not a hard question. Don't dodge the question. I can treat you like you treat us. Don't dodge the question, Scott. It's an easy question. Go ahead and answer it,
We
please.
can prove gravity by dropping something to the ground, and something is attracting.
Oh, so everything has a downward vector exclusively? Is that what you're claiming?
I didn't say anything about exclusively. Did I?
So if I drop a balloon, we're going to go
What do you
back to
mean by
this,
a
right? If I
downward
drop
vector?
a balloon,
The downward vector of what?
you said downward vector.
I did not. You did.
Oh, so we're dropping something proves gravity. How?
Because it's an attraction of a mass to a mass.
Okay, so it's a downward vector.
What does that mean, a downward vector? So you got to get more specific with your language. What vector?
So well, I'm asking you, bro, if you drop the pen or any object or whatever you're going to drop, like a balloon, what is that going to tell us about gravity?
Yeah, if we want to draw a force vector diagram, yes, there is a vector of gravity in that diagram. But there are also other vectors in that diagram.
And which direction, Scott?
What direction of what?
You said force vector of gravity. I'm asking you what vector it is.
There is a
Stutter.
vector of gravity.
Sidestepping.
Yeah, in which direction is that?
Down. When we draw this force vector diagram,
is it exclusive?
gravity is down.
Is it exclusive to everything, Scott? Is it exclusive to
I don't know
everything?
what exclusive means. That wasn't determined. We had
So everything is going down forward all the time, Scott?
everything always has an acceleration downwards. Yes, at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, there we go. There's the claim. Great.
But
So when things violate that, what are you going to attribute that to, Scott?
What am I going to attribute what to?
When things violate that downward vector, what are you going to attribute that to?
Nothing has ever violated that downward acceleration.
So the balloon going upward is not a violation of that.
Correct.
The gas molecules moving in all direction is not a violation of that.
Correct.
Okay. Great.
And as soon as you take
So it's exclusively downward, and then it's also not exclusively downward. You're violating the law of non-contradiction again, Scott.
Nope.
No, I asked you, and you poignantly said everything exclusively goes down. You said
No,
yes.
I didn't.
Okay, so not everything goes down then.
Not everything exclusively goes down. No.
So there's not a force vector of downward on all matter.
No, there is a gravitational vector of 9.8 meters per second down on everything that has a mass.
Down. Okay, back to that. On everything, right?
That is not the only thing that affects a particle or an object, though. Not even close to the only thing that affects them. Force vector diagrams have multiple vectors in them. That's the nature of a force vector diagram.
So what will dropping something prove then if things are going in all directions, Scott?
They are not going in all directions.
But you said not the only thing. So things go up to?
Things can go up, yes. Airplanes,
Okay.
helicopters,
So
balloons.
what will dropping something prove?
It proves that there is a acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared if you drop the thing in a vacuum. And in that case,
Okay.
you'll have no other forces acting on that object other than gravity.
So when things weigh less in a vacuum, what do we attribute that to?
Having less mass.
Awesome. So if we put air into that same chamber and they weigh more, or excuse me, they weigh less. I got that backwards. If things weigh less when you have gas in a volume, but then you take the gas out and they weigh more, what does that tell us?
Buoyancy. See how easy these questions are to answer?
Buoyancy. So then things, even gas, are not going downwardly, like downward vector? Like,
You see how you had an answer
No, they
for
are too.
either one, which was actually like completely
No,
opposite of each
they
other?
are the correct answer, though.
And if you would take the time to understand
So you
why
can,
they're the
so
correct
you,
answer,
no,
you'd be
you're
less
able to
confused.
explain it away no matter what the circumstance somehow.
Yeah.
This is
You
what
will
we
con-
do when we learn things.
Yes,
We
I
come up
know
with
you
explanations for these
contradict
phenomena.
yourself constantly, and then you violate the law of non-contradiction
I
constantly.
don't though. I just
Okay,
explained
so
it.
there is or isn't an exclusive downward vector for all matter.
There's not an exclusive downward vector to anything.
Okay, so dropping things proves nothing.
Stop saying exclusive.